everybody, we're back for Group B of the 2022 Amazon University Esports Mastered, powered of course by our partners Twitch Student and Intel. Again joined by myself, Takura, and Melvin Izzle. I'm doing good, so how are you doing?
I am excited. We got, I would say, not necessarily a higher level of play yesterday than I expected, but we got a lot more close games than I expected. And I'm hoping today could be a repeat of that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've got relatively high level of competition in this group as well, given, oh, well, look, our current reigning champions in Kit SC White are playing, and in fact, they are playing the first game today. So we'll get to see exactly how well they're going to be performing, setting the standard for the rest of the teams in the group, maybe.
And I think what we should kick off the day with is reminding everybody what they went ahead and won and what they are looking to win again this year. Talking about the prizes that people who are coming here competing from the best of the best university leagues all around Europe are shooting for.
Absolutely that. And that is 14,500 euros total, of course. And that is split relatively, I mean, distributed correctly between first, third, fourth, and then all the way to 8th place. So placing top 8, you get a nice little cash reward for participation. But that's not the only thing you're getting, because there is an experience factor here as well.
Absolutely, this is going to be the highest level of play for a lot of these players. I say a lot because some of them we have got today are proving that the path to pro is very, very real when you are competing in these university leagues, and none show
Yeah.
it better than Kit SC White, who I feel like we should probably, it'd be a sin not to open up the day talking about them.
I mean, we literally have to open up the day because they are the first game on. It will be Germany versus Italy. I believe we should have the schedule available soon for all of you guys to see.
Ah,
And
here
there
we
it is.
go.
So that's Utero Pesigod versus KSC Wim. And then we have IST versus KSC Wim, which was off stream. And then it's Italy versus Belgium. So that's Pesigod again versus AES ULB. And we go to Braves UMA versus Portugal. So on and so forth. You can see Portugal versus Belgium and then Germany versus Spain to finish off the day.
So we will be following a couple of these teams back to back. Pesigod being the first one that we will see 2 games in a row, and that is going to be, I'm not going to say a tough one, but it just depends how good your mental is after coming off the first game. We are expecting that Kit SC White team to come in dominating fashion, because not only did they win last year, they also won the year before. They also got second the year before that. They have multiple returning members, and last year they didn't drop a game.
Yikes.
Tough.
That's all I have to say about that, because that is impressive to say the least for
Mm.
any team to achieve that.
When you clean sweep an entire league that is meant to be the best of the best, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like,
Yeah.
what do the other teams look at and go, well, I mean, I don't know. We were talking about yesterday that the Turkish representatives did very well until they faced Kit SC White, and then oddly enough, they stopped doing well.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the case with every single team that looked at them across the rift. So now we are looking at Pesigod to see if they can take something to the masters of the league, effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's high expectations for the team from Germany, of course. So I think we do have the roster available for that as well. Relatively experienced team. Some of these players having played before, I believe Redeemed being one of the more experienced players on the team. The gentleman here in the top lane, Striker in the jungle, Redeemed in the mid lane, Matthew for ADC, and Cat IRL. I love this ID as a support.
It is a good one. Everybody bar Matthew returning from last year. And I'm not going to say amusingly, but maybe graciously for the other teams, the only reason we don't have Taewon playing is because of ERL rules, and they are playing that high up on the totem pole. So that is the kind of level that we are looking at for this kind of squad. We've got Prime Div 2 players in the top jungle role of Gentleman Hero and Striker. And I want to kick it off with these two because they are playmakers in of their own right. Gentleman Hero being a Fiora connoisseur with carry picks galore. And the way that I look at this team is they just win through lane and then they're going to dominate you that way. And I don't see how you're supposed to resist that when you have smart jungling with abstract picks like the Mundo that follow around winning lanes. How are you supposed to actually play against that?
I guess you don't, is my
Well,
answer.
apparently.
I will also say that that vein currently on the screen for Cat IRL, that is likely Just
Not
there
going to
for
be
the
locked in.
meme. Um, if you take a look through KRL's solo queue record, there is a lot of Yumi. It makes sense. For
Shocking.
KRL,
I would
you know.
never have believed you if you hadn't told me that firsthand. I can't believe. So, when we're looking at this team, we're expecting them to play through the top half of the map and then leave that bottom side to the weak side. But obviously, until we see the form they're coming in with this year, who knows? Whenever you have a team that comes back year after year, I mean, obviously for Worlds, SKT being the most obvious example, the style could change, right, from year to year.
Yeah.
There could be one where it's all about mid lane, put all the assassins in there. The next, it's okay, get on Lulu duty and feed your resources to top. So we'll have to find out if Kit SCY are looking in with a different form. But it would be unfair to only talk about them because I feel like we'll probably get to see them a lot throughout the tournament. So maybe we should hop over to the other side of the matchup.
Well, the other side matchup is the Italian team of Yuturu Pessigod. And as far as we know, we don't know much about them because they are a very new team, very inexperienced roster. It's the first time that they're playing at this level. Not too much experience between each other meshing as a team. And you can see Buddy, Nebula, Mazu, Piscolo, and Cookie.
Okay, and when we take a look through the squad, as you say, a bit unknown. Makes it a bit more difficult for us to really get insightful with how we expect them to play. But when you are a brand new team coming in, and I feel like the only way to put this is it's a trial by fire, right? This is the harshest environment you could have to start off the tournament. So if you perform well here, you're looking golden because in reality, the way we're at least going to be pitching this group to you all at home is who's going to get second place, and if you can ever take a game off of Kit SCY, A, big thumbs up, that's something nobody did last year, and B, that puts the fear factor behind you because nobody else is going to be looking at that as the expectation.
Absolutely not. And I mean, if anything comes to breaking expectations, my oh my would be poetic if the least experienced team in the entire group were to take down perhaps the most experienced team in the group and potentially the whole tournament.
And I feel like we should mention, though, that experience isn't everything. It's
No.
a lot, and it particularly comes in handy when you are behind in a game. Do we expect Kit SCY to be put behind in the game? No. So, there's not too many initial hopes, but the way that I was trying to pitch that to sound positive, that now that I say it, it doesn't sound as positive, is that maybe we could look for some of the different individual angles from Mutara to use their team play and early aggression to at least catch them off guard. We see a lot of Zillion in the mid lane. Obviously, Cadril has proved to us that that is an unbeatable pick in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And when you pair it with hyper carries in the ADC and the jungle role, that is the kind of thing that snowballing your players to get to a level of resource that the enemy numbers just can't beat. Well, it doesn't matter how good of a team you are. If the enemy's 10k gold up or if the enemy's ADC has an extra item, they will just do more damage. There's nothing you could do skill-wise to outdo that.
I would also say that Nebula is a little bit of a Viego enjoyer, and if you've ever watched The Ruined King in the game League of Legends, you would see that sometimes he has this X factor where he possesses one soul and then he does it again, and the fight just snowballs.
It's the 5-head. I love Viego for that reason, because he is the new comeback tool in League of Legends. Obviously, we're talking a bit about Jinx being that for the current meta right now, but Viego still does the same purpose. If you ever do manage to kill an important member of the enemy team, Viego basically acts like the bounty system before bounty systems of like, oh, sick, I got a 4-item Jin now, and you can just walk it down the mid lane, and it's really, really good when you're against players who funnel a lot of resources into individual members. Now, that is something that Kit SCY can focus out in the bans, so it's not going to be necessarily an inevitability. But I feel like out of those picks, we've listed off things like the Fiora for Gentleman Hero, and then on the other side, that Zillion plus the Viego are things that we are likely to see chipped off in that first rotation of bans.
Yeah, absolutely for the first game. I will say though, looking a little bit more at the whole group, there are some teams down the line that have some pretty spicy picks, to say the least, off meta or just
Yeah.
particularly unusual.
Are you talking about the Seraphine team, perhaps?
We have a team with 3 Seraphine players, correct?
We'll save that for later. We don't need to think about that concert happening somewhere else in the world. Right now, it's all about Italy versus Germany in this first matchup. And overall, I feel like when you are kicking off the first game of the day, maybe looking at the time, what is it? It's just about to be what 11 CET, I believe, is the
Yep,
time
around
around
about that
Europe. So,
should be the game start time.
in theory, right, they might have only just woken up. Maybe you're catching Kit SC White off, and I feel like I'm making a lot of excuses before the game's even started. Maybe we jump into it and they're completely washed all of a sudden, and then Utero Pepsi God is going to. I said it again. Pezzy God is going to
It
walk
is
it
hard.
through.
It is
It
hard,
is
though.
really
It
hard,
is
and I
hard.
don't want to do it, but every time my half illiterate nature reads Pezzy God with an extra P in it because I've only ever seen the word Pepsi in my life. That's how much of a degenerate I am.
Just get themselves a Pepsi sponsorship, and then you're good to go. You know?
That would be
That
very
would be
handy for
great.
me.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know
no.
if they win the tournament, maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
That would be
I
impressive.
mean, good publicity, no?
I think. Who
Hmm.
knows? It's, we've already started the day and we have gone off on a bit of a tangent before the game has even started. And I think that's just to show because we don't have the actual knowledge of how these teams are going to play yet. Because we've got the prep, we have seen the theory, we have seen the experience, which vastly differs between some of these teams, as is never more evident than our first game.
Yeah, I would say so.
But then it just comes down to trying to not set expectations because we've done the best of that we can. It's also just giving that extra preface of, hey guys, we don't know yet. We're going to find out together. This is the first time we get to see this team of Utero Pezigod, said it right, on
There we
stream.
go.
And also for Kit SC White. Same it will be for the rest of the group today. And that is where it's going to be important because, to remind everyone, it is the top two teams of the group that make it out. That is why we're saying it's the battle for second place, because we expect Kit SC White to get first, but if anybody else shows up upset against that team, and then that would posture you very handedly for making your way to the last chance qualifier in second place.
Of course, so second place, as well as you just said, you move to the last chance qualifier and you play out that bracket, but if you get first, you get a little bit of an extra break, move straight to the next stage of the tournament past that, which is nice, but arguably you can say, well, playing the extra games in the tournament beforehand might give you a little bit more experience, might give you an idea of what the other teams are like, and that could arguably give you a bit more preparation, but the break is also quite nice, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like for Kit SC White, they don't need the extra time to warm up, so they will be shooting for first, and anything less than that will be a disappointment. But for all the other teams, particularly for our inexperienced opposition in the first side, I feel like that would be actually good to
Yeah.
get the last chance qualifier because you haven't got to play on this international stage, and obviously it's impressive to be here for all of the teams. I don't want to undersell that. It's amazing for every team to have made it because you have to have beaten your own league to get here. So these teams are winners. But not all these teams are international winners. And so getting a bit extra time to see what the real European competition is all about and not just be in your own league's bubble is important because it can help you evolve your own playing style. See, like, oh, well, we always default to the Zillion mid, let's say. And suddenly people start just finding counters that lock in things like the Silas that just make you a bit redundant, or fully slow-based champions that just turn off your speed boost, blah, 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 blah. And it's only through playing these games where enemy teams need to consciously be looking for angles to beat you that you will get that level of improvement that is just iterative and taking you to the top.
And that comes by adjusting to the level of competition you have. I mean, we saw it yesterday within 0-2 and BME slightly, where they did so well in their own national leagues. They come here and they realize, oh, wait, this is a slightly higher level of competition, and you kind of have to adjust your team to that. Not that you're necessarily capable of doing it, but it's more that when you get used to a certain level of competition, a certain level of play, you can get complacent, or you can just get too accustomed to it. And
Yeah, I think
play more games, that helps.
definitely, because it's not something that people try and do. You don't try and get complacent at the end of the day. It's just a matter of not seeing what the rest of the competition has to offer, because when you are big fish in small pond, you come here and now you're suddenly small fish in Kit SC White's pond. What it has appeared to be, at least for a little while. And now everybody in this group is in a very small pond with a very big fish, and it's time to see if they can actually take away some victories from them, or more importantly, see who actually comes out on top between the rest of them.
Yeah, every win is definitely going to matter in this group. It's also a 5-team group, so that's even more reason for that to be the case. But we are going into picks and bans now. Finally, the first game of the day is beginning. 5 seconds left on the first ban. Any predictions?
Fiora. I'm expecting the Fiora ban at some point. It will be the Vigar taken away initially. Okay, you're not against that conceptually. I think it's a very obnoxious pick. Don't know if anybody was playing Clash in the audience yesterday, but I'm sure they had their plenty of Vigar games because it's just one of those super obnoxious ones. As we do see the Tristana removed by Kit SC White, and I think that is the right way to go about it. We were talking about how scary a Tristana can be. We saw it on stream yesterday while it was in the mid lane, dominating that game that it was played in. So, time to find out what gets followed up with. How exactly does the Italian roster want to approach this draft with the Jax as the next ban?
Yeah, it is worth noting as well on the Tristana ban. That is a comfort target against Piscolo, and there's another comfort target with the Zillion there. So, yeah, as you see, KSC White just simply preventing you from having any of your comfort picks, the comps you're used to. Nah, none of that.
And I feel like now is a good time for us to quickly just recap the meta. We're on patch 12.5, not 12.5b, everybody. That means that Zeri is still playable. All the other ADC numbers haven't been tweaked yet. Ashe got her ultimate buff. And there is another one of those hyper-powered ones. Jinx has not had her Q nerfed yet, so her rockets are still coming out thick, fast at max range with minimal mana. So, as we see now, what other focus will it be? Will it be that Viego getting removed? Yes, all 3 comfort picks focused out. They are fine playing against meta. You can pick your Hecarim, you can pick whatever you want, the Zeri, things like that. They do not mind, just don't give us cheese.
I mean, this makes sense. You have to remember that, especially at this level of competition, whilst it is high, these sorts of random picks that you don't expect, not necessarily random, but experienced picks can offer a lot to teams that they don't necessarily otherwise have. Because it isn't, I'm going to keep practicing meta every day that you sometimes see in pro teams, whereas I'm going to play what I like to play that is also good, and then some meta.
So we do open up the draft with that Zeri, and the question is, how are you going to try and dominate it in lane? Because this is a champion that is very vulnerable in the lane phase. Yes. We didn't see Ashe at all yesterday, and I was waiting for it because that arrow is so damn quick after the changes. As soon as it leaves your screen, it is basically flying at you like a Jinx ult. Like, I don't know the actual numbers behind the Jinx ultimate speed, but it's very quick, that arrow now. Firing it down a lane sets you up so well with the Lulu being able to turn the Zeri into that squirrel. I like what Kit have done here. They have left open the meta, and they have said, we know how to body it.
Yeah, I believe the numbers on the Ashe Ultimate now is it's 1600 units baseline plus 200 units after every 1 second. And to put that into context, Ashe's attack range is 600 units, so it's quite fast.
It's very quick. Very, very quick, as we do get the Volibear pickup. Okay, I like that as a champion in the meta, but it does go to show that they are wanting to accelerate through the real early game with this jungler. Now they need the laners to actually gank and get the work done, because if you do not have lanes that you can help facilitate tower dives, the Volibear loses a lot of its effectiveness, because it wants to be going to a winning lane and then just bop, turning off the tower into a kill. With the Leona, gives a bit more gank setup for that bottom lane, and means that now Italy are looking to take a bit more of a contest to this bot lane, not just going to forfeit it and look elsewhere.
Oh. Redeemed, hovering through all the potential carry tops that we might expect Gentleman Hero to actually play through. One of these prolific carry top players on a very scary roster, and
that's locked.
That's locked in.
That's locked. We get the Heroes Fiora in our first game of the day, and I feel like it couldn't be more cinematic, because just to give you a little bit of foreshadowing for later on in the day, the next time we get to see Kit SC White on stream, we've got 2 Fiora fanatics in the top lane playing against each other. So this is going to be setting the stage for, this is how it's done. You can watch and then come back to me later for tips. As we do get the Poppy ban to help protect that pick. No other dashes on the team, but it is a big nuisance for Fiora because she would like to be constantly trading and bullying the lane. But Poppy just means that you are trapped in that Vanguard's shield and not able to walk it out, especially when Volibear's coming up there. It would be particularly a nuisance.
Absolutely don't want to have any of that. Kindred targeting out Striker a little bit, one of those pocket picks for the player there. And also, I mean, imagine you lay down Lamb's Respite and then you go in with your tools, you bring in a Stormbreaker and everything, and then they just turn the fight afterwards. Not particularly fun for your team to deal with at the moment anyway, because you have I would say quite a lot of commit actually between the Volibear and the Leona.
Yeah, the thing is for the Zeri, though, is she's one of the champions in the meta that the best way I can put it is you need to pay a Malzahar tax against her, because if you don't have some really reliable point-and-click CC, this game we do have the Polymorph from the Lulu, but that is it as of current. If you don't have the good point-and-click CC, she could just win a fight because she gets to kite you. I haven't seen Fiora versus Zeri, and I think unless we do see Hero going for a Stride Breaker, they will not be able to keep the Zeri within range for long enough to actually handle them. So the question is, with these last two picks, what is it going to be? We will get Striker's
There it
signature
is.
Mundo Jungle, even though it's been nerfed time and time again after it came into prevalence near the start of the season. It is still something that they are playing and still something they are winning on.
Mundo does clear incredibly quickly, and he's a big beefy boy in the front to help keep your Ashe and your Lulu protected, which is probably quite nice to have this game. It also means that Fiora can probably spend a little bit more time in the off lane if you have someone as a frontliner as well. As we get a Aatrox and an Orianna,
I'm confused because Aatrox, very good into Dr. Mundo, but as far as I'm aware, is an awful matchup into the Fiora because she can reliably parry your Qs when you go into trade. So I feel like Buddy needs a hug by the end of this lane phase, unless they've got something in the bank that we don't know about. I don't like the look of that as we do finish off with a Victor. I'm really hoping that they weren't expected like a Fiora mid and they've done their research, because otherwise this is a big confidence play from the top laner of Pesigod.
Buddy is an Aatrox player, so at the end of the day, if there is anything to talk about, it is that, well, he's comfortable playing the champion, and maybe it's not the best matchup for Aatrox, but he thinks that, well, my alternatives I might not perform as well on. It's my first game of the day.
There.
I'm not necessarily fully awake. Maybe the muscle memory is what I want to fall back on a little bit.
I mean, looking at the other champions they could have looked to pull out that they play, things like the Camille, I don't know if I'd want to take the Camille versus Fiora matchup necessarily against Hero in this first game. Thinking about the other champions they have in pocket, fair enough. We have decided on the way to go about things, and now we have the comps locked in. Where do you want to start?
Well, there's a lot going on here, I would say, but part of this focus for me is at least in the bot lane between the Zeri and the Ashe Lulu.
Most definitely, if you can keep this Zeri controlled throughout the game, then the pick is, well, worthless at the end of the day, because they are one that if you ever do get to pop off and get that speed stacking up before a fight, then you can really just run through and never get caught. The Ashe, though, has the slows on the auto, has the stun on the ultimate paired with a Lulu that can control them. I think that this bot lane should be able to handedly hold down the Zeri pick. Unless we get something ridiculous coming down this bot lane. But even then, I feel like just overall the tools that we have from Kit so far are set up beautifully to manage the Zeri, at least in the lane phase.
Yeah, once again, just like yesterday, we're seeing teams draft wonderfully into each other, recognizing, well, these are some threats that we should probably take a look at dealing with, and then respond relatively fluidly to what other people are picking. And, well, in regards to something drastic happening, well, we had a level 1 effectively win a team a game yesterday, so you never know.
Yeah. I suppose that could be the angle. Aatrox does have an exceptionally good level 1, so maybe we get some cheesy ganks. I'm trying to think of what other tools they have. The Volibear, not the best level 1, because you really do not want to be leveling that stun. It completely ruins your jungle clear. Outside of that, they have the Leona. So that is good. Leona is always able to dominate an early game, but let's find out firsthand as we are already hopping into game.
There it is, back onto Summoner's Rift. Another time, another day. We are here. The first game of Group B of UEM.
Now, as we do have the immediate run up to top lane, they know Gentleman Hero does not have flash. If they find him, he dies.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh. Okay. I was expecting a lot harder of a commit onto that one, if I'm going to be honest.
I mean, because they just didn't want to do it. Play it a little bit safer. Striker. Gonna throw out the briefcase. All right.
Passive. We have nothing too aggressive happening. They are fishing for that level 1 kill. If you can get an advantage against an Ignite TP laner, then it becomes pretty awful because you take that setup specifically to dominate the lane phase.
Yeah, and fortunately Fiora can get away with it most of the time because of the fact that she has the dash on her Q, maneuvers around a lot, gets move speed off the back of it, and to be honest, you have a pretty favourable matchup. And the Ignite into Aatrox is pretty good because it cuts all of his healing.
Yeah, it really does mean that you don't need to waste that 800 gold on Grievous wounds, at very least not for the foreseeable future at the start of the game, as that is the tax you have to pay a lot of the time into Aatrox. We see many times people itemize immediately into that off first base. Instead, it will allow Hero to start itemizing elsewhere if they so choose, as now we have absolutely nothing of interest happening in the bot lane, just a wave being pushed in. The Leona plus Zeri did manage to get priority on the first wave, and as we see the next 3 minions die, that is going to be the important point, because if you get the level 2 first on the Leona Zeri, then you can maybe threaten to burn summoners and force the Lulu Ashe to play back, but instead, just going to be equal both sides and no aggressive play.
Yeah, and it definitely goes the other way there with the polymorph and the extra attack speed that Ashe gets out of her Q. A lot of damage, however, Nebula does not know
How?
that Striker is there. He's behind him.
They must have, yeah, okay.
Oh
this
no,
is
wait,
nice.
they're just gonna go for it mid. Redeemed has to burn the flash. Currently against the wall, gonna take a lot of damage. Living for the time being, one more auto will do the job, but they can't get in range. Striker's now here. Nebula's now the one taking all the damage, and I don't think you can kill that. Striker turns it, gets the first blood, and now Mazu's in trouble. A little bit too much damage between the two. Doesn't get it! It's 2 kills to Kit!
Oh, it's a disaster. I feel like that you could have got that for Italy, but they didn't flash over the wall. Mazu deciding that they think they're going to die anyway, and then commits it way too late. Wow, that was narrowly close, but using the level advantage and the corrupting potion does redeem to survive. And that has put them at an exceptional lead, because the thing is about Victor, that passive, each takedown you get, and he just got 2, is 50 stacks. He needs 100 for an ability evolve, and you only get 1 per CS unless it's a cannon minion. So you have just basically redeemed the best part of 5 minutes of farming.
It's a lot. I mean, he's currently got 18 farm. One of those is probably a cannon minion. So, you're looking at a very close augment, but we're going to get a fight in the bot side. Piscillo firing some stuff out. Clips allowing Cookie to survive a bit longer. But both
trade.
teams will back away.
Only 1 summoner burnt, and it was the Ignite, and gaining 3 on the contrary. Very nicely done. And you need to be doing plays like that, because otherwise this is only going to get worse and worse. Hero itemizing into a cull in the top lane, saying this is going to be such a free lane for me, I don't even need to build stats.
I mean, if you can win the lane through just better playing of the lane and farming, then, I mean, that gets you an advantage anyway. Which is currently what Gentleman Hero intends to do. We do have Nebula, however, going in for this, but I think he's just going to try and get Buddy to crash.
Yeah, they need to crash this wave because you know that Striker's going to be around. And if they get frozen in front of, well, we already know how awful this lane is going for the Aatrox half of it. As bot lane being
It's
really
still
pushed out.
really low.
Remember, that is a cleanse Zeri, so if you do get aggressive onto them, they do not have to heal. Oh my god.
But they stuck around for a little bit too long, and in the end, they seem to pay the toll for it, and Buddy will have to flash. Gentleman Hero does not have it, but will have a Q in due course.
Their mid laners roaming up. Are they going to
Teams
feed more
might be able
stacks to the
come
Victor?
here. Oh no, he just gets his augment off of this. Instead, we will give it over to Gentleman Hero. That's not looking very good.
No. Well put. As we were predicting Kit to play around the top side. However, I feel like this has actually been the opposite, where it has just been Italy's side attempting to get aggressive maneuvers now, knowing that that is the plan that they go for. And just at every turn, it's been Striker in the way of the play. You can see they've got that 100% kill participation, countering out both of the attempted ganks from Nebula. Oh, it's got to hurt, because that Mundo is going to become so much tankier than the Volibear in these fights to come.
I mean, I'm throwing it back to this narrative, but sometimes it is the experience that matters. You have to think that in that mid gank, if you knew that that Victor was going to survive on just a little bit of health, sometimes burning the flash early just to secure the kill there was more worthwhile, given that you just had vision coming in with the Mundo. But the indecision there making Kit the victor of that play.
Now we do have priority to the victor in the mid lane. Dragon is being started. Nebula here. Only level 1 smites on both sides. This is going to be the world's biggest flip.
They really want the cat going straight onto them, but you have no damage. It's just a Leona, and Volibear has no items at this point. Cookie having to flash away, but they do dissuade the play from the dragon for the time being.
You can just see the power of this Mundo in the early game. Yes, I know they are ahead in itemization, but the reason that this champion is so proficient in the jungle is, like you said, they clear very quickly, but they're also just a ball of stats. They do so much damage in this early game, and it is all to compensate for their lack of mobility. Pairing up with a Lulu, though, you can see how much of a nuisance that could really be.
A little bit too much move speed right now between the E.
Look at that.
There it
That
is.
cleaver hurts.
Oh, well, they tried to make a play on Redeemed. Mazu took a lot of damage, clearly, and, well.
I love the Ghost on Victor. This just makes so many matchups actually playable and gives you a lot of ability to play forward in the lane phase, because you can always just ghost away, and it's a very short cooldown compared to that of the Flash, only 210 seconds. You're able to pretty much match it up with the enemy jungler's ganks towards the lane. Wonder what boots they will be going towards this game, if it's going to be the pen shoes or for that for the Lucidity. We do have first dragon over to Kit. Oh no.
Here it is. It's what you expected. Gentleman Hero going in Grand Challenge down. Responded to with the World Ender, but they're both going to expire, so I guess nothing happened.
Respectful from Hero to just back off there, not wanting to take the flip, knowing that Buddy is still proficient on this Aatrox, and while it is a winning matchup for you, you can't make any mistakes at the end of the day, because now you have a shutdown, and while that wouldn't exactly swing the lane out of your favor, it would at least make it playable.
Riker back in the bot side. Piscolo should actually be safe here. Don't think there's an angle for it, but they do force them back, which does deny XP given where the wave is.
Good job by Cookie acting as a human ward right there, standing in the way saying, nope, you are not making it to my ADC. Yeah, you hurt, but you hurt me less than them.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. I mean, the amount of resistances that Leona gets with the Eclipse on her W, it makes her very tanky for that duration whilst that's still up. And you basically can't kill her when she has it available.
So, we now have passive laning, I would say. Big gold lead over to Kit. Question is what they're going to do with it, because I know it's a bit early to talk about scaling, but I would favour Kit across the board, as there is a dead top laner. Oh no.
Well, we talked about Gentleman Hero's Fiora, and it's showing up.
Wait, can we toggle back to the gold a moment? Because I was about to comment on it, I didn't see, but that is, dear God, 1,400 gold ahead in the top lane. That is horrendous. They're going to be getting towards Mythic plus boots. Oh no.
Well, they need to make the play here. They really need the gold, and they're going to get it. Matthew goes down.
That's
right
good.
to the Zeri. That's exactly who you want it on.
If you can snowball this Zeri, that is one of the few champions that could control 4 or so of the enemy team members. Redeemed is going to be a big problem, because the laser can outrange the Zeri, and when Zeri jumps in to go into auto range, you could get exploded. But everybody else, there is the potential for Zeri outplays. Going to be difficult, though. It's not a foregone conclusion, and you need a lot of items on this champion for them to really pop off. At least a full Trinity Force, and then after that, a second item needed. Oh, this control ward. Wait, is it a control ward or a regular ward? They both just walked over in the bush.
That is a control, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep,
Thank you,
there it
Observer.
is.
We can see it right there, and Redeemed has complete information here. They are in no danger. They're not walking up. They even have Cat RL back behind them. So if any plays had happened, there was no issue.
There it is going, making a trade onto Mazu. Not really having a fun time. I do like how Nebula is just constantly ganking right now, because he recognizes he can't actually outfarm Striker, so he's going to try and get advantages in other ways.
Oh yeah, if you ever let your foot off the pedal, if you are Nebula, the game just ends, because the only time that your team can actually outstat the enemy is when there's a numbers advantage. Your individual lanes do not have the actual raw stats to beat them. You're against Lethal Tempo Ashe. Okay, that's aggressive.
Oh, that's a hard engage right there. Going to take some tower shots, traded back by KRL and Matthew. There goes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and there goes the rest of the arrows in her quiver, picking up the kill versus Leona.
Thank you for the demonstration, Matthew, newest member to the team, and they are coming up with a good first game so far. Playing their weak side duties very well, and I'm excited to see what they end up doing with this Ashe if we end up making it to the mid game.
Well, Striker's here in mid, gonna pop the ultimate, get that move speed, get the slow onto Mazu, and it's another kill for Redeemed, and another 25 Hex Fragments.
Oh, Stop Market Mundo making his way down the mid lane, as that is going to be nigh on 2 evolves once they get a little bit more CS in pocket. And the thing is, Victor is behind in, or meant to be, behind in this lane until he gets the first evolve. Because of all the acceleration from those 2 kills, he has already got that. Oh no, hold
And
on.
you can see it with the amount of damage he's doing to this Leona. Nebula trying to get the kill into Striker, but he's just too damn tanky. A double for Redeemed, and I might say that he has his entire kit evolved at this point.
Okay, Cat RRL is quietly the MVP of this team. Every time a play could go skew-whiff and out of Kit's favour, they have been just hiding in Fog of War, waiting. And obviously that is helped by the fact that their ADC is playing so well on their own. But you have to give credit that this Lulu is always there with the wild growth or with the shields when it matters, and it has made the difference so far, stopping shutdowns going down multiple times.
Absolute dominance from Kit right now. You can see the gold in the top corner. Gentleman Hero looking to get a little bit more of that with another solo kill against Buddy. He really does need a hug, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, when you're gonna debut on the stage against this team, it's gonna be rough. When you're debuting on the stage against 2 of their mains, it's even worse. Oh, Striker, he's relentless on this Mundo.
What can you do?
Stonks. That's all there is to say.
Picking up the Hex stack, that's a little bit more investment. Bullish, I'd say.
Ooh. And a Mountain Soul. I don't think we're going to get there, but as far as the Mountain Rift goes to help, at least it sets up for potential combos with the Orianna. I know I'm being ambitious here, but we need to give some hope over to Yutaro on the blue side, because it's rough.
Yeah, Pessigod really needing to pull out all the stops right now to try and make a comeback in this team, and I think Nebula's going to play a very big role in that. What else do you think that Pessigod needs to do?
They need to just funnel as many resources possible onto this Zeri. In every way, it should be Pisclo getting money. You want to be just leaving camps for them if possible. You want to be feeding them XP. I would say even sacrificing lanes to get ganks down here. Oh no.
Oh, they're going to sacrifice the owner for no particular reason. Instead, getting caught out there in the bush. That's almost a 10,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. Looking for another one in the Zeri here. I think she really needs to use some cooldowns. Gonna just go over the wall. Nebula getting really low just from Redeemed.
Oh no,
Striker
flanking
now.
hero.
Laying it down. Gentleman with the teleport. Buddy might get another... Oh, he lives just about on the thread of HP. In fact, all of them do.
And this is the one problem that you have with the kit comp. And that is, if the Ashe Arrow isn't getting a super important member, you don't actually have very good chase down potential. Lulu could speed up a single person, but you have a Mundo, he can't go over walls. You have a Fiora, she doesn't have flash. You have a Victor. Okay, Victor's quite good at chasing, but you don't actually get to stick onto the targets. The thing is, though, you've already pushed the enemy team into their base, effectively, so that really doesn't matter, because they don't have anywhere to run, is the big problem that you're going to find as the game goes on.
Well, 15 minutes, that's 11,300, along with 2 dragons. So, if that's not domination at its finest, you literally have 4 out of 5 members not having died a single time. There's only 1 kill for Italy. It's looking pretty dire at this point.
Well, you said that this is domination at its finest. Technically not, then. I am not expecting, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kit had an even cleaner game than this throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
I am going to be very excitedly waiting for us to hear about the off-stream games and seeing if they end up having anything cleaner than this, because yes, it's the expectation, but damn, is it something different to see it on your screen as opposed to just pondering.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reigning champion we have here. absolutely dominating the competition for multiple years, and Gentleman Hero is looking to continue that, and
Oh my!
immediately pops Piscolo. What was that?
That was more damage than I thought one could do with a solitary ability, and it was probably multiple at once, you just can't tell.
Well, Chains comes down, Leona goes in, but it's all parried.
Man, you get the bounty, that's something, but across the rest of the map, if you take a look, that is another Rift Herald being secured, and that will definitely be one that breaks the base. Both side lane
Looking for
towers
it.
still... Oh, no.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, he's gone.
There's no stopping him. There it is. That's one.
Oh, no.
Will he get the second? Come on, buddy.
Please, buddy.
He's making it happen, actually. Nebula's now here, and that is
Let's
actually
go.
the shutdown. Buddy finally getting his revenge in the top side. Massive injection of gold.
Unfortunately, there's going to be an assault on the top lane tower, and this will be a bit less gold than what was gained from the shutdown of Hero. They still have the Rift Herald in tow now, and they can use it wherever they want. The dragon is going to be spawning very soon, so I expect them to fish for a reset here, go secure that, put themselves at soul point, and then just crack open the base.
That's the name of the game.
Oh, don't. We didn't need to see the gold here. That's not fair. Oh, yay. It's even in the bot lane.
Yeah, it actually is. I mean, congrats to Piscolo for managing to keep that one up. Of course, Matthew hasn't really been funneled many resources this game. Most of the action has been in the top side, in the mid and the top lanes, but
it's Ashe, right? As far as carries go, that you don't really care about having a massive amount of gold. They still offer the slows, they still offer the arrow, and all your team needs is to be able to close the gap. Ashe enables you to do that, so this is even dire as it is.
Striker going straight into the middle of the team. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not connect. Redeemed onto Buddy. Burning the Chaos Storm immediately. Buddy should go down. Redeemed now looking for Nebula. Nebula's in trouble with Gentleman here. Matthew picks up the kill. And it's inevitable at this point, I feel. Striker flashes over the wall. Still connects after the flash. Redeemed gets another one. 7-0 and 2 on the Victor right now.
Striker is very good at Dr. Mundo, the Madman of Zorn. That is going to be my main takeaway for this game.
How quickly can they finish the game? It's probably sub 20 if they decide to keep going. They do have the Herald available. They're going to look for it.
Dancing Herald, yes or no? That is going to be the final call of the game, I feel.
There it goes. There's the strike through. That gets one tower, however, I think. Going to take a little bit too much damage. 106, 97. It does go down, but Kit is going to close out the game in... I have no words.
They set the tone. They most definitely are back to go for the three-peat. The hat-trick is in their future. At very least, what they are aiming to go for. Nexus down. Clean game across the board. 3 deathless members. What a performance from Kit.
Alright, Group B. You've seen it now. This is what you need to take down. It's either race for second place, or you try and get some games off of Kit, maybe push for the first, although, given how strong they looked in this game, I don't know. It seems like it is just the race for second.
Yeah, we get to see Yotaro Petsigod again next game against a different team, against Belgium, AES-ULB. So I'm curious to see how they get to look, I suppose, against a different opponent, against a, I will say, no offense, easier opponent on the scale of things. I don't think that's going to be much of an offense when you see what Kit can do and what we've seen Kit do year on year now. So as far as it goes, this is going to be them hopefully getting the most irritating game out at the start. You know, this is going to be that moment where any high expectations that they had was like, okay, we're coming in, we're going to be the big fish in this pot. Oh God in heaven, no. Anything but Kit. Anything but Kit. Now they've had that, they are humbled, most definitely, and it's going to be seeing how they can really bounce back for the second game.
Yeah, it's very much a trial by fire, as you said, and, you know, it's the first game of the day. You're not even fully warmed up, I imagine, so keep the mental strong, because, you know, if that was a solo queue game and that was happening, I would not be having it. So, hopefully the rest of the games go well, and, see a better showing.
Yeah. Let's take a look at how some of those things actually kicked off, as we do get to take a look through some replays and oh, no, not this bit.
Yeah,
Anything but this bit, because you
it's
can see the Q takes so long to get here from Oriana just because the ball was still in the lane and it hadn't pinged back to them. And this part is just painful to watch. It hurts my
but the
soul. As a
flash
Victor
was
player, I
just
like
too
it, but
late.
otherwise it's painful. Oh no, again? No, guys, this is... I know that this is meant to be a highlight reel for Kit at the end of the day, but it is just sad to watch from the other perspective, because you want other teams to at least have hope against them, but maybe we can just put it all aside and say, this was first game jitters.
Oh, we didn't actually
Just
get to see this,
against
if I
Kit.
remember correctly, on this side, because this happened off... Ah, no, this was when Striker came in, actually.
Oh,
Wasn't
yeah.
when Redeem just...
Bonk.
Yep, there it is.
Pain. Yeah, okay. Alright, guys, don't give us another highlight. What is this gonna be? Oh, okay. I remember this one. This is where we get to see Cat RL have that big impact, showing up and just putting any hope down. You're not allowed to have that. No, sorry. We are most definitely here to win, and they did it in convincing fashion throughout the entire course of this game. I don't even remember this one. What was this one?
Nebula's just enjoying his chickens.
Oh, no, I remember this one now.
Oh.
I wish I didn't remember this
Actually,
one.
hold on.
I couldn't look. I couldn't look. I've never seen an ADC explode so fast against a champion with just Divine Sunder and an uncompleted Mirror Mana.
I actually want to know how much true damage that was.
Oh, the chase. Oh, it's so painful. But this is
But this is
good. Go back and watch this part, Italy. This is the good stuff. The zoning, the knock-up, excellent stuff. You get the shutdown. That is going to be the thing to take home, regardless. You killed Gentleman Hero. That's something that you get to say that not many people do. With some asterisks, yes, but you managed to do it as it was a decisive end to the game after this. Oh no, this cleaver was so clean. Oh.
Puts it there and knows the hitbox so well.
It's not often you get to say that about a Mundo of all people. That's not really the champion you get to have that whoa reaction to.
And there it is, closing out the game, setting the pace for the rest of the group, and very much. This is the team to beat, everyone. And it's a high bar.
Yeah. The team you'd like to beat, I think, is the way that I'm going to put a little asterisk on that one of the team everybody would like to beat. The team that everybody is hoping they don't face in a best-of series. And the team everybody is expecting to be looking, at very least, for the clean sweep again based on that performance. I mean, when you clean sweep a tournament and don't drop a game, it becomes very difficult to set accurate expectations in future years, right? Because if that becomes the normal, there isn't a better performance than that. So, I don't know. Look for as many perfect games.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you could try and say, well, how many sub-20 games can we get in the split?
So they're speedrunning. That's what Kit's doing. They're trying to speedrun us. Okay.
UEM any percent. Currently got the world record, probably, I would imagine, given their record last time. But, you know. Who knows, maybe we see, like, Belgium or even Pessigod down the line. Getting up the ladder on that one.
So I think we will leave off with that one. I don't think there's too much more analytical points we can really make to see how far Kit will make it before they finish their any percent speedrun, or if they will be sent back to the start and have to do it all over again.
That is it, though. Remember that what Kit are trying to win is a pretty large prize pool, 14,500 euros. That is the total, and first place gets the lion's share of it. There it is for all of you to see, 5,000 euros for first place, 3,000 and 2,000 for second and third respectively. And of course, if you place top 8, you do still get a reward.
I would be shocked if they didn't place top 8 based on that performance. But again, it's only one game. It is only one game. Maybe Kit just had the game of their lives and they were against a team that was having first game jitters. In all the situations where Kit was going to look good, that was the game where you are going to look good, right? That there's not going to be a better situation. It's the first game for both of you. You have the God reputation. You're looking at a team that is first time here like, hey guys, I'm the new kid at school. Well, did you know?
Welcome to UE Masters.
Excellent stuff.
Oh, well. I think it is worth taking a look at what we have next up for today, and that is Pessy Gold coming for round 2, but this time versus the team from Belgium. Belgium first seed, AESULB.
And I feel like we will come back after a quick break and then we'll give you the full primer on what that is, because I know that I need time to let that game sink in, and I wasn't one of the players from Pessigod, so let's give them a bit of time to just take a breather, maybe do some meditation or something, reset after that one.
Hello again, hope you had a good break and meditate or rest up after that one, because we're back with the next game of the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters, powered by, of course, Twitch Student and Intel. But we do not have the same game that is written on the schedule. We're going to get a run back with KSCY.
Yeah, that game was so much of a shellacking that all the other ones have finished, and now the only teams ready to play are KIT and IST, so we are going to just take over with that one. And for all those that didn't see our first game, you'd be forgiven for jumping in and going, oh, maybe it was just a long pause before the first one. No, KIT just won that quickly.
No.
They dominated their competition, and
20
we
minutes.
really should talk a little bit about this team before hopping over to their next contenders.
Yeah. We've already discussed KXCY a little bit, but their opposition today is IST, the seed from Portugal. And I would say that we have a little bit more of an even matchup this time, as it seems that some of the Portuguese players have a little bit of Division 2 experience.
And as far as it goes, we will be looking at the mid-jungle from both of these teams. We've got Taith and Semide for the Portuguese IST team, and as we take a look across them, we have got to see how they actually look to approach this one, because these are both ERL Div 2 players of their own right, playing in the LP LoL. So I'm going to be very curious to see if they can contest the absolute dominating nature we just saw from Striker and Redeemed. I mean, obvious question for me is if we see things like that Mundo and the Fiora come through, I surely don't think that IST will allow that to come out, but if they did, Prometheus in the top lane is the kind of player to have a wacky answer to it.
It is worth saying that from the information we currently have, it is not Warrior Pepe playing in the jungle, but rather Taith, who is their substitute player, but of course is also a pretty strong player in his own right.
And I really like the narrative that comes around this team, because both Taith and Semide actually play in the LP LoL, but they play on separate teams. And I adore the way that they phrase this in the little document that they gave us, was that they have joined, they have come together from opposing sides of the Rift to join forces and try and battle for the top spot in Europe. So if that is not as anime protagonist as you can get, I don't know what is. And when you are heading against the anime villain of KIT SCY, I feel like it's a pretty suitable time for us to say maybe this could be the angle where we see KIT get challenged. And if it happens in Game 2, then we have got a very spicy tournament in our hand.
Exactly that. And one thing that IST do have are a few spicier picks, as we did foreshadow earlier, and what these sorts of picks might be able to do is throw KSCY off a little bit. Would you like to take a gander at some of them, Melvin?
Alright. Prometheus has solidified themselves as one of my favourite players to look at the OPGG of, because it is like opening Pandora's box. They are a Volibear top main, something that for the longest time wasn't too uncommon. Extremely good Interanectum was the initial answer where it came out first. But behind that, they have things like the Yorick. They have Renata top lane in their history. That makes no sense, but if it means that they have got all these different things, the Malphite as well, in the pool, then surely they've got something special that Gentleman Hero has not seen. I know they've been playing for a while and very successful for a long time, but come on, this game has so many champions at this point. Like, there's got to be a level at which you look at it and go, oh, okay, that's new, I guess. Let's see what it does.
There's over 150. It's like 100. I don't think it's hit 160 yet, if I'm not mistaken, but
it's very close.
A lot of permutations that you might have to learn for lane matchups, and it's not necessarily not playing into them on game at all, because you could see them in other roles, but it's also not knowing specific matchups and how to go about playing that, because that throwing you off just from matchup knowledge can really make a big deal in terms of how you get leads.
And one of the other leads that they can look to really leverage is potentially flex picks in the champions, like having things like that Volibear come out. Obviously, you expect it to go to top lane, but it's a completely viable jungler. I mean, Kit made it look like it wasn't one last game, but nonetheless, he is a very good champion in the current meta for being able to accelerate your laners. And when you are playing two very skilled teams against each other, you kind of have to look at it and go, okay, are we going to say that we are good enough to play things like the Victor, play things like the Kassadin, which is something we may see on the ban bench potentially with how much IST have it in their proficiency, and then just outlast the opposition and win off of that? Or are both teams going to focus their early game strength, things like that Dr. Mundo again, and then use that to leverage across the map and try and snowball the game? It is really just going to be about how much respect each of these teams have for each other.
We saw it last game, to be fair, with Kit's draft. They immediately banned the Vex and the Poppy, two picks that are notable for being able to stop dashes and prevent champions like the Fiora from being able to do what she wants to do, and that's the sort of thing I would expect to see from both sides in draft this time, responding to what has been picked and what might counter you.
And I didn't put my finger on that until you just said it, but they banned both of those champions with anti-dash mechanics. Only Gentleman Heroes Fiora had dashes last game. For the entire team, it just goes to show how much Kit want to play around their top half of the map. And because of how readable that is in Champion Select, IST have two options for my money. They either A, look to go down that bot lane and blow it open and try and snowball the carry that might be able to contest, or B, you pick laners that can actually take it to the top half of the map, and then suddenly we have a close game on our hands.
I think it's hard to nail down a weak point for KSC White, given what you saw in the match previously. But if anything, I think Matthew in the bot lane being the newest member of the team, and honestly having a good performance but not anything standout, I feel like that's not a bad place to target, especially when you have Pires on such a champion ocean as an ADC player.
Absolutely. We've got the mages, we've got the ADs, they have got a lot of different variety that we can see coming out from, I think, things like maybe going for the more aggressive route, like that Samira Rel combo. That's something that is creeping back into the meta. I don't think it's too high up there, but it is something that is definitely playable in the right spot. Having the fact that your support does have a Bard proficiency is always good, because, well, Bard is one of those champions we were talking about in the top lane, that if you are really damn good at Bard, you can 1v9 a game. That champion is so good at exerting pressure on the map. And if the enemy team are so good individually to be able to outstat check you in lane, just outskill that kind of thing, well, it doesn't matter if there's two of you there, right? That's the way that you can try and pivot this fight, having that Bard all across the map. And since we saw that Kit did not play that hard through the bot lane, again, only a one-game sample size, but we don't expect them to play through the bot lane, that is the kind of situation where you can say, lock in Jhin, lock in Ezreal, sit on the tower, don't get involved with them, you keep those two far away, and then your support will have action across the map, and you'll basically get a second jungler.
That's the idea, giving you that extra pressure on the map, and map pressure leads to a lot of things. You can get lane priority off of that, and then you can move around to objectives quicker, and rotate, help out your other laners, give laners crashes. It's just a generally pretty good tool to have in your arsenal when you're playing the game.
I mean, speaking of crashing waves into towers, we saw it last game where we had an attempt to try and crash a wave into Gentleman Hero's tower, and they were attempting a freeze. Suddenly, Striker shows up and just mitigates that, and I feel like Striker is going to be the most important person, because when we're talking about all these different ways that you want to try and mitigate Kit, the jungler is the essential figurehead for the squad that really ties it all together and says no. Because if you are sacrificing your own pathing, sacrificing your own power farming to be in the lane where you need to be, whether it be to counter a gank or to help fix a wave, then in reality, even if you have extra members, if we see another champion like the Dr. Mundo come out from Striker, something like the Kindred they also pride themselves on, it was banned last game. I see they do actually play a bit of Shyvana, so maybe that was a champion we saw yesterday that might make a return throughout this tournament, who knows. There's plenty of junglers that they can exert pressure on, and I want to see what they actually go to once their priority pick of that Mundo is taken away.
Yeah, I would definitely look at maybe denying some of those picks away from Striker, given the respect already given to the Kindred, so I have no idea what's going on there, but I imagine that's got a really good record. And we did just see the Mundo being demonstrated that game, those briefcases really nailing the members of Pesigod, and I feel like that's not something you want to let him do again.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because there's a reason that Mundo is not a primary jungler right now. He's not that frequently picked. Striker is a very good Mundo, but the champion isn't super prevalent in the meta game, which means two things. One, you get the advantage because the enemy doesn't see the Mundo jungle and you get to play with that information lead. Two, the Mundo isn't in meta for a reason, right? He is very good at what he does, but he is only good at what he does. If you play champions that can outmaneuver them, I think ironically like the Kindred as well, who can
Yeah.
get over walls, that kind of thing, and just kite the Mundo out, then suddenly they become worthless. This tank just sits there in the jungle and power farms if you pick an invading jungler who can contest them constantly, or a similar power farmer, something like the Hecarim that can actually battle with them in team fights. I'm not going to pretend I know the Mundo jungle matchups, by the way, but these are just propositions that maybe Striker will kick down when we get into a game, but it's always good to theorize how we might see IST try and attack that jungle pool.
Yeah, exactly. But it is all theory at the end of the day. It depends on exactly what both teams have in mind to draft. Who knows? There might be stuff that isn't on the OPGGs, aren't on the so-called champion pools, because these there are a few champions, of course, that are given to us by the players. This is what they say they're most proficient on. This is what they say their pocket picks are. But
Their
you never know. The
favorite.
secret tech
That's the
might
key
be pulled
phrasing.
out.
It's favorite champion. I could say that my favorite champion is Ivan, but I've only played mid this split. Doesn't mean that it's not the case, right? Like at the end of the day, you could try and sell people down the river with that information, and I feel like, to be fair, the footage exists of Kit playing the game. We've seen them do it for multiple years now, so there's no excuses for not being ready for the kind of champions they're going to pull out. We saw it last game. The Jack's taken away immediately. We don't want Gentleman Hero playing that. We want to be picking something that doesn't have a good answer into that. To be fair, they ended up going down to the Aatrox after that, so that still didn't end up having too good of a time. But you get the point. You know what these players want to do because it's so well known.
That's it. But sometimes, even if it's well known for a reason, and I think
Yeah.
Kit has a pretty big reason behind it. I mean, you can go off results based analysis completely, but I feel like the results are there to prove it, and only time will tell. Only this game result will tell in due course to see whether Portugal can get the. I guess we might as well make it an upset at this point, given how dominant it was game one.
I mean, it would be an upset with Kit not dropping an entire game last year at the tournament. I feel like any losses right now would be an upset for them because it would be the first time they've lost in 2 years, right? Because they
Yeah.
still won the year before that, but they did end up dropping 2 games. Let me quickly grab who that was against for you right now. I know that one of them was against Bristol. Let's go Bristol. And then the other one was against Belgium's EPHEC, EPHEC. There was a lot longer name that followed that, but nonetheless, it's something that we should point out that maybe we could see something from Portugal because when we look at the historic title holders of UEM, Germany and Portugal are two of the ones that have had it multiple times over.
It's the name of the game. They have won a lot. Before Kit's reign as the dominant team of UEM, it was the University of Porto beforehand for quite some years. But right now, that roster's gone, and we have IST in their place, seeing if they can, I guess, retrieve the legacy of their
Yeah.
country.
I feel like it's almost like when you compare it to the Worlds, the Chinese takeover of the
Yes.
tournament with Korea falling to the wayside and only really getting that jump back up there with Damwon in recent years. Obviously, we all talk about how good T1 was at Worlds last year, but didn't end up winning, so it doesn't end up mattering.
Yeah, I mean, EDG ended up clutching out the game five there, and that one was a hell of a series. If you did not watch it, I would highly recommend doing it,
Man,
but only after the UEM broadcast, of course, because we have some more exciting games to come. But no, LPL, LCK. I mean, all major regions. It's been pretty good to watch them. Playoffs
can I
on the
tell you about an
horizon.
anecdote for that final?
Go on.
So, while we're waiting for this game to get started, not literally while I was waiting for this game, I would be a bit of a wizard if I predicted that I was be casting this game that many months down the line. But when there was the World Finals, I was like, I want to have a watch party with people. So,
Yeah.
I had people over, but they were all across the country, so
Hmm.
did their tests, all that kind of stuff. They got their trains down, but they were late, some of them. So we ended up waiting, paused the stream, We sit down, we start watching the stream. It's a 5-game banger series, obviously. We get to game 3, and then for some reason, on YouTube, is what we're watching on, as the stream ends, because game 5 is finished and they've done the whole ceremony, none of us know, none of us have been watching, the stream cuts it from where we are in, basically halfway through the games, to the final end of the stream, and at the end of the stream, obviously, you want to celebrate the world's winners. So all we see is we unpause the game to watch what looked like Damwon about to take the series 2-1 and get a very dominant
Yeah.
performance, and then we just see EDG lifting the cup. And it's like, well, I guess we know what happens now.
Yeah, because I remember watching the series with people, and Dahlman was looking so good in the middle of the BO5.
They had it. It looked like it was going to be an easy sweep for them.
Oh,
But no, not allowed that.
that's a killer.
First properly, well, I think that is the first 5-game
Yeah.
World Finals we've had in a long time. Did we have one? I'm thinking of the semi-final that was a banger, but I don't remember if we had a 5-game finals. I feel like we have, but at very least, we had a 4-game the previous year.
I don't know what 2017 was. Off the top of my head.
2017 was SKT,
Like how many games
Samsung,
it was.
and I think that was 5, actually. I think you're right there. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's been a while. We had 3 years of 3-0 stomps, where Europe was on the receiving end of that one, unfortunately.
Suning took 1 game from Dahlman, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, then we had that one at the end of it. So at least here, we can hope that Kit are gracious and give us some kind of wins for other teams to at least make the tournament look competitive. That would be nice, as IST are still waiting to get ready for that one. Just keep everybody posted. We are just waiting for that game to get started. Everybody got to get into the lobby. Obviously, it wasn't the game we're expecting, so we just got to make sure that people are ready to go. The wins and losses of having Kit being as hyper-dominant as they are.
I mean, on the one hand, it is promising for future European talent if you're dominating at this level enough. I mean, we literally have seen the fact that a previous member of this team, Taewon, literally cannot play because he's playing at too high of a level even for this tournament, because it's Division 1, it's just a step before LEC in the European League. I mean, if anything, it just goes to show that this tournament can set the standard for future European talent to see on stage.
And that is the thing that Europe has been known for so many years. Humanoid players like this all rising up throughout the European scene, and now we get to see the very start of it with that Dr. Mundo ban, oddly enough.
There it is, no doctor for Striker right there, and very deservedly so after his performance. And that's the Viego taken away. Don't want any sort of variation there. Tafe is a player that has experience on the champion, and I'll say it again, Viego is Viego.
I find that curious, actually banning the Kassadin themselves when they are innately somebody who has Kassadin as one of their favourite players in the favourite champions in the mid lane. I'm curious to figure out what that sets up for. Potentially a Kayle pick is something else they are renowned for, as we do get both of those missed champions banned away, Gwen being the second one, as there is a big amount of Gwen games on the jungler tape.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of a flex between the top and the mid lane, both of them having played that champion a little bit, and that's the other pocket pick for Striker. Getting kicked down, doesn't have the ability to play either of his favourite champions.
Gentleman Hero does, though, with the Jack still open, the Fiora we saw last game, and the thing is I'm looking at thinking, well, their red side, they have R3 and R5 to just lock in a top laner and ban away counters, as that is a hearty amount of jungle focus down. A lot of respect going over to Tafe from the Kit squad. Time to find out how Portugal want to open up this draft. Obviously, things like the Hecarim are still open, all the ADCs are still open.
Oh boy.
We will get the Jinx. Yep, it is that one from Arcane once again.
I can love Jinx. We're seeing it again. I mean, I have to say it every time, as it is the most ridiculous statistic. It's like over 300. It must be like 350 plus now at this point in International League of Legends. It is, the presence of this champion is so uncanny, to say the
Only
least.
really matched by that of Aphelios and partially Zarya. Most of those are bans. That's the Shyvana.
We actually see it again.
We do get to see it again, and as I recall, I'm pretty sure that Striker is a Bruiser Shyvana player over the AP variant. We'll have to find out as the draft goes through, with that Jhin just locked in to take the weak side into bottom lane. it's almost like we saw this coming from a mile away. Curious to see if IST did as well, and what they have in answer to it, because now is likely the time where you want to pick up a support and a counter jungler. But then there is the issue where top lane is likely to be focused out, similar to what we saw in the last game as... Okay.
Well, take away the cat from Cat RL. I guess that's one way of saying it. Well, I know that you're a Yuumi main, but I'm going to do it better. Pairing it with the Jinx, something that Yuumi can do is just really facilitate champions later on in the game just by sticking onto them, giving them stats and bonus healing. But it's about getting to that point. And I mean, Hecarim's not a bad champion to pair with it.
I agree with that in isolation, but I wouldn't say that Jinx Yumi is exactly something we see often or realistically ever. It's not exactly a pairing because both of them are scaling laners who, paired with the right thing, can be very dominant, like the Ezreal Yumi can get a lot of poke down, but also just never die in the lane, or the Jinx plus basically anything that isn't Yumi can perform very well in the lane itself. As now,
oh, here we go
the
again.
Fiora locked in, I expect to see Germany ban out top laners that can be a nuisance for that. We'll probably see a repeat of the Poppy Vex bans here. And then on the other side, I would hope they're going to be focusing out, well, you'd imagine support champion pool, because that's the one avenue where you can still really try and sway the matchup in your favor.
That is something that you definitely want. I mean, Jhin, generally seen as the weak side laner, being able to provide support between Deadly Flourish and Curtain Call, along with Fourth Shot and a Rapid Fire can later down the line, but can actually be a really potent laner in his own right when paired with aggressive supports, because his early damage is actually quite significant, and he has the route to follow up on the CC. As the Malphite gets knocked away, that is something that is not particularly fun for both Striker and Redeemed, especially if Striker is also going to be playing the Bruiser Shyvana.
That is very respectful, actually, taking the victor away from that one, instead saying, all right, Redeemed had a killer game on it last time around, and obviously they were fed up a little bit, but you do not want to be having a champion that could just guarantee mid-priority after a certain point when you have the Shyvana. Very good power farmer, and also getting priority around those dragons is going to be important, as we do see the Zilean taken away as presumably a mid lane ban, because you would imagine that Zilean plus Hecarim, very scary. Zilean plus Jinx, also very scary. And having the Yuumi to heal up Bebe that doesn't get downed by your burst is going to be key. We do get that Karma that was hovered by Kit banned away now in the last part of the rotation. And it's got to be a support here. Surely you just lock in support and then leave Redeemed for counter pick.
Giving Redeemed the counter. Redeemed looked amazing last game. Obviously did get quite a few resources given to him early on by the botched gank, and that is pretty significant for Victor given the upgrades, but still look very good. That is a Sona, and
I was expecting like a Nautilus.
That could go mid.
Technically, yes, we did see Nuke Duck do it, but I don't think it will be. So one of the reasons for Sona is that she is in answer to Yuumi in the sense of she matches in the healing, and oddly enough, Yuumi doesn't exert any pressure in the lane phase in most circumstances, so all that poke that Yuumi throws out, Sona can match the healing. And also, she is an actual champion in the lane, so she can match with poke with the Jhin. It's decent facilitating, and will provide a, well, both of these two are basically like a health pack as the game goes on for their own team.
Currently looking at the Gragas hover, and that does get locked in. I suppose a vacuum neutralizer versus the Fiora in the top side, and oh my, yeah, okay, IST really want to scale.
I feel like when you're looking against a team that doesn't have that many good acceleration tools, it makes a lot of sense, because the Jhin, good facilitator, but the Shyvana, most telegraph diving in the game, you know, because she has the Fury bar, when she can actually ult at you aggressively. The Fiora will have to see what some of them end up taking this game, as they'll pivot it over to a Corki. Alright, we do get scaling City. I feel like I would be beyond shocked if Kit make another 20-minute game out of this one.
Yeah, a little bit of Resident Sleeper in the mid lane, sadly, but I mean, farm it up, you get the win at the end of the day if that's the game plan, but 20-minute win, sub 20 with a Corki Sona game,
Not happening,
that would be a miracle. I feel like that would be a miracle. Something would have had to gone drastically wrong for them to be able to run it back in such a dominating fashion.
Okay, so getting general pictures of both of these comps, I don't think this is a domination either way, because everybody, short of top lane, has just said, Put the arms back. I'll see you at 30 minutes, 3 items. Let's go. Take it nice and easy. Everybody chill out for the foreseeable future, and then we'll actually start fighting. Obviously, there are tools to get proactive, particularly past level 6. Both of those junglers have unstoppable ultimates that can do a good job there. But for me, in the top lane, is realistically the only actual lane that can get anything done on its own, because everywhere else needs jungle facilitation for gangster, well, for kills to go down.
Yep, what do you have in mid lane? I suppose you have Cage if you manage to land it. For IST, I mean, top, yeah, Gragas has it set up, but the problem is that Fiora can parry that if you're skilled enough with the timing, and then bot side, well, I got nothing.
Yeah, Jinson is not exactly going to be fishing for kills, at least until 6. Post 6, you can maybe argue it because the Yuumi is going to be, again, not that useful in the lane. She needs a bit of itemization before she becomes the absolute monster that everybody hates to play against on their own. So, as we are getting ready to hop into this game, get your pillows, get ready for a nice little nap for the early game. Saying that, it is kit at the end of the day, so maybe we get something completely shocking, and we might see them just try and pivot it into an early game win.
Yeah, make sure you set your alarms as well, because I don't think it's going to be a nap for the whole duration of the game. Although we do have the Predator on the Vigar, something that we do see quite often on this champion for the ability to be able to make some roams more effectively and get those cages for the CC and the kill.
We have 2 tiers and a cull to open up the game, along with longswords on both ADCs. I have never seen such just mutual understanding of a game state. Like, see you at level 6, my guy. I'm going to farm. It's going to be all about min-maxing that CS, the XP gain. If we could get a bit more of that in the opposition, that is going to be where it really matters. And so the only objective that we should be caring about is going to be the dragons, because there's a Shyvana in the game again.
That is it. Massive priority for both teams, and when you have scaling picks, you have Corki, you have Vigar, you have the Fiora, you have the Jinx. Dragon stacking is paramount to being able to get these later advantages in your fights because it's a scaling objective.
This will be the game we get Cloud Soul.
Yeah, I swear.
This is going to be the time around, as in the mid lane we do have the first strike on redeemed for the Corki. Obviously means they can farm up a bit extra gold than would otherwise be possible. And then on the other side, it's a Vigar, so they can farm up AP, where it would otherwise not be possible for other champions. So, this is actually just going to be like a resource management game, is the better way to look at this one. We are playing a bit of Farmville live on stream right now.
Farming Simulator, who can play it better? That is the name of the game today. And CS scores and various other metrics for determining gold and XP advantages are going to be what you want to look at, as Gentleman Hero is just forcing Prometheus out of the wave, kind of what you'd expect at level 2.
This is the thing with the Fiora, and why I expected only the top lane to be the real avenue of aggression, because with this Fiora, Gentleman Hero is obviously extremely proficient. Gragas is not an uncommon matchup, so you don't really get the, I'll say, cheese value playing against them, and it won't be until this Gragas is stacked up and started to get towards the first item that they'll actually be able to shrug off the Fiora, and even then, it's true damage, so more so about trying to poke them down without getting attacked and letting Hero stack up those grass procs than anything else.
There is Prometheus trying to freeze the wave here. Gonna take a lot of damage, but Gragas passive does allow him to heal up a little bit. And this is a much better wave state to be in than on the other side, but you are getting low, so gotta be careful.
Alright, redeemed. Getting quite aggressive here, but not getting caught out in the cage. It's gonna be an even trade back and forth. As far as junglers go, if Striker manages to get a gank off pre-6, then I will be astounded. I know we had an amazing Shyvana performance the other day, but that was because they really fought in the river when the enemy team came to them. It wasn't necessarily the jungler actually getting aggressive onto the enemy team with the Shyvana. As we do have an invade looking like it's coming down from Tafe here, finding their jungle counterpart and just being a nuisance.
Yeah. Interrupting the back, stopping Striker from having the tempo reset, delaying that a little bit. And should just take his own here, position in the bot side just in case something goes south, but we'll get the recall off.
You see the ping though, because you see the enemy jungler with only 24 CS, you have 28, you know that is 100% the Scuttle Crab that's still up. So I'm curious to see if Gentleman Hero will come down and contest that one on the Fiora. They do have as much lane prio as they want. Prometheus going to do their best to sustain back up and try and just avoid interaction for this
Oh,
reason.
really nice parry, but that's the vital. And with the flash available, that might be the kill. Gentleman Hero picks up the first blood. Flash away from the turret. Wow.
That's why you don't want to interact with the Fioras, Grangus, because your one piece of CC that enables you to instantly get the phase rush and waddle away is very, very telegraphed. So no
Pops
flash.
the ghost. He's looking for it. Doesn't have a flash. Can Gentleman Hero get out of this one? Tafe doesn't have a huge amount of damage, but Striker is here as well to match it. Prometheus gets back. Body slam away. Allows Tafe to stay alive for the time being. But importantly, Gentleman Hero does survive.
Ghost burnt for flashes there. Summoner-wise, it is going to be a lot. But as we take a look at the jungle CSing, again, that was Striker. Not really taking any path away. They're going to continue to efficiently power farm through. And they're going to be in front of that dragon faster than Tafe. Tafe is a Hecker and Pre-6. They cannot get into that pit without a blast cone. So I see a very realistic world here where Matthew and Cat IRL just shove out bot lane. Redeemed continues to just trade like this in mid. And then they get a free dragon starting off the stacking. And it's a Cloud Dragon first, so there can't even be a Cloud Soul this game.
And now you know that those dragons are really important for this game because the Cloud Soul was completely off the table, which means that Dragon Soul, that is not actually a win condition. It's not there. It's not present, non-existent.
Priority in mid right now for Redeemed, as we expected. Level 6 is picked up for the Corki, so the lane is going to become a lot easier for them, as long as they can save that Valkyrie to avoid any engages from the completely out of mana Vigar, I might say. Ooh.
Massive chompers there, catching out Cat RL, having to flash away. Striker is here, getting very, very low.
Corki Prio, though. Vigar has the TP, but it's not unleashed, so they can't get here before it matters. It will just be a clean dragon collection there. Yes, you have to use some summon, well, all summoners on the bot lane, so not exactly the start you'd like to see to that lane, but they're weak side at the end of the day. So until we see Tafe down here with the Unstoppable Onslaught, we are not going to get any much of a fear factor for bot.
Yeah, if anything, all this means that later on you might be able to stack more of the same dragon depending on what it is. Tafe now looking for a gank in the bot side, but I do think Kit are a little bit far up.
They're only level 5 though. I don't know what Tafe wants to do here in isolation. It has to be Matthew and Cat RL getting very aggressive. They are completely out of summoners, so if they do step up, there's always the free knockback, and it would be resulting into a free Chompers.
Don't know he's there yet, gonna pop out of vision for the time being, but the Chompers hits the root onto Matthew. Pires getting very low, but they will pick up the kill. Tafe gets one, and that is some gold in their back pocket.
Credit over to Tafe, who in this farming matchup has managed to stay even and simultaneously have much more gank threat. Obviously, we know the Shyvana can't offer much pre-6, but that is good that we've still seen at least the pushing of the avenue from the Hecarim. Oh, golly, this is certainly something to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Gentleman Hero literally just... I'm gonna sit on the tower, I don't mind. I'm gonna make sure I get my plate. You don't threaten me at all. You're just a fat man currently with a cask. That's all you are to me.
Striker gets both. They managed to get out with both the blue buff and the Gromp, taking that CS equalization and turning it into a benefit.
Having to flash away, still getting very low. Dodges away from the rocket. Now Redeemed might actually be in trouble, having to flash. Onslaught of Shadows to follow.
Ooh.
Tafe picks up another one.
Okay, IST, you are getting stuff done. Striker going in, but you know the Gragas is here.
He does have the ultimate, gonna cut Striker's escape, and Tafe gets 3 kills. 8 minutes in, this is looking like a very different matchup to last game.
I would be scared. You have opted for full-on scaling, and you are against a 3-kill Hecarim, one of the most terrifying junglers with resources in the early game. As we do see they've gone for the Bami Cinder, so this is going to be the Chem Tank build. When you have the Yuumi, just becoming a bit more tanky is going to be, well, absurd to deal with, to say the least. You don't really have people you want to be trading with in melee, so I like the logic. It's all fine there. And now, they are rewarded getting to go back to their camps and equalize, or at very least try and catch up to Striker. Can we take a quick look at the gold?
Yep,
Okay,
there it is.
top gap right there. This is Gentleman Heroes Fiora, everybody. They are 1k gold up with only a solitary kill because they have zoned 30 CS away from their opposition. And take a look down to that jungle. It is only equal because of the kills. If you take that gold away, then suddenly it becomes a lot more Striker favored. But good stuff so far from the Portugal squad. I get scared every time we pan up the camera to top lane because I just expect it to be Hero popping
It's
the
the
ultimate.
fear from the Zeri last game getting deleted.
I know we're in the early game and that damage isn't here yet, but it is something that I just believe in Gentleman Heroes Fiora, oddly enough. It's something they've played for years and something that they have dominated on for years.
It reminds me of that clip of Wonder playing in the Chinese Super Server boot camp for Worlds and playing Shen on the tower, getting popped in like less than a second by some Fiora one trick.
That's Fiora. If you are a good Fiora, there is really not much else. There is a reason she is the Grand Duelist and top lane loves a bit of dueling. Because there's nothing else you can do. If you are set with a bad matchup into this top lane, well, into top lane full stop, not this one in particular, this is a good example of it though, then it is so irritating for your jungler or your support, the two main facilitators of the early game, to come up and help you. You can't get bailed out easily, and if you're not a carry, which obviously a Gragas isn't, then it's really inefficient for you to dedicate resources up there when you could be snowballing a Jinx, snowballing a Veigar, or just trying to power farm like Striker has been.
Well, Heroes with the light advantage this early on. CS does have the cull, so later on that should amount to a little bit more than it currently has. And we're back to the Farm Fest, although I will say, Dragon, that's going to be up in about a minute, if I'm not mistaken. So, there is that. Oh, less than that. There you go.
Every time. Hero just crashes a big wave, gets a tower plate off the Demolish. It's so irritating if you are Prometheus, because you're either getting the wave frozen on you on the other side of the lane, or you're... Oh, hold on, this is aggressive.
Taking the trade.
So
Don't think you
8.
win this one, though.
Yeah, Shyvana hurts. If you are not burning ultimate and trying to burst them out, Striker does a lot of damage. They've not got the bulk yet, but they still have all the components, and that is enough to really chunk people out.
Problem is here is that as I see, you don't actually have any setup, but Striker's just looking for the kill onto Simoid.
That's going to be the ultimate down, though, like you say. Do not have an easy escape. They will have to burn Flash Baby goes on them, but also if Striker does not get on this dragon soon, they will not be able to sustain that fury. If you're auto-attacking, you're keeping the dragon form up. They are not currently, so if they go for this objective right here, they will be doing it as regular old Shyvana, a lot less intimidating, as we now see IST pivoting, looking over here.
Problem is, they still have to walk into the pit, and there is a man on a helicopter right there who's firing rockets at you. And they do get the Drake. It will be Mountain Soul. And that is something.
I think that is... Okay, so the two people that hate this the most will be Semide and Matthew. And that's because both the Veigar and the Jhin are very, very burst reliant, particularly in the late game when they go for their combos onto a single target. It is almost definitely enough to kill. Veigar, at 2 items, can pop an ADC, and really pop any squishy for that matter if you don't have a Hex Drinker. So, I would say this is going to be a very high priority to keep those champions enabled. The Jinx and the Corki don't mind so much, because Corki can poke off the shield, and as long as they're constantly poking down, it's okay. And then on the other side... Oh, hold on.
Wow, he's just going to pull the trigger onto this one. Yuumi, ult last chapter, comes out. Karel dodges away from it. Tafe going to get snared, and that's the play.
Okay, nothing too decisive either way. Very difficult for Tafe to repeat that play, but Striker has the Rift Herald. It is a 3-plate turret, and there was a solo kill in the mid lane by Redeem, by the way.
Wow.
Be very excited to see how that happened in the replay post-game, because now we have Striker going to escort this top in. Cast clearing the wave, but with Demolish, this tower's gone.
Okay, Prometheus goes in,
Right. So, I think what the logic was there is that if you can kill Gentleman Hero before the Demolish goes off, Shyvana's W will aggro the tower, and then you might be able to get the double kill, and that completely swings the lane. That didn't happen, so it looks bad.
Gentleman Hero's out, mana flashes over. You do have the ult, but decides not to follow, killing the Rift Herald instead. You know Striker's still around.
Chasing forward, you are down a level. They get him.
They have the ward, they had the vision, and that's the kill. Gonna go over to Yumi instead. That is the Ignite tick going there. Not what you want the goal to be on, but it's best that you get the kill rather than not getting it.
I was going to say you'd be a lot more upset if you invest the Hecarim ultimate and you don't get anything there. Knowing, though, that this is a Jinx on their own, KRL walking extremely aggressively in this lane. They have got the Crescendo available, and with Jhin, a flash Crescendo should lead into a lot of CC. You do have the cleanse on the Jinx to try and avoid it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you get away from the play. Ouch.
Posturing. Alright.
Oh, they died. Yep.
Ah.
There we go. You see the cleanse was invested exactly as predicted.
Yet again, managed to curse Perez's fate right there. How do you feel?
I'm okay with it. It means that I was correct, so that's all right. As Semite is just dead.
However,
It's
Prometheus
absolutely
looking to
nothing.
get it. Predator in from the Vigar earlier. I imagine it was just coming late. I don't know why visually that was happening. Tafe getting another kill.
It's tough, because it's good to have your money going over to the Hecarim, but you really would like the Vigar to be ahead, because overall, his ability to burst out the Corki and the Jhin needs to come a bit earlier rather than later, as the biggest issue is Hexdrinker is so good right now, Corki and Jhin can build it, and the amount of shielding you get off of that is absolutely cracked. The example I always use is a Jhin with a Hexdrinker basically gets a full health bar.
Yep.
Hold on. Well, it's the Morph particularly, but I keep saying Hexdrinker just because
Yeah, it's the Morbs as
to
the
recognize.
higher AD ratio. I mean, you get some. It's obscene numbers if you haven't seen it before. It's the same
no.
for Death Stance if you decide to build it. But Gentleman Hero, going for another one. Prometheus, man, the man is just constantly solo killing people.
And it only gets worse, I would say, here, because Prometheus finishes the Everfrost, but, I mean, all of Gragas' CC is very telegraphed, and so is the Everfrost. As now, this game is looking a lot more as expected. You don't need the scaling to come online when you've got Gentleman Heroes Fiora. They are sieging an Inhib tower on their own, as the rest of the team, after that kill onto mid lane, is being allowed to access tower. Dragon up in 40, Striker equal level, but up in CS, got the Blade, the Rune King going to be coming back for that Dragon, and then back on the power farm.
Yeah, taking the tempo, making sure they have the time to set up adequate vision for this pit because it's Mountain Soul. You really need these dragons, and Tafe is looking to get a pick before it happens. That's a huge amount of damage onto KRL. And Flash away with the Crescendo, manages to stay alive. Rocket not able to get the kill.
Last second heal really tops him up and keeps that one okay, as we actually see the Chemtech Putrefier. First item for this Sona. It's going to mean that your Yumi is extremely weakened.
Prometheus gets caught out, immediately gets popped. Perez with the package. Managing to live for the time being, but Gentleman Hero is there to pick that one up. And everyone is dropping on Portugal. Feels bad, man.
This team is so good from Kit. Every single turn. And that whole time, Striker didn't even need to get involved. They're just going for the Dragon. Oh, this Vigar's got to get out. The base isn't going to be able to go through. Oh,
Okay,
slow.
I'm not sure. I feel
That's
like
it.
you might have had the time. Your best option could have just been trying to go for the base there. But nope, Gentleman Hero gets another one, takes another life. And at this point, I feel like you might have to ban this Fiora.
Surely, right? You can't leave it through if it's done this twice in a row. And the worst part is they're picking it first rotation. So that's the biggest thing. With Fiora, it's one of those champions you don't normally expect until the second rotation. I know they saw it in the first game, obviously, so you could say, well, you knew it was coming. But at the end of the day, it's a very disrespectful move to lock in a champion like this, when, in theory, you should be able to find answers. But we just haven't seen any answers yet that have worked.
So opting for the Hull Breaker this game, looking to continue pushing in the side lane. And I mean, at this point, I think you're just a little bit too strong in the XP and money department for IST to really be able to match you effectively without you being able to take somebody down with you.
Rift Herald now being aggroed. This will be timed up with the Baron after it, most likely. See no reason why, with your hyper-accelerated Shyvana, you have 2 ADCs and a Sona, you should be able to get that.
And here's that side lane TP in from Redeemed to try and rescue the play. However, Redeemed is going to be the one taking all the damage as he comes down, flash away. Tafe looking for that one. And Gentleman Hero is still alive.
I mean, they're
And
walking out, but
actually might be able to get out. The resistance from the Hull Breaker giving him so hard to kill. Look at how much damage Prometheus is dealing to him.
he's not been able to proc a Vital for a little while. He gets one, and it's a lot of health, but it's just buying time, but there's nothing else happening. Your team secured the Rift Herald, and they're walking it down, but until they manage to get to a tower, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, runs out of mana, and...
Oh my god!
What is this? Gets the shutdown, Vigar gets the gold. At last, the hero goes down.
Actually, using plot armor, is that allowed in a tournament game? Because I feel like this is not very fair with the amount of time that took to die. Did they even have boots, actually, at that point? Because I know that they've not finished the boots, and I didn't pay attention to it being in the inventory.
I'm pretty sure Gentleman Hero had the tier 1 boots. It's just that the mana moon wasn't complete at the time in the inventory.
Yeah, and I feel like once that is complete, this game becomes very different, because that play, suddenly, every time they do throw out a Q to try and get a bit of move speed and escape out, they're actually chunking you, and you need to be very careful of the turn, even though they're completely and shouldn't have any right to do that. But now, anyway, we've got the massive gold injections going on to Tafe and Semide, which are the two players we were saying should be able to take it to kit and contest. Obviously, we've seen in the lane phase, Vigar hasn't been able to get it done, but now they are extremely close to a Rabadon's. Can we actually get an update on what that Vigar's AP is at the moment? Because I'll be very curious to find out. As big cast.
And Prometheus going for the engage. Tafe here to follow up. Onslaught of Shadows. Prometheus going to go down first. And...
JK, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That is what happens. The counter engage now coming out. Curtain called down onto the bot lane.
Striker. Going for the kill. Perez managing to get healed up a lot by the Yuumi.
Ooh,
Yuumi gonna pop out for a little bit, taking the damage, using the health bar to the best advantage, managing to keep Jinx alive for as long as possible, but no, they both go down in the end, and now Kit are sieging your base.
Ever so oppressive is that dragon on Striker. Semite, I don't know what you do here, because you got to get back in to defend your base. They don't have minions in right now. KRL getting put down to a fragment of a health bar, as Redeemed is just going for another solo kill on the mid laner.
How many times has that happened this game?
I would say more times than I'm wanting to count, and now the Nexus being taken. Once again, Kit, you know how we joked at the start of the game saying, wow, there's no way they can do this in under 20 minutes. Well, 22 isn't that far off on the scale of things.
I'm speechless. Because it looked really shaky early on. IST showed a lot of promise. The Hecarim was 4-0 at one point.
Yeah.
You had the advantage and you were a scaling roster. That was looking really good. And then Kit just somehow magically turns the game.
I will reveal the curtain for you and tell you what the magic was. Solo lanes. It was just the solo lanes performing so well. Gentleman Hero was never behind in that top lane. They were building up thousands of gold lead on their own for the majority of it. And then in the mid lane, we saw Redeemed somehow getting solo kills on the Corki into the Vigar. Every time that we panned over, it was just happening way too quickly. The Corki burst with that first strike quite a lot. All they needed was the first item without even the full mirror mana completion. Insanity from this squad, who are looking as dominant as expected, but somehow still making it look impressive.
And at the end of the day, props to Portugal though, because in the early game, it was not that dominant. You had people like Striker dying on botched gangs, and Tafe, the amount of pressure he did end up putting out on this Hecarim. And remember, this is your substitute jungler in many senses, so maybe with a slightly different roster, you could even be performing better than you currently have been.
So we've got our replays ready. Let's take a look, because we can actually start to set the tone for how IST made Kit bleed throughout that game. And it looked competitive for times, but every time we look up to this top lane, you know it's going to end poorly. You don't need to remember the play, because you know that it's just stuff like this. It was example of why the Gragas can't answer the Fiora when they are on par with those parries. Very nicely done. Nearly a return kill, but the Flash not able to save them. And this was one of those moments where we saw TAFE way better off than Striker. And the thing is, this was after level 6. And I would say, yeah, this was definitely a blunder from Striker at the end of the day, knowing that Prometheus was there, or at very least not considering it if they didn't know, but there was the control wall on the way, so a bit greedy, we'll say, from Kit. They still managed to come back and do things like this, where, well,
No,
okay, you
it's
see the
here
idea,
we go.
right? You
Here we
see the
go.
idea. It makes
Yeah.
complete sense what he's trying to do. He wants to burst the Fiora. He just doesn't have the damage. He hits the Shyvana instead, and so it's all just gone kaput.
Yep. You just have to recognize that you don't actually have the ability to be able to do that, but sometimes it's hard to see in the moment. Once again, Gentleman Hero
Yeah, we
just
didn't get to see this fully,
dominating.
but it was
Mm-hmm.
a fatality, to say the least. It was just continuous aggression from the Fiora, and now with the just package play coming out here, this was an insane burst, and the fact that they managed to get away from the end of this, it was just everybody being kept at arm's length from the IST squad. Tough. At least we saw that Kit can bleed, right? They can be beaten in the early game. They can make mistakes, and that is important to see, because if you don't know that and you just assume that they are unkillable, unassailable, this team just cannot lose unless they choose to, well, at least you know that now. Maybe if you get rid of Fiora, it's a different story, because across the rest of the map, there were areas where there were punish available. There was issues.
And we saw one way that IST managed to do that, and that was through jungle proactivity. This game, Striker picks something a little bit more passive in the Shyvana, and TAFE just goes around making the ganks, making the counter ganks, and that ends up getting them a really sizable early game advantage. Sadly, a lot of the gold did go into Hecarim, which is, yes, Hecarim wants some gold, but you want to split it amongst the rest of your team. But that worked quite well, actually.
And do I think that Kit are going to drop a game for the rest of the day? No. But at least now, after the day is done, teams will be able to sit back and look at the VODs, go back and say, okay, here's how we lost to them. It was off of the back of this solo lane power and a farming jungler that made themselves visible when required. How can we try and punish that? What can we actually do in the solo lanes to facilitate it? Is it a case where we pick a Ezreal with a Pike? Something like that. A champion that shouldn't be able to die on their own in the bot lane? Or do people start to adopt different strategies, like maybe pulling out the Bard we thought could happen this game, as opposed to try and take away Cat IRL's Yuumi? And that might have been something that could have pivoted this, because having that additional pressure from the Bard means that Gentleman Hero can't look for those tower dives, can't look for such aggressive plays. And then in the mid lane, maybe that helps you get your Veigar up to the Rabadons, and after a point, if you don't get that early more Malmortius, then Veigar just one-shots you anyway. So that is something that, as the week goes on, and as we wait until the second half of this round robin, then Kit might have a challenge coming.
Only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. Just stay tuned and keep up on the standings to see exactly whether Kit can be taken down and to what extent. That's the key here. Keep up with UEM. We've already shown yesterday that Group A is a massively competitive group. This one, maybe there's a gap between Kit and the rest, but we have yet to see the rest of the group come to meet each other. So maybe we'll get a little bit more contextual information regarding the level Group B.
And just to update everybody on Group A yesterday, because we did have it as a outstanding game that hadn't finished yet. It was Uligad versus Bristol Warriors. Uligad managed to take that one away, leaving us with the 4-0 Bobcats, followed by Uligad in second. All three of the other teams are tied at 1 and 3. And that means that if we take a look over there, there's the potential for multiple groups to be looking at 8-0s. Maybe. We'll have to see if Bobcats can keep that card dominance up. But if so, that really goes to show that there is a challenger, at least one. We've only seen, what, less than half the team's players of current, not including Abo that comes through the last chance qualifier. So there are plenty more opportunities for teams to make their mark on the league. Even in this group, we still have multiple teams left to show, and I'm very excited to see what the rest of them have to offer.
Exactly that. There's a lot of stuff we haven't seen. We have the Spanish seed in Brave still yet to play, and of course the Belgian team as well, which, if I'm not mistaken, is actually like one of the biggest French-speaking universities in the country as well. So,
Yup.
some big names actually.
And I think that potentially that Belgium team might be able to offer one of those challenges over to Kit. don't think we have that game in particular on stream, but we'll have to keep an eye out on the standings as the games happen in the background. I'm pretty happy to go to break and then lay down from the kit hangover, continue their any percent speedrun.
Yeah, stay tuned. And in the meantime, I mean, taking a break, good time to check out our sponsors, Twitch Student and Intel. Go and look them up. Got some good stuff. Hello again, we're back with the 2022 split for the Amazon University Esports Master powered by Intel and Twitch Student. Hope you check them out during the break. Again, Melvin Isle and myself, Takua, and it's the third game of today between Braves, the Spanish first seed, and Portugal.
I saw IST play, which, it was against Kit, so we can't say it was a defining performance, but they at least managed to make the gods bleed, which was impressive across the board. We saw TAFE playing that Hecarim in the jungle as the real focal point for the squad, and I think it just left us with more questions to see what this squad looks like a more evener position, something that doesn't have Gentleman Heroes Fiora in the top lane.
That would help, and I do hope that the next time that any team matches up against Kit, they give him a little bit of a respect and eliminate that one from play, please.
Yeah, it's not one that we. While it is good to see for us as casters, but it's not very good to see for competition purposes. We don't need to see the freeload that pick is generating for them. As now, we have got IST looking to try and bounce back from that first loss, as you would expect, considering the opposition. But let's hop into the roster for IST, and we can give everybody a little bit of a recap for people that didn't see the speed run in the previous game. We do have reminder that we have TAFE in the jungle, not Warrior Pepe for today.
Yep. Still here with TAFE, but TAFE performed beautifully last game, was the team's source of tempo and priority. Map pressure galore in the early game versus Kit, which is quite the achievement, I have to say. Just proving that IST are definitely a team that are playing to win.
And a reminder that we expected this to be a competition between the two teams last game because TAFE and Semide in the mid jungle are both ERL Div 2 players. They play against each other in the LP LoL, and that is something that we were hoping would translate over to equivalent competition. Maybe it was just champion pool. We'll have to see next time around. Hopefully we'll get to see the recap on stream. But right now, what we have is them facing off against a different team on the Rift. First time we'll get to see Braves on screen for us today. Take me through the Braves roster. Well,
the first thing I would like to mention about the Braves roster is that there are 3 Seraphine players, so Cayetano, Wika, and Cartamenio. All 3 of them have a little bit of Seraphine in their roster, and then Okanya and Nacho in the top side. Quite a lot of interesting picks, to say the least.
And before we talk about anything draft related, I'm going to preemptively apologize. I will do my best with these names. I have tried to practice them, and I am not very good. So I will do my absolute darndest to try and be respectful. So I'm just throwing out the apology now to not have to do it after every time I say a name. But exclusively carry top laners, I think, is the first angle we want to look towards. Because we saw Prometheus playing the Gragas last game, and it looked okay. I mean, it's hard to look good against Gentleman Top, but that means that we now need to see what they look like against a more even opponent. However, I'm seeing that they still play Fiora this game.
Yeah, Akanya is the other big Fiora player of the league. We have yet to see exactly how he will perform on the pick comparative to Gentleman Hero, so maybe in due course we might see the 2 of them match up versus each other. Only time will tell. And the main thing is that this team has, I think, a bit of a surprise factor in the sense that Wika is not necessarily mentioned on here. There is the Vigar, but the Seraphine, the Senna, and the Karthus are also in the pool.
And I think that potentially playing something like the Senna Karthus sounds like an absolutely terrifying bot lane. Be very curious to see what that is. But for me, the biggest concern for this team is that mid lane champion pool, where it is mainly just the Seraphine and the Corki, and then Vex, Syndra kind of facilitate on the side, the rest of them being much lesser compared to that, which makes you susceptible in the ban phase, because if the enemy team is scouted and had a look and said, wow, we can just play the Vigar and then take away some of the other ones, and suddenly we have nothing but good matchups.
That's it, and it's about making sure that you have this in draft, that advantage too. I mean, advantage is whether it's lane, just having good matchups. It's nice to have, absolutely that. I will also mention that Braves has a little bit of experience as a university, not necessarily the same team, but in UEM 2019, they did qualify, did not actually get out of groups unfortunately, but it does seem like the format was a little bit unfair given the amount of games that were played total.
So as far as it is, we're looking at the inexperienced team versus the inexperienced team, but TAFE. TAFE is the only person that is currently chopping in with actual experience for themselves. And while they didn't end up doing too much in their previous run at the tournament, they are hoping to change that this time around. Got a very powerful roster, what we've seen on paper. We just need to see both of these teams prove it on the server. And that is the most important part for me, because remember everybody, we're on patch 12.5. I like to say it every now and again to remind everybody we are not on 12.5b, which means when it comes down to those pick and ban priorities, we are still Jinx and Aphelios land. What was the thing you keep saying? Bat chest? I think that's the line, isn't it? The one from Arcane. But Zeri, we've seen it twice now. Hasn't done much in either game. I'm very curious to see if we do get that pop-off Zeri performance, particularly from weaker in this game on the Brave squad.
That's it. And Seraphine on 12.5, we mentioned the patch had a few little changes, mostly in terms of scaling, slightly weaker in terms of just being offensively strong in terms of the 4AP builds, and more towards the support shielding facilitator style that Seraphine also brings.
And when you consider the other carries that this team has, when you have people in the top lane that just play only carries for the Braves, and then on the jungle, obviously, heavy AD focus. I don't think we've really put a big question mark on that one, but it's Zed, Viego, these kind of AD champions. We don't see anything that's really screaming, oh, yeah, they got Diana. Like, we expect players to be able to go towards those kind of picks because of the level we're at, but we haven't seen it necessarily. And while that would normally be a big problem where enemies could look to ban you out, they have so many AD champions, and bot lane has a lot of scary APs is the main thing. Pulling out mages in the bot lane, very good for best of ones because you disrupt what the enemy's expectation is. It's something that you are very unlikely to have experience against, or at very least have much experience against. And it's kind of what we get to see, that wonderful mishmash of regional metas where we get to finally see a lot of teams challenged in ways that they haven't previously been.
And that's the beauty of this sort of level of League of Legends. It's a little bit different. The meta's there. It's definitely there. Don't deny it. We saw the Hecarim. We see the Jinx. We saw it last game. It's there because these picks are strong. But, as we mentioned, I mean, the Fiora, not necessarily out of meta, but, you know, not something you commonly see. These pocket picks are very important towards these teams, and it's just the way they play. You're not always practicing the meta, but you're also practicing stuff that you like to play and you think are good, and it works.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you win the game. If you take the W, that is all that people will see when they go back to look at the game. That is all we can see of Kit last split, of going, wow, they didn't lose a game. So, obviously, that's extremely impressive. And for these teams is going to be trying to, for at least IST, bounce back and get themselves in a decent position to contest that second place spot after the first round robin. And then for Braves, it is going to be trying to set themselves up. We've obviously tracked both of Kit's games so far, and brilliantly, we get to see the Braves play against Kit in the final game of the day with that Fiora versus Fiora matchup, so keep your eyes peeled based on how this game goes, because if they can take down IST, who made Kit bleed, and then do it in decisive fashion, we get to spend the rest of the day hyping up that game 5, because it's going to be a spicy one. Even if it doesn't go well, we still get to say that, well, there's going to be at least some weird champions coming down, and I'm very excited to see how this team looks to approach the draft, because when we're looking at yesterday, I think it was Ulugab was one of the teams that I was like, wow, this team has amazing approaches to draft. I like what they're doing. But Braves have unique approaches. That doesn't necessarily mean it's correct, but it definitely means it's new.
Although I will say that the mid is a little bit of an unknown, mostly just because of the play rate between the Seraphine and the Corki. If you take a look at the match history, it's LQ, both the Seraphine and Corki are hovering between 90 to about 125 games on the Seraphine specifically, compared to the next greatest, which is the Vex, on something like about 10 to 20. So the differential is drastic.
And you'll notice that across a lot of players, because at the end of the day, you play what wins you games, and you also play what you enjoy. So if you enjoy a champion that wins you games, why would you not spam that to absolute oblivion? And when it comes to professional, that's the only time now when we start to see that challenged, because if you are only able to play them, if you are a dirty one trick like myself, then you will be banned out and punished and lose the game. Now it's time to find out if these players have a lot more depth than obviously they do, because they made it here by winning their own tournament. So none of these players are going to be falling at the first hurdle, right? They've all made it over step one. Now it is this is new, we're in international play, we're against other winners, everybody here won something to be here, so we need to be able to match that skill, and we need to be able to actually try and think on an equal level, I suppose is the way to put it, because you can't underestimate anybody that makes it to an international tournament like this.
That's exactly that. Sometimes it's hard to remember this, especially today when we've had Kit pretty much wipe the floor with their opposition, and then you think, oh well, they're just so much ahead, they're just another level above, and it feels like these other teams aren't actually as skilled as they are in reality. It's just that for some reason Kit has a magical roster which has managed to succeed in past tournaments as well.
I wish I could remember the exact name of the team, because I was anecdotally just looking through the previous year's histories to see if there were any teams that made a splash that weren't Kit. And I saw that there was, I think it was in 2020, the team that was in second place in their group proceeded to completely dominate from the team that won the other group. Because oddly enough, they had been suppressed by the win rate of Kit. They were something like 8-2, and Kit was 10-0, and it's like, oh well, obviously we're not going to look as good, and then they just absolutely smash everybody else, because when you are looking against the best, everybody else looks poor by comparison. Now, we finally get to see a game without Kit in it, and we can hopefully get a very close match, so both of these teams can build up their confidence for one of them the rematch, and one of them the first match against Kit.
And for all you viewers out there, this is a great way of actually contextualizing the general level of this group, because right now, we haven't had that. We haven't had any contextual information because the information has been Kit. I know we talk a lot about Kit, but to be honest, it is the team that is the reigning champion, and they got to defend their title. This is the team to beat, and you just have to remember that.
And it also means that by going so ham on the Kit train, as soon as they end up losing a game, provided it happens, we get to then blow up and talk about how amazing that team is. If it's Braves later on today, if they lose a game off stream, then everybody's going to be sat there like, but how? In hushed tones, looking around. What did they do? We must learn from the Masters. And is it going to be an exception? Maybe. They went undefeated last year. They won the previous year, only dropping 2 games. They're trying to find another clean sweep. If we can avoid that, that'd be great for the drama factor, but if we don't, then we get to see one of the most dominant teams in any international tournament historically.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to draw parallels at this level, but still, it does sort of have these echoes of T1 during their periods crushing competition. Even right now, with their current roster in the LCK, as we talk, they're on the verge of going 18-0, having the perfect split. If they have not already, I can find out now. For those of you that are watching,
I wouldn't be surprised if they had. Maybe we get.
Yes, they have indeed. I have just had a look.
Excellent.
They made it. They made it happen. 100% win rate series. Big props to them.
Spoiler, by the way. But I feel like if people were going to know that, they've probably already known about it. I haven't opened Twitter, but I'm sure it's pasted over the wall at this point. There's nothing else you'll be seeing, except for this tournament right here. And that's where it's at, because we're still going. We got stuff to show. And we got a lot to show, because we need to see if any of these teams are going to be jumping in at that next level of play that we are really hoping to get from them.
Still 3 more teams. 3 more teams to go for the rest of the day. 3 more matches. And that's a lot of League of Legends, I would dare say. That's a lot of League of Legends. And we like League of Legends here on UEM. That is what we are about. We are here to watch and discuss and enjoy the game that is League of Legends, made by the small indie company Rito Games.
So, I think that it's about time that we cut our rambling short and start talking about something that isn't the game to come before the draft actually ensues, when we eventually get to that one. So what do you want to talk about as our next vamping topic while we wait for that to start?
So, I don't know. Honestly, I mentioned Rito, and I'm just saying, they announced the client changes actually.
I hadn't heard this. Please tell me.
Well, they're looking at doing a few things with the challenges integration, right? So it's making it look prettier, and I don't know if you've seen it, but the post game, the match history, the screen, like the stats, they're completely revamping that.
Okay, okay, I'm not against that. That's cool. I like that. I'm
But
still sad as a caster that they removed the match history website. That was
yeah,
an
that's.
invaluable tool for being able to go back. And
Hmm.
I got reminded of that this morning when I was like, okay, I kind of want to just quickly open up some of the match histories from last year and see what they did.
Hmm.
Womp womp. Couldn't do that. Website's gone. Sad. Unless
Yeah.
you had the screenshot, it's just not available.
Yeah, it's a bit of a. I imagine it's something internal. You can't necessarily keep up the system. Costs probably.
Pain.
Um, pain. Everyone, pain for everyone. That's just how it is. Although I've just been informed that we have 10 out of 10 players in lobby, and that Braves is blue side.
Okay, so when we look over to that top lane, it is going to be the question because we saw, obviously, in both the games today, very biased. We've had that Fiora picked on R3, and when you have, similarly in this game, Braves with a heavy carry player in the top lane against somebody on the other side like Prometheus who knows all the different kind of weird counter picks they have in pocket, maybe this is the game we get to see something like the Auric come out. Maybe we get to see the absolute cheese fiesta up in the top lane, where we get based carry against something that throws the meta to the side and says, no, actually, I much prefer to play this game instead.
I actually don't remember the last time I saw Yorick. I actually don't remember. He sort of faded into obscurity almost.
And he's one of those champions that hides in the shadows that, for good reason, you don't see often, but with Hullbreaker being really good right
It's
now,
just
still
good.
for melee champions, it is
Yep.
something that I wouldn't be surprised to see, and also I would be curious to see how teams contain it, because short of getting a Hextech Rift, it's very difficult to try and match the pressure and rotate around to stop a Yorick in the side lane.
Yeah, Yorick has that pressure mostly owing to his Q, the ghouls, and the Maiden, of course. The Maiden is so annoying in a side lane, though, because when you
Yep.
have something like a Hull Breaker on top of your Sheen Mythic, anyone trying to match you is sort of having to deal with two of you at once. In essence, it's just another health bar that's dealing damage. And that's not particularly fun when Hull Breaker's giving you a bunch of resistances.
Very true. As we're about to hop into the draft, here we go. Let's see what gets started off. Obviously, still the Prime ADCs available. We do get that Gwen instant Seraphine ban away. Three
I mean,
people very
come
sad
on.
for Braves. Like, it was going to happen.
I'd imagine it will be permabanned for the whole tournament because it's not only a triple flex, but it is a comfort pick for the mid laner, their most played champion of all time, as far as I can tell. So, multiple reasons to be getting rid of that champion, as
Ooh.
they're respecting Okanya's Fiora as well.
I mean, they just had a very upsetting game against Fiora, so why not get rid of it? If they're not confident with an answer for it for today, they might as well just write that off. Question is, though, will they ban away the Corki from the Braves and really pinch down on that mid lane pool? Because Zeri, still open. Very important one that I want to highlight here because it's something I imagine Spain would be looking towards as that's a Trundle ban. That sets up
Ooh.
for things like the Diego,
Okay.
potentially. That's one of the big ones. Obviously, Xin was the main countered champion by that Trundle. So we do get the Zeri choice.
Yeah, that is the Zeri. It is not the B patch, so Zeri is much stronger on this patch than otherwise. And there is the bear. Denied from
I guess
Prometheus.
that's a takeaway because, yeah, Prometheus in the top lane playing a lot of that. Tafe, obviously, it's a jungler by nature as the champion, so you could still take that away. But removing the Volibear from the champion pool, saying we are fine to use that to accelerate our jungle, does throw a bit of a spanner in the works, though, because a lot of the way we're expecting this Braves team to operate was AD mid, or sorry, AD jungle, and then AP everywhere else, basically. So now, I'm very curious to see where the AD source is coming from. I'm expecting something like the Camille or a Jace in the top lane, but in the first rotation, this is not the time to be looking at that.
Armor coming through again, really good early pick and draft because of the ability to be able to flex that to multiple lanes, top support, ADC, 4 roles, generally not picked as the ADC role unless your name is Reckless, and that is Xin coming through as the second one, pretty generally strong jungler.
Yeah, despite that nerf on the duration for the ultimate, it's not exactly going to do much to ruin it. Thing is, with the Volibear, they'll be able to win those early trades. For these two, it's a lot about who finds the other first, because if Volibear can get that W stacked up quickly, then they can win elongated fights, but otherwise Xin will just take it away with the Conqueror. As it is, oddly enough, the Corki we were talking about. They left it open, they didn't take it away. Will we see the Vigar into it again is my question, or is that another one of those picks that Semi'd after the previous game says, never playing that matchup again in my life, don't want it.
Yeah, it's just the fact is maybe sometimes it goes like this where you perform badly. It was literally the game before, and it's like, well, you know what? I don't think I'm that bad of a champion, but I'm just gonna leave it a little bit, as that is a Cogmore really showing that Weaker has this massive champion pool
What?
of unusual champions.
Just the raw Cogmore. What? What? Did they really just pick Cogmore without Lulu on? They could have picked
it
Cogmore
blind.
Lulu
They picked
if they
it
wanted.
blind too.
Huh.
And there's the Cassidon response, which is something that can blow up the Cogmore, and bye-bye Lulu, you don't get that support.
And it's fine into the Corki because you've shown 2 magic damage carries and a Volibear who does magic damage as well. So I think the Castin is exceptionally fine here. It's something that we know that Semide plays. It's one of their favourite champions. And now as we go into this second rotation, yeah, you obviously just get rid of things like Lulu and another Enchanter maybe to go along with that. Maybe Brom is a good answer that they could end up picking out. But the thing is then that has a poor time against the Karma. So I don't know. Unless we do end up having this Corki go in the top lane and the AP Cogmore mid, but I feel like that's still poor. Yeah, I don't know. There's no good way that I see Braves to rotate this draft around that makes it favoured to them, unless they really do have something spicy to show.
That is certainly something that is potentially up their sleeve. We do know that Organia has a lot of different options in the top lane. I am assuming that this Volibear is going jungle for the time being, but that's not necessarily the case. That could be swapped around. Still waiting on the last ban. I will say I do quite like the Caitlyn ban from Braves here. Ezreal as well. I mean, that's a safe option, but the Caitlyn is something that can pressure the Cogmore a lot in the early game, and get rid of that is nice.
But we did have this yesterday. I'm not going to be caught out by it for a second time running. That could always be the Karma sent up into the top lane, just to neutralize whatever carry we end up getting out. And as long as you pick ADC here, and it's something that can work with Karma, work with other things, Tristana fine in that category, then you can actually just keep that as a question mark over the Braves' head for the entire rest of the draft now. You have to lock in a top laner here who can simultaneously handle Karma, but also not get countered. My first thought is Camille, but Renekton's open.
Well, given today's games, Renekton no longer has the presence that he did yesterday, so make of that what you will. Not a happy croc, I guess. However, that is the Fresh coming through, one of Carthaminio's champions that he does enjoy, along with the Seraphine, of course, and the Silas, which is quite unusual. I wonder if we'll ever see that come out from him. As we get a few hovers.
I'm not going to comment until it's locked in because there's no point going for that one when there's so many different options. So we will get the Poppy. Okay, well that is flexible between the top and the jungle. I feel like it makes more sense in the jungle because unless you lock in a definitively dash-based champion in the top lane, then it's not necessarily a good thing. You can lock in something like the Cho'Gath, and that absolutely slams Poppy into the ground. I'm very curious to see. Prometheus does have that wide champion pool. Obviously, the Yorick could come out, and that would be able to trap Poppy in the cage. The Malphite, I don't know how I feel about that one. It's going to be able to survive against Poppy and the Volibear if it is going to be the flip coming out from Braves. We'll have to find out realistically which way those two champs are going.
I have a feeling that it might end up being a Kanya, but that's not confirmed yet. Currently, Nashor has it. Okay, looks like the Poppy's going top. So we'll be Poppy into Malphite, and then Volibear for the roaming power. I'm quite interested in exactly seeing how this bot lane fares, however, because Fresh Cogmore is not exactly something I'd expect to see.
No, the thing about the Cogmore is they really do need that protection, not in the way that Thresh normally offers it, but in the way like a Lulu where it actually makes you just a frontliner. Thresh enables you to step further forward, but then pulls you back. Cogmore, as soon as they activate that Bioarcane Barrage, they want to be shooting non-stop with a W, going on everybody. And if you aren't able to get away with that and put out maximum damage on the W, then the champion just doesn't do much. If you can, and there's a reason that Cogmore came back into prevalence last year. They brought Wit's End into the highlight for the first item on ADCs because of how good that item was. I don't know. I haven't seen him since. I know that Wit's End was chipped down for ADs. I'm really curious to see what exactly they've got in plan here because Cogmore's just not a champion you see often with good reason.
Right, so I actually do play a little bit of Cogmore, not quite as much as some of the other champions that I enjoy, such as the FLS or Jin, but something that Cogmore can do is itemize a lot of tank items. This is something we did see previously. Oftentimes, the best first item nowadays tends to be the Rage Blade because the amount of raw damage you get off of being able to duplicate Arcane Barrage procs is massive. So just getting that online as fast as you can is really good. And then going for defensive items, you can go Wit's End, you can build Randuins, that's a very common thing into heavy AD comps, and occasionally you'll see the Frostfire Gauntlet coming out as a mythic option,
Oh, yeah.
but more commonly it is the Shield Bow nowadays because the shield is relatively large and you keep the damage.
So, as we are hopping over to the game now, we finally get to see what happens with this. As, Volibear didn't pick a smite here. I'm curious by that. That has got to be a conscious decision, because you always get a base to get that ward, so I wonder if they were trying to figure out what Tafe had first, maybe, and then make the decision based on that. Opting for the blue smite gives them the ability to close the gap onto bottom lane primarily. That is going to be the main window once they have unlocked that blue smite, because you want to close the gap onto the key carry of that Tristana.
I would like to point out something from Rika's rune setup and itemization. He has decided to go for Hail Blades. And not just that, but also a D-Blade start, which is actually surprisingly uncommon for Cogmores. You'll see a lot of people going either boots and 4 pots, a longsword and 3 pots, or even just the dagger and 4 pots sometimes, because that directly goes into the Rage Blade. So actually a bit more lane aggressive, which is not exactly what I'd expect to see.
And on the subject of, well, not necessarily anomalies, but things we should keep our eye on, is both mid laners have opted for the first strike. Both super scaling picks as far as it goes. Semide on the Kassadin really does just want to survive lane as best they can, stay even, and get towards that Rift Walk. We all know the horrors of level 16 Kassadin, but at this point, level 11 is equally as spooky if they're in a positive situation. And the first strike, adding extra burst to it, is a melee champion, remember, so he gets more value from his first strike than the Corki does.
Yeah, I suppose one benefit of going this itemization right now is you can see the weaker and Carter menu actually providing a lot of pressure here. Because Cogmore's early damage, you can definitely be caught off guard by that. He does a lot of early damage. It's just that he is quite frail.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing right here from Okanya. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, excellent. We'll take it. Because they are walking up and trying to keep Prometheus from hitting that level 2. Because the thing is, Malphite is very oppressive in trades. Both laners have gone for the Corrupting Potion, but Malphite, he gets his shield back by just not getting into combat. Poppy has to pick up the Buckler. And this is really important, because if you don't trade trades like this, then eventually Prometheus will be able to chip you down. So it is extremely essential to playing out this lane correctly that Okanya is always trying to stay in the fight, always keep that corrupting pot ticking down on their enemy laner, because that way they don't get the shield back, they can't end up chipping you down, and you get to finally base, maybe pick up an extra starting item like the Doran shield to outlast them.
Yeah, we'll see how well Prometheus can handle Kanya here in the top lane. Definitely not a good matchup for the time being, but will provide the hard engage and the unstoppable force in later fights and potential roams. We'll see that eventually.
And the thing is, on the other side, I don't think the Poppy offers you a massive amount later on. Oh, I love this.
Really going for it. That's the first blood. I didn't even expect that to have enough damage, and Weaker even gets a kill on the map game early on. That's massive for a Cogmore.
Okay, very nice stuff. Both sides of the map from the Braves. Early game doing wonders for this squad. Finally a counter gank though. Tafe
looking
not going to
even it.
chase. Oh, I didn't even see that one either. Tafe has gone for the lethal tempo this game as opposed to the Conqueror. Most curious indeed.
I actually have no idea how good that is on Zin. Zin does auto a lot, but I generally feel like you stack Conqueror faster than Tempo. I'm not an expert on the champion, so not one to know about that.
You
However,
definitely do get the Conqueror faster,
Yeah.
but as far as it goes for tempo, that's going to be because they want to be able to take the fights against the Volibear and against the Kog'Maw once they're in the melee range. That's the only reason I can gather for it. Because otherwise, I don't know, I feel like Conqueror just makes more sense holistically.
Oh, Weaker has actually picked up the component. I don't remember the name of that component. Its name. I know what it does. It gives you move speed on hit and it
Half-bound
builds.
axe.
There you go. Beautiful. Always there. That builds into Wit's End, however, so it will be a Wit's End first item, as per is relatively common on the Cogmore intercomps like this. Casting Karma makes sense.
Casting Karma Malphite, I want to add on top of that one. While it won't do much against Tristana, the fact that it gives you movement speed as well, it means that Cogmore is able to actually kite around the lane. And I haven't played Cogmore for a while, but I was a dirty Cogmore abuser for a hot minute, just playing the tank build with the Wit's End.
Oh yeah.
And I tell you, it's definitely been nerfed since then, but it's extremely satisfying because you get the chase down potential. Thing is, that would be when you'd go for the boots first, so like you said, it is just going to be this aggressive rune set helping keep them alive throughout the lane phase, and that has enabled the initial gank, the kill, and this dragon.
There it is. I'm happy to see that Cloud Drake go, and I'm sure that Braves are also happy to see it go, given that you have a Corki and a Cogmore, two hyper-scaling champions, and you'd like a hyper-scaling soul to go along with it.
Oh boy. The fact that both Mountain and Ocean are available for the Cogmore double tank team, that is scary if you're Portugal. You can't look at that and underestimate it, because if they do end up rolling Mountain, you've got the Castan with the first strike, you have got a Malphite, even Tristana with the bomb. All of these champions need to get the one-hit kill, get the job done, and then move on to the next target. If it's not happening, the whole comp falls apart, so a Mountain Soul would utterly shut them down.
Mac Games looking for that. I mean, yeah, you're quite safe there in the bot, but for the time being, not too much action.
Skedaddling out is Akanya. Already got the tiers. They will be stacking that up for the Fimbulwinter later on. Will make a lot of sense for these elongated fights. Poppy very good for proccing that. Same as the Malphite, but obviously after that first blood, they weren't exactly able to afford anything of significance, so slowed down any progress towards a counter Fimbulwinter with that initial play. As now, take a look at the map. Waver's going to push back in to the bottom lane of the Braves. They do have Tafe lurking, but no camps to take. A control ward keeping them safe for the moment. Thresh, absurdly difficult to tower dive, even with that Glacial, I would say, because it means if you don't get the kill, while he won't be as squishy, it's very hard for you to just walk it out.
Perez looking for the crash. Just going to get the reset after that. And would like to point out that Cayetano actually has got a significant lead here in the mid lane. 73, and he's procced quite a decent amount of first strike as far as I can tell. I can always hear that sound effect playing whenever the mid lane gets panned to. And Nashor just going to get the topside crab, likely to set up for the Rift Herald spawning shortly.
Now, curious about what the support rotations are going to be. You see that both of the bot laners for Braves are walking down the mid lane. Now, this can backfire horrendously. If you do not get this Herald quick and get somebody in that bot lane defending the tower against Tristana, we are quietly going to see Perez, close enough, I tried, taking a lot of tower plates off of that bomb.
Clearing out the vision, Akanya going on to Prometheus. Did not have the vision, just gonna chunk him out a little bit. Oh, he lands the hook. He didn't know. That's the kill. And that's the Herald secured. Beautiful play from Braves.
Not showing yourself, and the fact that they waited, they could have been lurking in a bush bot lane until you see them firsthand. You don't know. Very clean stuff from Braves, going to win themselves this Herald. And now, taking a quick pan over to the bot lane, we see that they've managed to secure one plate for the Tristana, but nothing more as of current. They got another wave coming in. Should be able to get a second at very least, but Rift Herald equalizes that. Means it's more about the XP difference. That is a level 6 Trist. There's the potential for further aggression, but then again, at the end of the day, it's under tower. And Cogmore already back in level parity.
There it is. Cogmore really not being that inhibited this game. Yes, a little bit down on farm, but almost expected with the type of champion that he's playing. Ooh. Nice little trade there, getting some first strike gold.
And I like how you brought up the fact that we had Corki ahead in CS and first strike procs pre-6, because now the game becomes very different. Kassadin, with that extra magic resist on the passive, basically just shrugs off a lot of what Corki does to them. So in this lane phase, now that they are able to rift walk on top, the lane is completely pivoted. Semite should be able to dominate this for the foreseeable future, and it is going to need Nacho help to get in there and actually get the ganks done on this Volibear, because if you aren't point and click CCing a Caston, he will just kill everyone.
It's something they can do. Riftwalk having insane ratios, along with the fact that it is AP and has a mana scaling, so much like Rise, it does a lot of damage once you get that tier item complete and your AP mythic. Wait until you're level 16, really short cooldown and the base number's higher. Yeah, not a lot of fun for other people to deal with.
And I like how we were setting this game up to be a bit of a snooze fest in the early game, but Braves have been, I would say, far more proactive than we had any expectation for. There is a 2-level lead on the junglers right now. That has quietly occurred after Tafe ended up dying over at that Rift Herald fight. And, oh, that is really not good, because especially with the lethal tempo, you do not have the sustain that a Conqueror would give you in a fight. Well,
Just gonna
Zin
get the
does
Infernal
get
Drake.
health
Priority.
back now. Let's find out what we get for the soul.
This is all important right now because it's an ocean. Yep, that's massive. Wicker now might be able to get it. Well, that's the package coming in. Matt Games just caught between a package and a wall. TP in response, Samide looking for it, but cannot get anything right now.
And I feel like that teleport will not be able to save this turret at the end of the day. You have 4 members here. It's just about how aggressive you want to be. And we see on the minimap right now. Let's take a look over to the top lane, because Prometheus is forced to ult away to safety.
Oh, Okani's very low. Tafe is here, has the damage, goes in, flash away, flash response.
Oh, they need this kill. No. Oh, it's so
minion
sad. Nicely done from Okani to walk that one away, managing to zone off their enemy laner and survive. Maybe they'll lose 1 tower plate, but with the teleport, this is not a duo that can dive you here.
Absolutely not. I think you can get a few of these before Kanye can get back to lane if he wants to burn the teleport. Looks like he's deciding not to for the time being.
I'm guessing they're waiting on Sunder Gold. There you go.
There it is.
Okay. Just wasn't worth the value to TP up there, especially because they want their bot lane collecting the remainder of those tower plates, because when you kill the first tower as bot, you can rotate your lane. And Poppy is going to do absolutely fine against this Tristana. No mythic as of yet. We'll see if they manage to afford that on the base.
It probably won't be a... there is the Kraken Slayer, although I will say that this Cogmore is probably building towards the Rage Blade next item rather than Mythic. Mythic will generally come around the 3rd or 4th item slot. We'll see what he does decide to opt for the time being. But honestly, if I'm Wicker right now, I am chilling.
Yeah, the Cogmore is in an absolutely fine position. The people that are meant to be threatening you are being put way too far behind. We even saw briefly in the mid lane that Cayetano was doing great stuff on the Corki. Oh no.
That is the power of the Halo Blades here, managing to get the immediate damage off. I'm actually not entirely sure what managed to kill Beerus there, but Nasho down. Mac Games gets the response, which is massive for IST right now, getting a little bit of gold back.
I feel like that was not necessarily an overinvestment, but it must have been a minion auto or a flying cog auto that hit them at the very end there, because they were out of range of anything else. Oh, hold on a moment.
No,
this is very narrow.
But this is really close to Shilbo almost saving it, but that's a shutdown to Semide. And that's a lot of gold into Cassidin. But we just pan back to the top lane, get Matt Games dying to Wicker immediately. The Halo Blades giving him so much immediate attack speed, a killing spree, a double kill. And now the Cogmore has even more gold. He can get the tower plates.
Amazing stopwatch by the Thresh there. Very cleanly done. Is going to survive that. Malphite has Flash Ultimate, but I don't know if they even have enough damage to kill Cog here. Yeah. Not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. All they do is save the tower plates. Yeah. It's something. Oh, hold on a moment. Poppy ult kill. Poppy ult kill. Oh, we love it. We absolutely love to see it. Take a bow. Take a bow. Okay, yeah, that was crispy clean.
There it is. The Poppy recall. That's a cool recall, actually. It, like, turns the hammer into a bit of a helicopter to go back to base with.
A Hextech connoisseur.
Yeah.
I think that's probably one of the best Hextech skins in the game. The rest of them aren't exactly anything to shout home about, but that one is that one's cracking. That was very good.
Yeah. Hmm. That's a good one. I mean, my favorite gemstone skin is definitely Dark Star Cho. I like that skin a lot.
That's true, but the reason I don't normally count it is because that one was originally you could buy it because it was for the
Oh, because it's for
charity.
the charity. This is true.
Yeah, so while it is a gemstone skin now, I feel like I don't know. Yeah, it's a gemstone skin. Go buy it, everybody. Still go buy it. It's a great skin. You're right.
All right.
Dragon's up soon.
Dragon is up soon. Currently, you're looking at about 6,000 goldie for Braves right now. They really want these Drakes. Currently have two. Working towards the Ocean Soul, and likewise, IST do not want Braves to have that soul, and they've taken
Aggressive.
the opportunity to get the setup. Kayatano might die before it spawns, and he will. But Akani's
Doesn't
here.
matter.
Present guard to protect for a little bit. Akani's getting really low, gets shut down by the Kassadin. Now Nasho's in a bit of trouble because he's in the middle of 5 people. And IST make the comeback in that fight.
They just went on it without the Cogmore. That was the biggest issue there. Cayetano, yeah, they got picked off, that's fine, but then the rest of the members decide to commit to a fight when Rika was nowhere nearby on the Cog. And at this point, you look at the key ultimates that are available, there are cooldowns that can access the Cog, but I feel like there is a genuine world where we can have the bot lane of Braves actually keep them off. Yeah, you see that they're not even trying to go for the dragon, because if you lose this and Cog kills everyone, you kind of just lose the game with how much gold they'd get injected into them.
Obviously, they didn't have the information, but a part of me there was thinking, well, if Rika flashes over
I
into the
thought it
bush,
too, yeah.
you can just kill it, and they don't even know that it's happening. But
Okay,
no,
but
we have the setup.
yeah,
Unfortunately,
this
they
is
were too
safer.
low.
As they can still take it over the wall here. And, okay, now they have information because the Scuttle Crab was passed over. And this will be the hopeful, I say for Portugal, trade for the Rift Herald. They have got minor amounts of mid-priority for a moment, and they need to take it soon because there is a lot of bounty gold on it. Instead, they are just going to lurk around and maybe fish for a pick, but not taking the proactive play, getting punished for that.
Right then, well, I guess you're just giving it over again to Braves. Braves getting all the objectives this game so far. And if you're Portugal right now, you feel like, well, you won the last team fight, that's good. Kassadin's getting online, he's got a lot of gold. I feel like you need to try and find more angles right now, because yes, you're getting some gold back in, but you're losing the objectives, and this is an Ocean Soul.
IST can't catch a break with second rotation picks. First they get memed by the hero Fiora. Now it's the Cogmore coming out of nowhere without the Lulu
Blind.
still popping off.
Blind Cogball.
Blind Cogmore winning, first of all. Blind Cogmore, no Lulu, no other supportive aspects on the team. You could argue Poppy keeps them safe a little bit, but the thing is, Semite and Prometheus both do not get stopped by the Poppies, so at the end of the day, this is just going to be solo carrying off their own back, as we are getting the base into what I'm assuming to be a Runans based on that itemization, as they will be a absolute monster in these fights now.
There it is, doing AoE damage now with the Bioarcane Barrage extra procs. That's percent health magic damage. You can't even necessarily itemize against him because he does mix damage along with the Wits End on hit procs. It's just a lot of damage.
Now, we're bigging up the Cogmore a lot, as we should be, but there is the ticking clock of a Kassadin Tristana, who eventually become really difficult to deal with. I'm not going to say impossible, because I feel like that is asking for a caster curse to occur there, especially when you have such a powerful Cogmore, such a good champion with the Ocean Soul too, because if they do get to that kind of tank itemization, third, fourth kind of stuff dropping in things like the Randuins, then they kind of become unkillable. But they don't have a Lulu to protect them. That is a solo kill happening. Huh?
Well, you were talking about the Kassadin. The Kassadin is now dead.
Save it for the replay. And that's what we're going to say about that one right there. Don't know how that managed to go down, but that is rough to say the least, as Ganya...
Raw unable to get the ult off, Unstoppable Force managing to interrupt the Keeper's verdict, and that means the Keeper's gonna go down. Tafe picks up the kill.
Rift Herald will get the charge in mid though, but I doubt they will try and get a second one. Instead, oh, I love this, rotating up to top lane and going to prioritize that expensive top tier 2 tower. Still going to crack open the map, and this is really big because you do not have anything noteworthy in the side lane for the Brave squad. Poppy as we just saw right then, extremely susceptible in the side lane. She can't save herself if the Malphite waits on the ultimate trade. Then across the rest of the map, Corki, he doesn't want to be in a side lane. He likes being in mid and poking out the opposition. So getting these towers down sooner rather than later is beneficial for the Brave squad, as now, potential trade into the mid lane, this will be a lot of gold and a lot of map pressure for them, but it looks like they will not even be allowed that.
Nope. Kaitana's here with the TP and picks up the entire wave. Oh. Every opportunity is currently being shut down by Braves, and if anything, this is hyping up the matchup between them and Kit right now, because Portugal managed to dent Kit a little bit in that first game, in particular the early game with Typh's Hecarim. But right now, Braves are actually dismantling IST slowly but surely.
Now, there is still the window for that to completely backfire. Kassadin nearly at the full Seraphs for this next team fight. They should be able to have it stacked up before the dragon spawns, and it is a team fight you need to take. IST cannot give up this Ocean Soul without doing anything. Whether it's trading multiple towers on the rest of the map, that probably won't be worth, but at least it'll be something that keeps you in the game. I don't think you have great damage for a Baron, so in reality, contesting the Drake itself seems to be your only option. Fishing for a pick now. I like this a lot. You've got to get something done soon.
Just jostling for position, going on to Nasho. Semite is safe with the Rift Walk, but if he takes a bit too much damage, he might be in trouble. And right now, he's getting very low. That actually might make the play back off. Perez is there, though. I don't know why he hears Cartelmenio Fred's. And now UEM have the opportunity to go in for the rest of it. 2 down already for Portugal, and this is dire. Nasho going for Prometheus.
Oh, it's done.
Meaning.
That's it. That's the free Ocean Soul if they want it, and the free Baron too. As long as Okanya can keep TAFE away from the objective, they can do whatever they want. And that was all off of the back of the aggressive play that Semide was trying to make, and then on the way out, gotta try again.
And it just did that.
Got a big chunk.
He has the Ocean Soul, though, and the Sunder. He's healing for so much HP. Is the 1v2 possible? No, not quite enough. Semite's damage is a little bit too high, but damn, that's a really tough Poppy.
It's only going to get worse. The Thimble Winter isn't done. Similar to the last fight, the tier items are just starting to come through. As soon as this one is over and Prometheus upgrades into theirs, they should all be at maximum power regarding those items. And it had so much because you could just continue to use the shields to buy time for the ocean regen. And you are always going to be hitting people as Poppy. The only time you won't be is if you're getting chased down by the Tristana. And that's rare in these team fights because Tristana's had to be on the back foot every time.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana right now, honestly, I mean, just the Kraken and the Bloodthirst are trying their damnedest to stay alive in the mess that ensues after Reeves goes in for a team fight. It's just looking at how they can actually close out the game. They have the tools right now. But we saw it the other day with Uladog in the case where they just put up so many layers of resistance that it took a very long time for the other Spanish seed to be able to close it out.
Well, we do have the package available, which means that you are really dissuaded from coming in here. It is being used to burn down the objective, about to time out. Malphite available, Steel available. They don't have vision on the on the Baron. They don't know HP. Oh, control actually. Yes,
they they should know it's 2000 now.
Yeah, they're gonna let regen.
Regen's a little bit.
This is very risky. I know you have the Ocean Soul, but you've got MR shredded from the Baron. Semide can get a big play.
Careful. I have to back out. Wait, so okay then.
My goodness.
Almost a heart attack with that.
But they get the mid tower here, and they can stop the rotation.
Artemania might just be dead, actually. They don't quite get the kill. The Ocean Soul healing is just too much. Nacho brings the Storm. 2 knocked up by Prometheus, but is it enough for IST? He's going to go down and return. Cayetano's on a killing spree. Wicker laying down the damage with the Barrage and the Ultimate. It's just too much gold, and the Ocean Soul keeping them all alive.
No anti-healing to be seen on the entire squad for IST. And that means they can't even take down a Thresh, who finishes off the fight at half hit points. Nothing to be upset with on that one, as this will be a free Baron going on all 5 members. If it looked over before, it looks doomed now.
Oh. I think IST don't have much more of a chance. What they need to do is resist the pressure coming from what will probably end up being multiple lanes of Braves. But all I'm saying is that now I really do feel that Kit, you should be watching out for this team because right now they're doing pretty well.
If I'm not mistaken, and this might be me being a whoopsie, but I'm pretty sure on the schedule, this is the one game where Kit don't have somebody to play against. They could be watching this right now on stream, which does give them at least a little bit of an advantage getting to see how it is done. Now, this is the biggest question, because the game should be over in the Braves' favour, but it's about how cleanly they do it, because like you said correctly there, it was how close Udab made it yesterday in the base. They put up a hell of a fight, and it became to the point where if one single death happened the other way around, then maybe they're actually back in the game, and they're the 4-0 team instead of the 3-1. Prometheus lurking over the wall. Just look at how conservative, how safe the team is playing. You only want to have the Poppy standing forward because you take so long to kill them, and they might even be able to get out themselves, waiting to sync up the mid and bot minion waves. Very respectful right here.
Going for the play card, Manio makes the engage. So me taking too much damage, Koatana has enough range. Wicker! Oh, what is that?
Okay, that's the full-on advantage. As I tell, like, it is actually still playing a game right now, so they don't get to see this happen. They don't know, chat, they don't know what is coming for them in Game 5. As the domination from the Braves coming down, they've got the bot lane priority. They should be able to just end it here. If they want to play it hyper safe, they could go to mid, but with the keeper's verdict.
Stormbringer to cut the power from the turrets. They can't shoot at you anymore. You got the Baron wave in. It's just time to deathball it to the core. Britannia in the back. Kayatana looking for some more kills, trying to pad the KDAs right now, but what a performance from Braves.
A statement game for them, and it's one that they needed to make, because I know we've talked about everything in reference to Kit, but that's because they are the highest level of play we have at the tournament that we know of. Maybe we can see that Braves are going to try and challenge that with a 27-minute victory over IST. Still looking pretty dominant with those scaling picks across the board from both sides. Biggest question for us is going to be if they can replicate that later on in the day.
Exactly that. But Braves has one advantage, and we saw it this game. They blinded Cogmore. Not necessarily the safest thing, but that just goes to show their confidence in being able to pick these off-meta champions and actually use them effectively. This Cogmore was pretty much just sitting pretty all game, farming and up, getting to 3 items. He actually managed to itemize incredibly offensively the whole game because the entire team was so ahead and he had the Ocean Soul behind.
And that was one of the issues we were saying about Kit, is it's not necessarily a problem, it is a stylistic choice. They weren't playing through bot lane. Matthew was being left alone a lot of the time, which is fine. But when you have this powerhouse in the bottom lane that will play whatever they want, Wicker can make a lot happen on the Cogmore. I'm sure if they're going to pull out something like that, they've got other things like the Zeri and the Draven they could go towards. That means that maybe we get a close match later on. Maybe we get 2 teams heading out the day at 3-1 as opposed to the decisive 4-0 and that kind of thing. So we'll have to find out firsthand. But first of all, we've got some replays from this game. Let's see how they did it, and we can start to set the tone for how good Braves really are.
Here we go. It's the first player, Kanya here with the solo kill first blood. This was brilliant. But it's also recognition of knowing damage thresholds on the Poppy. Knowing that you can go for this here and just kill Prometheus.
And Prometheus not even bothering to flash away because you know that the enemy can just match you. And we see right there, instant dragon take after, because there was the simultaneous kill on the other side of the map. And then just this dive was so cleanly done. The slow from Cogmore chains beautifully into the package. And while they end up getting chased down a little bit, what are you supposed to do as Karma Casting? Just go lose this tower for Rift Herald. And they didn't even get the return play onto the top side. IST had no avenues back into the game. Pretty much anything. The only time anything was close to hand to them was here. This was the one time where it looked a bit oopsie from Braves, but that happens.
Yeah, Nashor went a little bit too far forward, and that means IST can make the collapse, get 1 kill back. It happened a few times here. I believe this is where Sunny managed to get the kill here. Not quite enough healing and shielding from the shield bow.
Okay, and then taking a look, the game just gets a bit out of hand from here. As soon as we see Wicker get up to that 3-0-3 mark, become an unstoppable monster. There's the one play that I'm sure is the next one coming up in the bottom lane after this, where it is going to be the rest of the Braves team stepping up to fight without their Cogmore. And this was probably the last hurrah that we ended up getting from IST. We aren't going to get to that one yet. I
Oh,
forgot
this is
about the
beautiful.
Poppy Ult kill. That's a cracker. I love to
Oh,
see
yeah.
that one. Literal absolute bop coming out.
Yeah,
as
just sniped it.
I don't know. This was over aggressive to say the least. This was one of the few moments where my confidence in Braves faltered. Now they instantly turned that back around after using the Cogmore Thresh to just zone off of the dragon. And I feel like maybe IST could have looked for it. It would have been very close and very risky. But everything from this point onwards went all Braves.
Yeah, they just pretty much put their faces in front of the faces of IST, and that was all she wrote, because that's what happened in that team fight. Then they ran it down mid, secured some more objectives, cemented their lead, and they ended up with a
Ocean
W.
Soul. They can't even
Ocean
kill the
Soul.
Thresh in this fight. It was so brutal to watch. And there was no anti-healing across the board. You could see at the bottom of the scoreboard there. They were just so reliant for IST on not losing that Ocean Soul. So I feel like it would have been worth the risk to go for it against the Cogmore Thresh a bit earlier on in the clips, because when you haven't itemized into any anti-heal and the Ocean Soul is inevitable, anything is preferable than handing that over. If you can't even kill the Thresh, who doesn't even have Aftershock this game, they were Glacial, then I mean, what are you supposed to do to the Cogmore, right?
Just really couldn't get onto him the entire game, and I'm just in awe that it was a blinded Cogmore. It's the same with the Fiora earlier when you... Blinding champions that are normally counter-pick champions just happened 3 times.
3 times, and again, happen with teams that we're going to get to see later on today face off against each other, because every game that somebody has blinded a counter-pick champion on the second rotation, they've won. Is it a trend? Yes. Does it mean anything? Yes, their teams are very good. That's what it means.
It's exactly that. The confidence to say, yeah, I think I'm better than my opposite man. I'm gonna win with it. That is something. That's a
Domination.
statement to say. It is good to see that confidence, exactly, and that's exactly why we get players moving from UEM to the higher leagues of Division 2, Division 1, and potentially LEC as you go on, and it sets the tone.
So, I feel like that is going to be it for us for the current moment. We have got 2 more games, and make sure you stick around, because that last game of the day is going to be the most important one for us. We still get to get the general score of the group coming out in our next matchup between IST and ULB from Belgium. Let's throw to that break, and then we can come back and jump in with it.
Exactly that. Greetings. It's the 2 of us, Takura Melvin is back with the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters once again, and it will be Game 4, briefly, between IST once more, round 3 for them, and Belgium AES ULB.
And we are looking at the new contenders, AES ULB. I am excited to see this team play, because when I was trying to theorycraft teams that could maybe take it to kit, this was one of them that I was like, wow, okay, conceptually, I like what they got going for them, because this team, similar to what we were looking at and saw the dominance of in our previous game from Braves, they have got some wacky stuff in store. It is on the mid lane and jungle, insane burst carries, and I'm excited to take a look at this full roster for you once we have that one ready to go, because they have got some nutty things in store.
Absolutely that. They have, well, first off, it's a pretty big uni in Belgium, being the biggest French university in the country. That's pretty cool, I would say. They have, well, quite a few champions. I think the main thing is there's some assassins here and there.
Oh yes.
Between the jungle and the mid lane.
The way that I want to set this team up for you, dear audience, is that they have a terrifying mid-jungle duo that have so many different burst combos they can pull out, usually finding the AP in the mid and AD in the jungle. And then after they look to snowball that, they bring that power to the side lanes to dominate. In the top lane, they have got Steel Armor, who, A, awesome name, B, I have phrased them as the give me your lunch money top laner, because they just play stuff like Darius the Set. They will just beat you up. And we've got, guess what? Another Fiora player.
Is this just the group of Fiora?
This is the Fiora group.
The duelist group.
We had the control mages yesterday, and now we get the Fiora group.
It's
Excellent.
interesting. It's a little known champion. I feel almost. I mean, you see it every now and again, but because of the amount of skill expression involved,
Mm.
sometimes it's a bit daunting to pick up the champion.
Especially in competitive play
Yeah.
because it's such a mechanically difficult champion, like you say. And speaking of champions we don't see often, I feel like I would be remiss to not mention, yes, you see that in the support role. That is in fact Zyra. Sens is a very proficient Zyra player, which makes me very excited because when I was thinking about Renata on release, I was just looking at like, wait a minute, this is just 2022 Zyra. And oddly enough, he plays that too. So they have got a very unique champion pool ready to come at us. I'm excited to see either of those. Either A, being respected and banned away, fair enough, or B, getting to see them in game because these are champions that if you play well, they dominate.
It is also worth noting that I believe it is Garank playing today as a substitute for the bot laner rather than Omega. So we'll confirm that when the draft comes through, but I'm fairly certain that it's the roster that is locked in for ULB, and he is predominantly a Varus Felios player, which is much like me actually.
Yeah, not too bad. They're having Varus not exactly in the best spot in the world right now, but a good answer with that lethality to a lot of other things. And when you consider we're talking about the burst potential from the mid jungle, this team just seems like it's going to be. There won't be team fights. There will be blips where you just keep your eye on the minimap. It's like, okay, there's all the blue dots, and suddenly they're just going out one by one as each target is bursted down respectively. I'm very excited to see if they can mechanically take that to IST.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a quick look at IST again. Yes, we've had a look at them 2 times, but it's worth just going over the roster just to remind everyone what we're dealing with. Prometheus, Tafsamid, Pyrenes, and Mac Games. I mean, we've seen it 2 times already. They've done well, but I feel like they just need to adjust a little bit and get the team coordination in play because it's not completely cohesive.
Yeah, that's a right way to put it for me because I like them individually, and these players have shown promise in different respects. I like their eye, is the way to say it. I like how they look at
Yeah.
the game, how they try and approach different fights, but it just hasn't been down to the execution. I think that the best thing this team could do is take something more simplistic this game. This should be their easiest opponent yet on the scale of things. At least, you know, we haven't seen you'll be on stream yet, so maybe we're about to find out that this is a 3-horse group as opposed to a 2-horse group. But IST, they should be up there contending. All of these teams should obviously be contending. That's why they're here. They earned it. But I feel like this team has a lot more we haven't got to see yet.
Exactly that. It's about making sure that you have that team synergy, and sometimes the team synergy takes a little bit of time to build. They are a new team. They're young, they're an upstart. This is exactly what they said. Yes, they have competitive experience, but they literally mentioned they're not used to playing together. They are not the same side of the rift in Division 2 because they're on different teams. So sometimes coming into a new roster, it could take time to develop. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. This is just something that might be a slow burn for IST, even if they don't end up having the biggest impact at the start. I'm hoping that by the time the second round robin ends up rolling up, we will see all these teams ready to compete. As for ULB, I am very confused. I'm excited, but I'm confused. As we take a look again at the roster, we've got them popping up, and I like everything that this team has individually, and I like the theory crafting, but it might be one of those cases where it is a lot better in your head than it is on the Rift, and that's the only part that worries me.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. There's a lot of individual picks that in isolation are pretty cool, but they don't necessarily mesh well together as a team. We'll see exactly what happens in draft because at the end of the day, it is just the picks that we see in solo queue and some of them that are recommended. But that does still mean that there are other picks within champ pools. We saw it earlier, the Cogmore kind of just came out of there. Weaker did have some unusual ADCs available, APCs included, but the Cogmore was not one on my radar, and I don't think it was on yours either.
No, it's definitely a unique one that they pulled out, and I like to see that because it shows that they've been scrimming, they've been practicing this kind of stuff, ready with the dart technology to make sure they can surprise teams. Because again, remember, this is a double round robin. It's all best of ones. You only get to play each team once on the day. So if you can pull out a surprise pick like that Cogmore and go, hey, were you ready for that? No, of course not. And then just pull out the win off of the back of it. That is all that you need to do to make it to those best of stages. And we should at least give credit over to ULB because they did make it to the last chance qualifier round 2 last year. So it's something that we should at least give them credit there. This university has a lot of success across many different games. So credit to them. We just need to see if they can keep that going in League of Legends and actually see if they can make it to the next step, if they can be competitive in what I'm looking at and suddenly thinking is a group of death.
And it's just a friendly reminder that they are playing to get into the main stage, so the playoff stage, as well as the last chance qualify stage. We're placing either first or second in the respective groups, and that leads to the amazing 14.5k prize pool provided kindly to us by Twitch Student and Intel. Go check them out. They have provided us this entire show, and they can provide you with further discounts on their products if you go and check them out.
So, we've got a little bit of time left before the draft, and I feel like we've pretty handedly covered what we've got for both of these teams. So I think this is about the time that we should take a little step back and say, what are you thinking so far about the general strength of the tournament overall, considering we've had all of yesterday's games? We have about to see exactly half of the teams currently competing as soon as this game is done. What's your read?
Well, this is Group A and B. I mean, they stylistically have pretty different teams within them. You can get some themes, as you mentioned earlier, between the Control Mage group and the Fiora group we currently have going. Outside of Kit, which we can touch on later, because if they go against Braves, maybe it's a little bit more of an even power dynamic. But on the whole, it's a bit of an unknown, because right now we've seen that IST have not performed quite as well. There have been glimpses of what is promise, and then there's Pesigop, who got demolished, but somewhat expectedly so in the first game. It's now about seeing how well ULB do, and how those other two teams compare to each other, because we don't have enough context in between teams.
I think that is the right way to put it. This will be the game that really tells us whether this is just a group that is deservingly dominated by two teams, or if this is going to be a hyper-competitive group where we have no idea who's going to be getting that second place minimum or taking the whole thing overall until the last moment. And if we get the latter, where it is hyper-competitive, that's great, because whoever ends up joining what we assume to be Kit making out of the group, maybe we get them amazing upset where that doesn't happen, but assuming they do, I think that's the safe one, then whoever comes out with them in the group is going to be completely primed to blitz through the last chance qualifier, because they have had as good of competition as you can get right now. And the best part about this is, right, we've still got 2 groups left to cover next week on the weekend, same time, 11 CET both days. And I mean, it's brilliant, right? If we have already looked at this and go, well, I can see that there's at least a couple contenders on my screen right now. Like, we've counted 4, and only 4 teams make it out of the 2 groups, so that's all we really need. But if we get extras on top of that, it just adds more and more of that beautiful, beautiful narrative.
Exactly that. It's only half of the show, only half of what we have to offer at UEM this year. There's still many, many seeds from many different nations yet to play and yet to compete, to see the level of competition, because who knows, maybe there's a dark horse, a new team, a new fresh roster who might be able to rival Kit this year, because new talent is constantly developing in Europe, and I do feel that this is something that we do pride our region on.
Absolutely, and it's something that in the university scene, even when I was playing in it, just getting to see the names there go up through the levels, and when you would succeed, you would see people succeed a lot. They would keep going, make their way up into the Div 1s, Div 2s like we see now. Talk about a lot across all of these teams. We've got multiple members. Even in this game right now, 2 Div 2 players coming in for IST in the mid jungle. So cross it. It is just a matter of really working in that team environment, because you don't get that. I know this is a team game we all love to play and watch, but you don't get that full team cohesion until you get to play with the same squad game after game.
And that's the beauty of a 5 versus 5 as tournament draft, the pro, in air quotes, sort of setting for League of Legends. I mean, we at least get a taste of it in Clash and Flex to some extent nowadays, but the main focus of League for many people, at least predominantly the streams, are going towards a solo queue focus. And solo queue, at least for me, promotes a more sort of, oh, well, I'm going to be the one to carry, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to make sure that I win. We will have a draft soon enough, and then we can see who will win this time as a collective 5v5, because that's the only way you're going to win in a team environment like this.
I think that this is a really good opportunity for IST to have their comeback, set themselves back up with some tempo, and really try and stabilize. I think that's the right word for it, because you need to stabilize your position in the standings, because if you don't, then suddenly you start slipping. If you end up going 0-4 or 1-3 in the first rotation, it becomes really difficult to do that comeback in the second one. Obviously, it's not impossible, because all the teams that get knocked down to lower ends of it in the first half will be trying very, very hard to make sure they are finding any windows to beat out that top 2 squads. Right now, the only thing that matters is IST versus UOB. That is all we've got ready for your screens. We want to be keeping our eyes on that Zyra, on that Rengar, on that LeBlanc, these very key burst carries that you've got coming out from UOB. And then on the other side, we have had some really unique picks. Time to see if they can actually make them stick this time around. Things like the Malphite didn't perform as well last game. The Volibear focused out in the top lane, as there is the immediate focus onto that LeBlanc.
Yeah, you don't want to let Doctorkin actually have that pick. Here's the thing with LBs, when LBs get ahead, you pretty much dominate the entire game. I think a great example of this was Last Worlds, where it was Fnatic versus HLE, and Chovy's LB was really ahead. The rest of HLE weren't necessarily, but it was just such a big problem for Fnatic to deal with that it kind of just won them the game.
Get the respectful Rengar ban, 2 out of 3 right now. If we get a Zyra ban on the 3rd, then that is going to be all of the primary picks for these players, at least for the players you can physically ban out, taken away. And we've talked a lot about being a one trick and how that can be a negative experience for you in competitive play, but I can't believe it took me this long to bring it up. You can actually do well as a one trick if you have enough one tricks, right? The way that I made it to finals was we had a team of what was effectively 4 1-2 tricks, and it was impossible to ban everyone out. Now that still happens at this level of play when we see Zyra is still open. They had to ban Renata because they're a lot more scared of the new champion than the Zyra main, but you have to give respect over. I'm very excited to see if that one does end up coming out, because you have the red side. You get the ultimate decision making on how you want the game to go, because the enemy team sets the tempo for IST, and then it's going to be on to ULB to try and change that how they want to play the game.
So right now, Portugal have another first pick in their bracket. I think they've had won all 3 games today, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, they want that first pick. They want that priority pick, and it will yet again be the Batchest Jinx from Arcane.
Of course, she's still powerful. 12.5. Zeri's good. Aphelios. I say it every game because I have to. We have to keep that in our minds as something that we need to keep our eyes out for. But I do not expect ULB to be the card team that just immediately locks in something like the Aphelios or the Zeri. I expect something unique out of them, as that is a Leona immediate lock-in with the Hecarim. I don't want to be Jinx this game, because you have already shown your colours in the first part of that pick phase, and it is kill Jinx now.
Yeah, Leona, CC, Solar Flare, Stun on her Q, Shield of Daybreak, lot of CC. Onslaught of Shadows, Knockback, yeah, that's a lot of CC, not very fun for an ADC.
No, it really isn't. I feel like even with this Thresh, it's fine. It's good with Jinx. It'll keep you safe against some of it. You can knock the Leona away in lane. But later on, that doesn't stop Hecarim being a nuisance. And I'm sure they have plenty more plans for the side of ULB to see what they want to really supplement this dive tactic with. It works perfectly to what we expect from the team. As okay, go for it.
If I'm not mistaken, the Viega has been banned every game apart from this one that we have seen live on broadcast today, and finally somebody gets to play it, and it will be Tafe this game on the Ruined King. Wait, is that locked in?
That is locked in, yeah, they're on the bans. You can see a little red line down there. Okay, so something we should mention that for the bottom lane, Garrick, while their favourite champions is the Samira, they have got a lot of games on it. While they only listed the Varus and the Aphelios, when I was doing my little bit of scouring, I was like, that is an awful lot of Samira and Senna games, so it's something they're very proficient on, and makes a lot of sense into the Jinx when you could dive on top of them with this. Now, this is almost perfectly set up their mid lane and top lane to go for more of their bursty-esque champions. I'm very curious to see what gets banned away. The customary Fiora bans that I feel like will continue throughout the rest of this group for the whole tournament now. And then I'm expecting another one of those mages, maybe like the Syndra, to be taken away. That is a very good tool into the Jinx, because you can always look to access them, and Thresh doesn't save you because the Jinx wants to be standing up to auto anyway.
Well, No one gets to play Fiora this time. First ban, I believe, for this champion at last. I've actually want to wait. Okami actually had a ban.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Fiora has been picked banned in all 4 games today. I should actually say Graves coming through, and then Darius, one of those give me your lunch money top laners, as you mentioned, denied from Steel Armor.
Very
What do you think
respectful.
Darius going for?
I am thinking it's going to be just a set. I don't think it's awful, because I don't really expect them to want to. They could blind pick the Syndra. I think that's fine. There's not many really good answers into the Syndra. Ahri is actually open. I tell a lie. She is one of the best blind picks still on the patch. But instead, we will just get standard resetty spaghetti top lane. It's going to be the Aatrox. Not the safest blind pick in the world, but with Fiora banned, and Darius also banned, I mean, those are some pretty annoying picks when you are the Aatrox, so I think that they're going to be alright with this one. We'll have to find out what weird answer Prometheus has in store.
Right now, it is the Ornn. Ornn providing massive amount of engage, and then the scaling for the Jinx, and of course, those...
Better. I like that a lot more, because the issue is, with Ornn, he is entirely dependent on getting that big ultimate, but Samira has a win wall. She could just smack the ram down. No, not here. And what we've seen is Portugal have really adapted their draft now since seeing that Samira to say, actually, okay, well, Jinx is going to be the only thing getting win wall, but that's fine, as long as we pick another champion that doesn't get too hampered by it. So we find out what this last pick will be. That is...
there it is.
Gwen.
All the mist.
Mid.
No, it could be Malphite. You never know. You never know these things.
I mean, they have the flex potential at this point. I say it customarily, not because these are actual flex picks, as there's the Syndra we were expecting to see, and I'm very curious to see what on earth you want to be putting against that preference. I doubt it's going to be the Malphite. You'd want that not there, because you're going to... Ooh, there we go, pivot, actually.
Okay.
Ask me a question so I have prompts to think.
Well, it is the jack of all trades mid laner coming through. That's Ahri with the multiple dashes and now with the resets currently. But how do you think that... Wait, is that... No way that's Viego, man.
Could be. But we'll wait until 20 seconds. 20 seconds is when the swap window's done. The summon a spell choice for Semi makes me think that will be the Gwen mid. But yeah, go on with the question.
Alright, well, Ahri, jack of all trades mid laner. Right now, I see a lot of AD. And I'm kind of curious how BL are actually going to... Belgium, ULB are actually going to utilize this Ahri. Because right now, I'm not entirely sure. They have a lot of CC. Ahri can follow up on that. But...
Have ULB swapped? They don't appear to have swapped. Maybe that... We'll hope that's a spectator bug. Worst case scenario, we might need to do something with the draft for that one. But we will see. Fingers crossed that there's not going to be any issues, but yes, go on. Sorry. I hate to interrupt you, but it was just while it was still on the screen. I wanted to bring attention to it.
I did notice that. Generally, I mean, how is this Ahri going to function for this team? Because right now I see a lack of AP damage, because whilst Ahri can do a lot of burst, it's not consistent AP damage.
No, and when you're looking down something like the Malphite, like the Gwen, neither of these champions are really prone to getting bursted out in fights. And also, they can both resist your ability to... Okay, draft is being remade, we've been told, so you're going to have to give us a couple more minutes while that one gets done. And both of them have the ability to resist the charm, because Gwen can throw up the Hallowed Mist and just say, nah, out of range. The Malphite obviously can go unstoppable with the ultimate, which means that this Ahri is going to have a tough time. They need to be working very closely with their jungler to focus out that Viego early game and take the pressure to the side lanes, because otherwise... Well, I feel like IST might have followed my advice and said, okay, let's go for a simpler plan. Take the Malphite, take the much easier to execute comp. However, then they decided, but let's make sure we have a little bit of wackiness with a Gwen mid at the end.
I'm actually kind of curious what the Gwen mid was all about, personally, because right now, Gwen mid doesn't really have that many good mid matchups, and you basically picked it blind, because let's face it, at the point you picked it in draft, it was no longer a flex pick, but rather, yeah, that's going in mid.
You assume at least, but I think that we're looking at it from a top-down perspective, where we've had plenty of time to prep for all these teams, and it was something that we knew was physically possible. When you are in the last 30 seconds of the pick ban phase, and suddenly there's a Gwen and a Malphite looking at you, and you're like, well, both of those could play into Aatrox. What are we doing mid lane? Because if they pick the Syndra, and then they have AP Malphite going mid, if the Malphite's able to survive the lane phase, suddenly Syndra just gets bopped continuously. So I feel like that's part of the reason why we saw UOB respectfully pivot over to that Ari pick at the end. And overall, Gwen mid, back to your original question, it's okay. It loses a lot of its potency because Gwen loves to hit you over and over and over, get that Conqueror stacked up. Issue is, even with the Ghost, she doesn't have as much time to stick on you in the mid lane because it's a much shorter lane. That's why a lot of these champions, like Fiora, well, Camille a bit less so, but similar principle, doesn't go mid because you don't have as much space to play with. That is why it's a different meta for each of the roles.
If I remember that on this patch, or if it was the patch before, I cannot remember off the top of my head, but Gwen has been cut down a little bit.
Yes.
That damage to jungle monsters, making the jungle flex not so good, but more importantly, losing 50 attack range was the big biter here for the Gwen. I think it's just going to be remade so that the roles are in the right place, I imagine, because as you mentioned, the Samira was not in the bot lane, not sure what went on. Probably some client bug, as we all know and love, right? Their client is stable.
Not perfect, but you know what? That's fine. As we've talked the draft to death for the moment, we'll save the rest of it for the game. Based on what ULB have shown in this current draft, I feel like I like what they have conceptually. I think that they've got a really good idea. They've got the Aatrox for constant knockups. That works well with the Samira. They've got good dive across the board. They have a clear plan. I would say they've got the easier to execute comp, and I like what they have going for them. We obviously have a ULB as an unknown right now. We haven't got to see this team on stream yet, so in theory, looks great. In practice, let's find out.
Oh, here we go. Yep, that is exactly what we expect. Yep, all coming through. Brilliant. Well, hopefully, with this matchup, we can contextualize the level of this group a little bit more. Because then we have another matchup that IST have gone against, and depending on how well ULB do versus IST, we can compare their performances between Kit, between Braves, and between them.
So
Maybe
what we're
with that-
using, IST, they're the litmus test of this group then, at this point, because we've got to see so many games of them and so many games of Kit now, just by nature of how quickly Kit stomped the first game and forced us to change our schedule around. Now we get to actually see tangibly what the potential both ends of the group look like. Hopefully IST are more comfortable. I don't know how you exactly feel more comfortable with a Gwen mid, but surely Semide is going to be more comfortable than anybody else in this game is, I would hope.
I mean, after you've had the amount of warm-up you had, the testing versus Braves and Kit, I mean, I would say that's a mechanical warm-up to say the least, getting your face beaten in on the Vigar, and then likewise the last game. Not so bad on the Kassadin, to be fair. Seemingly did a lot better as the game went on, but was not in a position where he could scale in without sacrificing too much for the rest of the team.
And so I think what that means is we've talked a lot about the mechanical aspect. We've talked a lot about what we expect the power level of this group to be by the time this game is done. But we should talk about the mental aspect, because obviously, like you just said, IST have had two very difficult opponents on stream, and that has got to hurt the mental for this squad, because while we talk about as a positive that all these teams won their leagues to get here, we don't know the specific natures of everybody. Not everybody specified if they went undefeated. Well, you would specify if you went undefeated, and since nobody else has, we're just assuming that it's not the case for a lot of them, not able to go back and find that directly. So, for IST, a team that won their league, this is something that we need to be almost putting on the side, because when you win everything, everything is going well. It's very easy to manage and work in a team environment when everything is going well. As soon as things start to go poorly, though, that's when cracks can start to show, and that is when longevity, extended team play year on year, part of what we saw from Kit earlier in the day, just comes back to help you and save you, because you have that experience knowing, okay, well, I can always rely on X even if the game is already losing.
That's it. Well, we have to wait and see once we load onto the Rift exactly what happens. But mental, as you mentioned, is a very, very important thing, especially in long days. You have to remember they're playing multiple games back to back. There is stuff going off stream. Because it is a 5-man group, luckily you do have situations where you might not be playing for a match, and in the case of IST, the first game of the day was not one that they were playing anything in, so you've got a little bit of an extended morning, I suppose. Give yourselves time to have breakfast, warm up, sit down, and get ready to play. But then for the rest of the day, you're chugging along, and here they are now.
I mean, with two brutal starting opponents, they're hoping that they can turn their luck around. Right now is when it needs to happen, because if you finish the day 2-2, that's not bad. That's literally even. You can't complain with that. You can come back as we hop into the game now. Let's see what wackiness we start getting,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
if any.
So my dancing. That's what we're doing.
We're okay with that.
Prometheus with the Prestige Edition skin. Like to see that. Showing off his Malphite prowess. But no. Team's just taking a very restrained start to the game. Basically drawing out 2 lines down the side of the map. But there you go.
That's fine. We take a good 5-point opening. Both junglers just defending their own quadrant. This is as peaceful as you can get for a level 1. Just both teams not wanting to give over any excess information. If you show yourselves and walk forward to place down wards, if you go for cheeky invades, then you give away a lot. Like, for example, now, IST, while they do lose that ward, it gives away a little bit for ULB, saying we're probably starting topside, because they aren't leashing. Obviously, it's Hecarim. You'd assume them to start topside in most situations, but now it's all but confirmed.
IST also, if they went a little bit slower, they could try and bait the leash bot side, but no, they'll instead just go straight to the lane.
Decent timing. You can imagine that this is
maybe
because they walked around the long way, right?
Yeah.
Because they had to avoid getting cheesed in Tribush. So you don't know it for a fact. The biggest issue here is though that now the Samira Leona has priority. If they hit level 2 first, they can kill you. These two are very, very aggressive champions, and they have proficiency on them. So we actually keep an eye on the bottom lane just in case, because I want to see that level 2. I want to see if they go for anything immediately while they have the level lead off of this minion.
And you have to remember, if Leona hits any piece of CC, then Samira can dash straight in. But no, both level 2s are matched, and there is no all-in available.
Okay, that was the only thing I was really not worried about necessarily for IST, but it was definitely something that was expected to come. When you have the Samira, you want to be playing on the front foot. That champion stacking up the style rank is so important. So if you are ever getting pushed back, it becomes exceptionally difficult to do so. This is just very peaceful. Both junglers full clearing onto the bottom side of the map. They're both going to have cleared the entire quadrants of their jungle before they make their way to that scuttle crab. Tave is going to be farming up a storm. We'll have the red buff for longer, which does mean they will be a bit better off when it comes to actual skirmishes after this first crab has been fought over by the looks of it.
There's Hecarim's ability to be able to leash 2 cabs early on that clear speed, allowing him to get to that crab a little bit earlier than the Viego. Light early advantage in the jungle. Didn't mean too much.
Question is, what is Mad Max going to do? Because there is a very easy gank for this bottom lane, and I think that Tafe knows that. They are looking down. Highly respectful, going to pull that one out. And now, because the Hecarim is going to path up to the top side. Oh, no, they're not. They're actually looping back around. They really want to get this gank down, and Tafe will be here waiting for the counter.
Faith is there, the mist isn't here yet. Now it is. Sans gonna be the one taking most of the damage. Perez managed to get out partially due to the knockback from Mad Max. First blood to Tafe. He gets the possess. Can they get anything more? That was a huge play from Matt Games. A double kill for IST.
IST coming alive in this third game of the day for them. And they really needed it. This is the kind of early game mental boost that a squad needs after so many rough ones. As gonna zone back. Nobody's gonna die for them. That was close right there. A little bit worried for a second. But now, doesn't matter that Tafe was put behind on the Scuttle Crab, because they're gonna be able to look immediately up to that top side and get back to full clearing.
The annoying thing when Viego gets ahead, especially at this point in the game, is 1, his clear is faster. 2, it means that he's more likely to be able to get the kill, and if he gets the kill, he gets to possess. He gets to possess, then it's kind of likely he might get another kill, so on and so forth. That is the tale of Viego, and sometimes stuff happens.
Seeing an interesting story with this Viego, though, as they do have that half-bound axe built into the Triforce and the Wit's End. neither of which items I was expecting Viego to be going initially. We'll have to find out. I'm assuming it's going to be the Triforce, considering they've got the Sheen, but you never know. As they have been spotted out. Man advantage and level. Oh, good
Oh,
shoot.
lovely dodge away, but
Oh!
actually gets stopped by steel armor. Massive on the Aatrox.
Okie dokie, this was a player that we didn't know all too much about, but they most definitely took their lunch money in that play right there. Very impressive, managing to keep Tafe from getting out of those infernal chains. Nice overall, because not only does it mean that Mad Max now has the level lead, he's getting to invade, so he's going to get worse and worse. Hecarim, despite not getting much off of the bot lane play, will be accelerated up to level 6, far and away before Viego.
Modir currently in the middle of the tower, farming up the wave, doesn't necessarily have a fun time in the early. Can mitigate some of that when she is immune, but Mad Max is here for the dive. Ignited down, she has the needles, but the ignite healing. However, the tower shots, Ari started tanking it, and the second one goes down, somehow manages to make the outplay on the tower.
I feel like that was extremely aggressive from ULB, excessively so, because Ari hadn't backed at that point. Dr. Ken was only on a corrupting potion that I'm pretty sure was actually out of stacks. So it's only base damage that Ari's actually doing to you on the tower. I saw the attempt, right? Because you are going, get the initial 2 dashes to deal the damage, and then use the third one to escape. And with that kill, you'll get the passive HP boost that you now get, acts like a triumph. And then Dr. Ken gets away. Didn't go to practice, and now that is a massive amount of gold handed back over, with the initial play coming back in from Tafe again.
And for another one, missed around the corner. Going on to Sans to begin with.
He's level
Now,
6.
He's charging, and he does have Onslaught of Shadows. Going to go for the knock first there. Gets the fear onto Tafe. Really trying to kill this Viego before he can get a reset. They do kill him, but now Samira goes down. Can they get the Leona too? Dr. Kent is on the way on the Ari, seeing if he can clean up. No, back off. Donate the Leona. Let the sacrifice happen. Gwen will get that one. And IST looking amazing right now.
This is nothing like what we have seen from them currently, and I would say part of it has been over-aggression from ULB, but it has definitely been IST playing well, especially Tafe, I would say. In every play they have been a part of at least getting there, whether it be at the start or the finish, and now Semide with them. These 2 players that we're talking about, we wanted them to be the main carries for the team. These are the Div 2 players for the squad, and they are starting to look the part now.
3-2-1, 3-1-1. Tafe may not have the farm, but he's definitely set up his lanes as a Viego, and to be honest, Viego only needs enough gold to be able to try and get the kill, and then from then he takes the gold effectively of other people because of those possessions. But Gwen now with the kills, managing to keep up a lot more in this matchup with the extra gold.
And we've not really got to talk about Viego much, but something we should mention is the quality of the steals they have this game. Because if you look on the other team, Ari, very, very good because of the charm. You only need to get that one ability off, and then that chains into your Viego reactivate ult. Then for the rest of the map, I would say the Hecarim is lackluster, depending on the situation. Aatrox, very good. His basic abilities are his entire kit. And then for the bottom lane, I was saving the best for last. Leona, one of the best steals in the game. And then Samira, we got to see it offer the initial play that set him off on this one. But it is so insane because you get to use Samira's resets and then turn back into Viego for your own resets. And it is just bonkers what you can do with Viego this game.
Yeah, you get to have that dash and the passive in. Most of the options that Tafe has available have catch-up tools, which means he can keep going with in fights. But right now, I feel that ULB, you know what, you're not too far behind in gold because you have CS advantages for the most part. A massive differential for Mad Max because he's just been farming it up whilst Tafe has been proactive. And this means that ULB is not quite as far behind as I might seem.
And securing this Rift Herald, I'm curious to see where they are going to allocate it, because normally you would want to snowball your Samira and help them get our lane. But I feel like it's far too gone for this bot lane at this point, as I feel like we should be looking down there though, because Tafe is trying to make it happen again. Top lane makes the most sense, right? Because you have already got Steel Armor performing well. It's just the fact that you haven't got plates for this team, bar one in mid.
Rotating towards the Hex stack, gonna pick up the first Drake. Really nice little bit of that injection for them. Meanwhile, ULB, Steel Armor, and Mad Max picking up the tower plates here. Gold is completely even.
They're gonna be able to take down one plate. What you can see they're trying to do is if Prometheus hadn't returned and come back knowing that there wasn't the Ari roam along with it, then that could have easily turned into taking the extra plate, throwing down the Rift Herald to get First Blood Tower off it.
For a second there, I thought Gowing manages
did
to
look like it,
actually
right?
steal the blue, but no, Tafe gets that one. Prometheus now in a little bit of trouble as Mad Max runs him down. I think the Hecarim's slightly too tanky, but it does need to be careful about how many tower shots he takes, and therefore will back off.
That was two champions that can both ignore the other's ultimate, deciding that neither of them are going to risk it.
A handshake there, summoning the Herald on the top side, cashing in the tower plating for both of these carries. And I'm a little bit conscious now about how much gold Steel Armor has. Look at the CS differential. Look at the fact that he's just secured all of the plating of that tower.
And this is going to get the second charge, which means if they are ever left alone in the top lane,
Oh, that
has
differential.
a 600 gold Pinata. Oh, look at this. Hold on mid.
Alright, Tafe, Heartbreaker going down.
One
Ari
more
still has
dash.
one more dash, there's no way.
Yeah, that was scary though. And the thing is about Ari as a champion is she's so strong right now for being able to pop off in fights and just get those resets. But if she's on the back foot, she is worthless.
This lantern out. Very even pressure. Once again, these Drake Souls might end up meaning a lot to this game with the way that things are being played out.
Loud. Once again, it means we get an important soul coming into this one. I think we'll wait until we find out which one it is before we go too in-depth for it, because there's so many bruisery champions that an Ocean would feel almost just too good this game.
Yeah, that's actually interesting because Aatrox amps total healing, so to technically amp the healing further from the Ocean Soul.
I mean, there's 3 reset champions on ULB now. Ari, people may forget, but you do get the resets off of the ultimate, and then combining that with the Aatrox and the Samira, you can really go off on one. If a fight ever goes well, it pops off. And saying that, there's 2 on the other side. Viego and Jinx are the 2 comeback, well, king and queen of the game right now.
Perez has sat quietly in the bot side, but has been assisted massively by the Viego in the jungle to be able to just kind of farm up, get a little bit of residual gold for assists. Yeah, you would have probably liked some of the kills there, but you're a Jinx at the end of the day. You'll scale up to a few items and do what Jinx does, get excited on the reset. And that
What is
just
this
goes to
gank?
show that... Wait.
Look at the bot lane. There is a...
Oh my word.
Prometheus is just vibing out.
Flashed away from unable to get that. And there you go. Really wants to use the R button. Samide now in the mid lane trying to get the 2v1. Will not be able to.
That's a lot of shutdown going over to the Hecarim. Oh no, it never ends though. TP coming in, as this will dissuade the dive attempt. Oh my, but the flank
They
is
have
here.
the flank. That's gonna Mad Max on one end. Now they're funneled into one. Choke Steel Armor. Popping the World Ender, going straight onto Matt Games. Flash away to safety. He will pick up that one. Another kill. Dr. Ken doing so much damage with the chase down. Everfrost to the slow. Misses the charm though. And that might allow Tafe to get out. Mad Max chasing for it. Nope. That'll be it.
Wow, that was narrow, but it has equalized the game. And the thing is, a minute and 20 seconds before the dragon, take a look at the ultimate cooldowns. Ari, very short ult cooldown. Aatrox, very short ult cooldown. And then pretty much across the board, that will be the case. So everybody will have their stuff back up. It's just the summoners that we need to pay attention to. Oh, hold on a minute.
Little Jinx might be in a bit of trouble. That's a lot of combined CC. One Sans goes down. Mad Max tanking the tower. But maybe might fight to Matt Games. Matt Games unable to get in range. Sans will go down as a sacrifice, but I think you'll take that.
Yeah, I guess so. You're okay with it as the net result, but overall, meh. I'm guessing that's an overall meh play. It doesn't result in anything significant. Everybody's got to come back on the map for the dragon anyway. One thing you can say is that the ADC will be sped up by the Thresh, so I feel like this won't stop IST looking for the dragon if they want to. And I can't see why you wouldn't, because knowing there's only good souls left, this is going to be the high priority for everybody. Semide heading top lane has the TP, so they can make their way over. We need to keep an eye on where the vision will be for them to look for potential flanks.
Here we are, the setup has arrived. You will be here to clear out the vision. Important to get these objectives at this point in the game. And that ward there, unless that gets cleared out, will give them a lot of vision to potentially see whether they're going for any sort of cheesy strats, or maybe just kill the fresh as Man Max goes in, Everfrost charm down, and I don't think that IST can take this objective anymore.
Well, if Semide could get away from Steel Armor, they could, but no, they're just going to commit to the full trade. Throwing a lot back. Okay. What I was thinking was maybe there was a world where Semide could get the Fog of War and TP back in, but no, this fight continues. Oh,
that's the unstoppable force onto 2. Really late stopwatch will keep you alive for the time being, but I'm not sure there was any in that one. Dr. Kim manages to land the charm, flash away from Tafe to stay alive. Heartbreaker, the unstoppable, keeping him in the motion.
And it's an Infernal Rift. This actually sucks for Viego, because it removes so many of the areas for you to chuck down that mist and hide. Mid lane, though, Steel Armor, they want another.
Gale Force, Iris buying time.
It's just an inevitability for this poor Jinx. Who's gonna get the kill is my biggest question.
It'll be the Hecarim.
Okay. We have got some very fed bruisers this game.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Yep, thanks for proving my
Speaking
point there.
of,
Yeah, okay, we'll take it. So, I think we should talk about the biggest difference between the Fed members of ULB and ISTs, that ULB ones are tanky, but offer way less net damage. On the other side, though, the Viego and the Gwen, if they ever get into a fight and get a good angle, they will just win it on their own. Biggest issue is, though, they need a bit more of the itemization before they truly come online, whereas their counterparts, the Aatrox and the Hecarim, are peaking in damage right now.
nice little try there by Paradise to actually try and steal that Herald of the Jinx ultimate. Alas, it was not possible, but, you know, the thought was there.
Can I just say, we established it in the draft, but we're getting exactly what we wanted. This is a close game, and goes to show that this group has a lot to offer, with ULB getting pushed to the limits right now.
Yeah, and I think this really cements the race for second place, actually, because, yes, Brothers, Braves even, managed to get the win earlier against IST in a pretty dominant fashion, but it does seem that they are still a smidgen below Kit as far as we can tell for the time being. And, well, if someone shows up here, then maybe it's about how many wins you can get versus Braves, and maybe that pushes you forwards.
When you have a team that is expected to win all their games of Kit, every other game means even more, because you're basically playing, in that case, a double round robin with only 3 other teams, if everybody's expected to lose them. And it obviously means that any wins against Kit are basically like bonus points you weren't meant to get, like the extra stars at the end of Mario Party, you know? You weren't meant to have this win, this is just cheating at the end of the day, but it does its job down, and you'd have to earn it to get there. Right now, we have entered a mini lull state, I will say, with no objectives on the board. Talking about Baron damage, it isn't great for ULB. On the other side, though, it's filthy. You have a Jinx, you have a Gwen, you have a Viego. All 3 of these champions absolutely decimate the Baron. So when it comes to that objective, if we ever do see ULB looking for a dragon, there is the potential for IST to just flip it and say, actually, we're going to go for the Baron instead. There's no threat of a soul for at least 15 minutes from now. So I feel like both of these teams would be at least considering looking at sneaky Barons.
That is an option. Right now, they are currently just going for the red buff. That is the objective right here. Apparently, it is very important to both teams. But no. That's going to take a little bit longer for Tafe to secure that one. But what they were really trying to do is get some deep vision into this side right now. Matt Game's going to clear a little bit of it out. I don't know if the sweeper currently lasts long enough. Yeah, well, they do know that that is warded. Not sure if they're able to take that one down, but they know there is vision around.
And we've just had a quick update on the standings. Currently it is Kit sitting at 3-0, Braves sitting at 2-0, ULB sitting at 1-2, and then Pesigod and IST both at 0-2. So Pesigod really do want to be winning their other game off stream, as does IST, because that will keep you competitive with the rest of the teams. That can mean the day finishes and you have a killing chance still.
We get the engage, but that one does go through, and that means Mac Games is just dead. Rift Herald gets the second charge off. Open it up a little bit. Tafe may be looking for a re-engage, but still chasing, still chasing. Doesn't land the stun onto Sans. Flashed away from the charm.
Meanwhile, on the top side, we do have just Malphite trying to do what they can, keep the Aatrox off of the tower. It was the initial Rift Herald that got this turret to the position it's in, and now they are going for it. Steel Armor scaring Prometheus off. I don't think they'll be able to get anything done off of that World Ender, though.
Oh, thank you for your tower shots and the chance of trying to get the kill there, laying some more damage down, but this Malphite is pretty tanky, has the armor against your AD, but Steel Armor is just really far ahead, so he's still doing a good amount of damage to him.
But that shield backup will keep them okay. With a minute until the dragon spawns, Steel Armor has the teleport, so this is a great window for them to look to back. As you can see, Prometheus, not having to teleport themselves, wants to just follow up, seeing they can maybe set up for that ultimate. So they will just forfeit the dragon with nothing to gain on the other half of the map.
Man Max and Dr. Ken just gonna kill that one up. Get that Infernal Drake. Something that Infernal does allow your ability to have is quite a lot of burst potential between landing their CC and then the damage coming through from the Ahri, from the Aatrox, and the Samira. Quite deadly, I would say.
Mentioning that, looking at Dr. Ken, I've seen that they've bought the Shadow Flame. Now, if we look at shields on the enemy team, obviously Malphite has their passive one, so you'll usually get the bonus pen straight onto them. Viego and Gwen relatively squishy, so you also get pen onto them. Jinx, also squishy, similar situation. And then the Thresh has the Lantern and the Locket, so setting up for a beautiful game for this Shadow Flame. Bumping Dr. Ken up to a good 38 Magic Pen, which is going to be doing nigh on true damage to everybody short of Malphite and Thresh at this point in the game. So, this Ahri, still a scary damage threat.
Mac Games gets the hook though, manages to get out with the Onslaught of Shadows, Mad Max, but that's an ult burned, a very important cooldown at this point in the game. IST might be looking for some setup, but URB and Semite having a little bit of a brawl down here. And I think the Gwen wins this for the time being. Aatrox does have the potential lifesteal to outplay it, but no, you will be shut down. The healing from the needlework just a little too much.
And is that damage coming through right there? The Nash's Tooth doing ever so much for Semite on that 1v1 down there. Picking up a lot of gold is going to do insane amounts. And having the Oblivion Orb, something that I didn't notice they're picked up, but means that they are pretty favored in these 1v1s and even against the enemy ADC of Garank on this Samira later on once they end up picking up that Bloodthirster. We haven't really got to talk too much about him because despite being on one of the flashiest ADCs in the game, they haven't really had the opportunity to do much.
Garank just kind of had to take a bit of a chill pill and sit there and say, well, currently there's a lot of stuff going on the rest of the map. I'm just going to keep farming and then eventually I should be able to do something in the midst of a team fight. But right now, I'm just going to sit back. I have to do the ADC thing of going for every minion possible.
I won't say that either team will ever be out of this game. And the reason for that is because they both have so many comeback tools. All it takes is one person making a slip up and then the resets from both sides can go off on one. But right now, it is most definitely IST in the driver's seat going for this here. That was clean.
Man, really nice dash through to escape that one. No Jinx ult gonna connect here. And honestly, just props to Garank for seeing the mechanics on that one, knowing that you can just dash through and get out. Don't have to burn a flash either.
Had to burn exhaust though. That was the biggest issue for him because that is a 2-item Viego now. And what I wanted to say was while neither of these teams ever get truly outscaled in the traditional sense, the carries are definitely scaling a lot harder for IST. This Gwen, Viego, and to the Jinx, but it's situational for the bot lane, as you could definitely argue that Samira scales like a truck as well. It's going to be way more prevalent from now, seeing that they have hit the 2-item mark, as have the Aatrox and the Hecarim, who we were talking about earlier, but it only goes downhill for those latter two now. Uphill for Viego, Gwen. Every additional item they pick up, they are going to become absolute monsters. Tafe wanting to lurk.
There it is. So much damage from this Viego between his own blade and the Triforce, but he just gets locked up on the tower. 2 stunned. And let's see if ULB can get any more off of it. Song's going in, but the only damage you have is this Kekarim. It's not enough right now, and just going to have to leave.
So importantly, that is going to be Summoner's Blown Flash off of the ADC for ULB and from the Viego. Kill doesn't matter so much to me right now because the biggest thing is now Viego can't flash into that pit. They have to burn ultimate and it's a one-way trip.
I don't know why you're looking for this, trying to get some damage off. If you go all in, I'm pretty sure you just die here. But he's still going to go for it. Garank has the confidence and almost manages to kill Semide, but it's not enough versus this Gwen. A little bit too tanky right now and levels above you.
Doesn't invest anything long-term though. That will just be Gwen having to ghost away. I mean, the needlework will be back up before the dragon, so we don't get to win too much there for your ULB. I think in that situation, obviously it's bad to die, but you can at least give it the silver lining of, well, they actually used a longer cooldown than my respawn timer. Samira will be at that dragon fight, and there won't be a Gwen ghost, so that might, in the long term, actually come out as a W for ULB if they manage to get here and posture around the dragon, which they have not been able to just yet.
What I will say, though, is that Semide right now working towards a death cap. And there are Infernal Drakes on the Rift. If they can manage to stack a few of these along with that, that is a lot of AP for this Gwen. And will be shredding through everybody on ULB.
But they're squishy. That's the thing, right? There's an RA, Fear, CC, so many things that can contain this Gwen. And that Ghost really does enable them to lurk on the side and just wait with the ultimate, as Tafe is here, the Infernal Rift playing to his favor this time around, making it a lot easier to access the dragon. Everybody is here as the TP flank coming in from this Malphite. Okay.
Oh,
That was intimidating.
really using the Infernal Drake Rift to their advantage. When Mad Max gets the steal, he's going to sacrifice his life for it, though. Who's going to win the ensuing fight? Semide taking so much damage, dealing so much damage, even 2 steel armor, 2 down, but you get the Drake. Is Soul Point worth it? Well, they might be able to get the Purple Worm.
Oh, they should be able to get this Baron. I don't see many tools to be able to contest. Whoa!
Prometheus hits it. So much damage going on to Garank there. He might die for that. No, lives on a sliver of health. Manages to keep every member of IST alive. And they have come alive in this moment.
I was looking at Dr. Ken's ultimate thinking maybe they can make a contest here, but Prometheus shutting down any hopes of ULB stopping this Baron. There is nothing that a solitary Ari can do to 4 people in front of the Baron. I don't care about your MR shred. It is meaningless. You do not have the DPS for it. This will be a 5-person Baron buff. So, taking that in stride, what that means for us now is that in the next 3 minutes, IST need to get a massive amount done. Look at the minimap. There is a lot of standing gold. 4 towers still alive outside of the base of ULB. So difficult for them to try and make up any accurate or real defense around those ones. So if IST could collect all of that gold, snowball an actual gold lead, because if you look up at the top of the screen there, it's dead even on both of them, then maybe they can use that to leverage around the next dragon fight. Because you're right, it's not soul, it's just soul point.
Here we are. At this point in the game, gold is still somehow so even. Slight advantage to ULB, but it's really negligible given the circumstances. ULB might have some combat advantages in some senses given the Drake stacking, but there's a Baron buff and a very fed Gwen in the side lane who's almost level 18.
Yeah, you need to send at least 3 people for my money to try and stop this Gwen. Because Steel Armor will just get run down under tower. That Ghost we're talking about is gone, or is back, sorry now. And it's the 3v1 the wrong way.
Trying to run down Steel Armor, there it is. Gonna go down to Tafe. Getting the Possess. Keep going in the top lane. You really need to be worried about this as ULB because they can just burst down most of your base. Gonna take 1 tower. That's gonna be the inhib shortly afterwards.
Echo Remote is up on the base, but they need to be able to actually catch them. And yeah, the Thresh is there.
Dr. Ken on the chase, but Mac Games round the corner hits the death sentence. Dr. Ken having to burn a flash.
I don't know, man. This is going to be really tough for them to try and chase as the Jinx has grouped back up with them. Well played by IST. They managed to get all of the top towers, actually, and now they get to go mid. So they've already collected on 4 that I was talking about earlier. Not the intended 4, mind you, but they're going to be happy with that, because with that top lane inhib down, somebody from ULB will need to sit up there and continue to clear the super minions. Dragon is up in 1 minute and 50 seconds. You will need to have some really clean macro from ULB if you are to have any chance at contesting this dragon and looking for the soul.
Very important for your team as a win condition right now, because that Baron has just opened up your base a little bit more. You're a lot more vulnerable. If IST manage to win a team fight and get a numbers advantage, they might just be able to run down that base. But in the event you get the Infernal Soul, AP, you're probably a lot better off in mass team fights. And that's something that IST have to watch out for.
And I want to see what Dr. Ken's AP is, if possible, because they have got a lot of good itemization with the Infernal Soul in their favor. But the thing is, Ari is not a champion that is meant to be at this point in the game. You need to have used her to snowball the game and win off of that. While ULB did a fair bit of the snowballing, it has not resulted in a long-term victory, and her damage falls off awfully at this point in the game.
As the game goes on, this sort of damage from Ori does get less and less value. Fortunately, those Infernal Dragons are sort of mitigating that a little bit alongside the death cap. Extra percentage value is always nice to have AP, but in 40 seconds this Drake spawns, and currently the entire bot side jungle is blue.
It is swimmingly for them, as Prometheus is just looking at mid. Garank is alone, has flash. I think they're just going to try and pressure it.
Oh, Gale forced away. Nav Max now on the re-engage.
Good defense. Saving their ADC right there. Doesn't have to burn anything beyond that Gale Force. That will be down for the Dragon. And more importantly, you have postured brilliantly. So you can pressure in the mid lane tower and then loop over to the Dragon after. This could be an angle for ULB, but you do not have the numbers advantage yet.
Double fear, that might be what ULB needed. TAFE gets shut down right at the get-go. Prometheus soon to follow. Mac Games, now it's just a death ball from ULB. They're going from one to another, The Semites needlework shreds through the entire team of ULB. What was that?
You cannot stack against these two. Gwen and Jinx carrying that fight. They're going to win the game off of this.
Alright, lesson learned, everyone. Do not stack in the middle of a level 18 Gwen that is almost full build, because die.
I feel like they should be able to end. I said it with utter confidence because you have the DPS. Jinx murders this turret. You've got it, right? Like, look at the respawn time. Nobody's going to be up. It's done. They've just gone and won the game off of that one play on its own.
They just turned the game right on its head. You thought that ULB was winning that fight, managed to kill almost 3 people, and then Semi just says, no, I'm here,
excited.
I am immune, you can't kill me.
I need that replay, because what we've gone and done here is that now both of these teams are tied at 1 and 2. That's it. That's all you need to know. That is important for both of the... Sorry, I tell a lie.
Wow.
ULB are now 1 and 3, and IST are 1 and 2. So...
yeah, because of games played earlier on. Yeah, that makes sense.
I thought myself into a trap there. So that means that there is the potential for IST to finish today 2 and 2 and get themselves into that sweet spot. But before we even consider talking about the rest of the league, we need to look at this game again, because that was the closest game of the day by far.
Yeah.
So I felt like the 9-9 scoreline really did exemplify it for the best part of, what, 5-10 minutes where neither team did anything, and we just got to keep looking at that going, damn, it's pretty close. Yeah, all right. Is anybody going to do anything? Because it is even. As we see the play that kicked it all off, TAFE lurking around the bottom lane. This was so much because, as we see, Jinx pushed into the bush by the Hecarim knockback and their own summoner. They managed to escape out of this one. It really did do the snowballing. TAFE did get punished not too long from now in the game, but it meant a massive amount towards actually being able to snowball on this Viego, one of the key mechanisms for accelerating the game.
I mean, this was also so lovely from Steel Armor denying that on the blast cone. No, you don't get to go over there. Come right back to me. That's where you belong. Some
This
Aatrox mechanics.
this one was a whoopsie. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I know what this replay is, and
Yeah.
you could see the intent. And the biggest issue was that they didn't get the kill quick enough onto the Gwen, because if the Gwen dies, Ari gets the HP, they get to walk out, and then it's a 1-for-1, most likely, which is still not great. A lot of these fights were excruciatingly close, so there was a reason that the score was dead even for so long. I'm just waiting until we get towards those later dragon fights, the one that really ended up turning it around, because for the longest time, I was expecting UOB to have something in the pocket, because they really did get the early lead, but as soon as they slowed down and didn't keep that game accelerating, the Aatrox and the Hecarim just fell off in comparison to the Gwen.
I mean, it just goes to show how much back and forth there really was this game, because we literally just had a team fight where IST won. Now we're watching one where ULB won. This happened throughout the entire game, where each team continually win one team fight and then the other team will win it. This is why we had such even gold throughout, and then you see this here. ULB taking this one down, getting the Herald, and if I remember correctly, they lose the ensuing fight.
That is a matter of just Gwen overall, because kills relatively even again throughout the whole point. This was all part of that lull state in the middle of this game that I feel like this was the real turning point where we got to see it firsthand. It was a very close trade, but Steel Armor's shutdown going over gave all the acceleration the Gwen needed to really jumpstart towards that Rabadons that we will get to see a little bit later on in these replays. And there's a lot of them for this game, oddly enough, because it was also our most action out of all the games, I would say.
I mean, this is also a massive thing for Semi too, because we saw in game 1 Semi get completely neutered on the Vega. Couldn't do anything, pretty much had no impact the entire game. Little bit better on the Kassadin last match, but a completely different look player, winning their team the game.
And I feel like that's a great confidence booster, especially with Prometheus here, who also had a rough time. At very least in the first match, it was not groovy whatsoever. But this time around, on the Malphite, having that impact, and it's what we wanted from this team. We wanted them to keep those resources, give themselves an easier to execute comp. And again, while the Gwen was hesitant, watch this right here. It paid off dividends, just murdering the enemy squad with them and the Jinx absolutely dominant, and then go on to win the game off of that play alone.
Gwen is one of those champions where when she gets to this point at late game, and then you clump on her, things can happen. It's partly due to, it's because of the way that her passive interacts with the healing and the amount of damage that comes through. You can't resist against it. It just happens.
And that part was the 3-on-5, because ULB had just done a great job of picking off 2 separate members. I can't remember which ones it was off the top of my head right there, but it doesn't matter, because that is the game, set, and match. IST trying to go what they can for the last game of the day and take themselves up to that 2-2 point. Otherwise, they will be left joint with ULB. But we have got one final game for you that everybody is excited for. We got Kit. We got the Braves. Be right
Very
back.
big one. Stay tuned. Hello everyone. We're back again. 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters, powered by Twitch Student and Intel. And it's game 5. It's the final game of Group B on stream for all of you today. And it is the 2 giants who are currently undefeated, and therefore one of them will be defeated in due course, and that is Kit SC White versus Braves UMA.
And it feels almost poetic that yesterday we got to start off with the 2 teams that we didn't realize would end up being first and second, 4-0, 3-1, and we get to finish the day with the exact same thing. This group is shaping up to be extremely spicy, and something that I want to bring attention to for the rest of the standings, the ones that you don't have right now, is that if IST end up losing their next game to Pessigod, then that means suddenly we have the exact mirrored scores as we did from Group A, and we all know how exciting that was over there.
Yeah, I mean, what that tells me, if the scores are mirrored, is that we have a pretty even balance in all the groups, in terms of all the groups we've seen so far, in terms of the general standings between teams. And that's great. I think that shapes up for a potentially very, very banger playoffs.
And let's not jump all the way to the playoffs, though. We should really be focusing on Kit right now and their opponents, because Kit, we saw in the first 2 games of today, absolute domination from this squad. Even in a game where we anecdotally said, wow, There's no way they'll be able to win this one in 20 minutes with entirely scaling champions. They did it in 22. Like, absolutely absurd. Particularly, we'll talk about Gentleman Hero, played 2 games of Fiora, smashed 2 games of Fiora. If it's not banned this game, I'm going to be very concerned. We'll have to find out because we've got a Fiora player versus another Fiora player. Tell us about the other side, my friend.
That's exactly what I was about to say, is because Okanya also plays a little bit of Fiora, and therefore, depending on who has the priority, you never know, one can take it away from the other, saying, well, you've played a bit of Fiora today, well, I'm going to pick it this game, and I'm going to show you up on it. Or at least that's what I hope Okanya might try and do, if he wants to show off a little bit. But outside of that, I would say that the main player for Braves would be weaker in the bot lane, especially on that blind Cogmore that we saw.
We didn't get to see as much of the Braves as we did for Kit earlier on today, but they are showing up as a heavy contender in this group. There's a reason that they're 3-0, and we want to see if they can actually take it to their opposing roster in this one, because if we do find out that Kit lose this game and we get to see it, A, that would be awesome, and B, it would be the first game that Kit has lost in 2 years at UEM, the third loss in 3 years, and it is all going to be down to this squad you now see on your screen, looking at some of those key champions that we want to be highlighting again, particularly that Seraphine, that is the multi-role flex pick that we expect to be banned away. It's all about what you can actually bring out to supplement weaker in that bottom lane, because that Cogmore pick, obviously completely out of nowhere, but will they run it back again? Probably not. I'm sure they got plenty of other weird and wacky things to throw for us.
Yeah, and one of those is the Karthus, actually. Plays a little bit of the Karthus in the bot lane, and we've seen it a few times, very rarely, but sometimes that pick can be very, very obnoxious to deal with, especially on this roster, because if we take a look at Nacho's champ pool, they are all AD champions, and maybe we'll see a little bit of that right now as we get into the pick and ban.
Just gonna throw it out there. 12.5, Jinx, Zeri, Aphelios, blah, 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 blah. This might be the first time we get to see Zeri finally prioritized, though, because Wicked does play that champion a lot. He is one of the ones we need to keep our eye on. However, I'm thinking they're probably going to leave that to the side, because the main way we have seen Kit win, solo lanes. It has been entirely solo lanes, and with Striker being an absolute monster running around the top side of the map. And then Matthew, the newest member of this roster, they've been doing great as weak side, but that's weak side at the end of the day. And I think that the Braves handle a very good chance here because of how much they play through bot lane. Finishing off, that Zeri is actually taken away out of respect for the Braves not wanting to deal with that kind of potential. Don't want to leave such a scary champion in isolation bot.
Yeah, already 2 of the Powerpuff Girls gone in Seraphine and Zeri, as you mentioned. No Gwen, I don't think will be coming through, because Akanya and Nacho don't really play these champions here, and nor Cayetano. So, oh no, we're going to get another blue head. It's just going to be Vex instead, which is something that Cayetano does play. And this basically means that maybe Cayetano might be pushed to the Corki again, but Kit have the B1 if they want to steal it.
They could steal it, but also with that Jinx ban, Fiora is open. Do you first pick Fiora knowing that your lane opponent in top lane plays it as well? Does Gentleman Hero have an answer? Oh, this is exactly what we wanted in the pick ban phase. I just want to see, it's going to be that Corki that you said right there. Do Braves just snap block the Fiora to take it away? Because obviously they have their own answers. We know they play the Poppy. And most importantly, this is the first game for Kit we are seeing on the blue side. They picked Fiora on R3 in both of their previous games. So they do not get to pick Fiora now and ban away before it is answered. So this is going to be very, very important to see what options Braves go for. Do they match mid lane? Do they just pick a bot? Will they actually just lock in a Jace of all things? That wasn't on the list.
Well, Akanya does play Jace. Another one of those carry tops that he does so enjoy, but massive confidence to just say, you know what, I'm just going to play the Jace. You can pick your Fiora. I know this champion inside and out, and I'm confident that I can win the matchup if you decide to pick it.
Very curious, because with the Jace, you can at least outrange the Fiora in lane, and your knockback is one of the faster CCs in top, so unless you're predicting it, it's very hard to parry. But it means that now you've handed over counterpick to Gentleman Hero, which is not exactly the way that we thought this draft would be heading, at least with Kit on the blue side, was really not. We have that Veigar now, finding out it will be just the very late lock-in of that Hecarim, another champion that has been so good in the current meta game, and you have 2 immobile people already for the Braves, so it just makes sense.
Exactly that. I mean, Hecarim being picked so much, but there is a lot of reason behind it. It's the mobility that Hecarim allows in addition to his clear speed, so he's able to clear quickly, get to lanes, and provide a lot of pressure because of the displacement and CC. You can then go with the Bruiser or the tank build if you want a stronger front line or a little bit more damage, as we'll see it all get paired together by a Karma.
Okay, that is a mystery pick for me. Because obviously we expect the Corki to be going mid and Hecarim will be going in the jungle. That's not going to be anything wacky, but that could be a Karma heading up to top lane, or it could just be setting up to try and at least give them the options in the second rotation. Karma pairs very well with Caitlyn, very well with Ezreal, very well with a lot of champions. She is hyper flexible to the extent that she's also a top laner. So while I don't think Gentleman here is the kind of person to go on that Karma, it is something we do need to keep our mind on and see if they decide to pivot it, because I don't know if that would be like the super, like, you know, Giga Chad move you said of locking in the Fiora in the first rotation, but now it is banned away, so we don't even need to worry about that one, not risking it even, but just a lot of respect, even though you've already got the counter pick that you wanted. You still get rid of it. Fair.
Alright, respect given. Don't want to deal with it this game. You've seen what it can do, and you know what? Just play it a little bit safe. Get rid of it. No comfort there. Force him onto something a little bit different, whether it would be you'll find out when the draft finishes, but it is also worth calling out that Cayetano is playing the Volibear once more. Massive pick for him last time, being able to pull out so much map pressure.
We actually have one of those standard weak side carries banned with the Jhin, also pairs well with the Karma, so it makes a lot of sense there. With the Volibear, what I am expecting is a very aggressive bot lane coming out from the Braves, because you want to have laners that facilitate dive. Vigar, almost definitely going to go Predator, so with the Volibear you can just group those two together, head to a side lane. Jace, amazing for setting up dives because they are ranged, they can get wave control, and then bottom lane, you can find out what they're going to pick, as we do get Thresh and Leona taken away, 2 very proficient divers for different reasons entirely. Come on, Braves, what's it going to be? Show us the support pick, show us an ADC, give us something. There's Draven on the table, there's still Lulu. I mean, we know that this support player does play Silas, so that is something. You do have a Hecarim on the enemy team, so it wouldn't suck.
I am...
Is it Vigar Poppy bot?
Well, so, we have to remember that Weaker plays Vigar bot as well. So normally you see it in the mid lane, but this is a pick of his that he is known to play, the AP bot, and this is generally to facilitate the top side because there's so much heavy AD. Now that we know that Okanya is on a Jace, there is this possibility where Braves are like, well, we're going to put Weaker on the Vigar, we're going to let him scale up, get the AP, and then just pivot to top side, use the pressure that Cayetano can bring out, and pair that with a Okanya to try and accelerate a Jace.
This is so weird. This is just such a weird draft to look at. The reason that Vigar Poppy work in isolation is because Vigar puts down the cage, Poppy headsbutts you into the cage. It's basically like creating terrain, as we do have the Ezreal picked up, going to be able to escape from that combo if you do send the Vigar down to the bottom lane, so I like that a lot from Matthew. As we do get the final Powerpuff Girl making their way into this matchup, as now I'm just a little confused. We'll have to find out what's going to happen here. I'm just going to not comment on that hover.
I feel like that's the oh my word.
We're just going to wait. We're
Okay,
all going
let's
to enjoy
leave
peace.
It. 9 seconds.
Yeah, we
6,
can all just peace and
5,
quiet. Give
4,
it a moment.
3, 2.
What is happening? It's Vigar bot, Poppy top into the, or it could be Volibear top actually. While this isn't the player we thought about playing the Volibear top, it could be either going up there. Ay, ay, ay. What is this?
I feel like it's Jace mid, right? Yeah, Jace mid.
Okay. Right. I haven't seen Jason to Corki. I'll be honest with you. It's not something we've seen. Jace mid hasn't been played for a little while. It's completely fine. It's just very risky, is the main thing. Because the main thing about Jace top being so good is you get to leverage the range form and then go for the heavy trades and kills with the melee form. Same principle stands for mid, but you don't really get as much of a benefit from being ranged because Corki is also range, oddly enough. Most mid laners are. As we are getting ready to go into our final game of the day. We have got the two top placed teams looking to head it off against each other. We have got a draft that takes some kind of scientist to interpret fully, and I think that is exactly what we need, because it's maybe the only thing that throws Kit off their game.
That's exactly it. Kit were probably thinking in draft, what in the world is going on with that team? Because you had multiple picks that could be put in multiple roles. There were expectations. You normally see picks in X and Y role, but in the end, the Jace first pick ended up being I imagine that probably stumped the enemy team. Thinking, well, that's probably just gonna go topside as a vacuum answer into most matchups. But no, we're gonna put it in the mid lane instead, and only time will tell. We'll see exactly how everything pans out on the Rift.
I'm telling you what, I am already loving the Braves as a team, though. I really hope that we get to see a lot more of this roster, because they are pulling some weird stuff. And against Kit as well, the confidence to do that, saying, yeah, you're 3-0, we're 3-0, we're the same. Care that you won 2 of these past tournaments, and also, did the last one without dropping a game. Come on, we're the Braves. We are clearly going to be able to take this one, and it is that level of confidence you are going to need when you face down such a terrifying opposition as Kit SCY.
That's it. We'll find out. I will say though that this Yuumi Vigar is
Weird.
Yep, you're gonna sit there, you're gonna stack up your AP, and
You know who I feel bad for?
go on.
I feel bad for Cat IRL. They have had
Oh.
the Yuumi picked against them twice now, and also they are going to be the one that's the target in this lane as the Karma, because Ezreal, they just jump on out. Because the main thing about this Vigar bot lane, it goes Predator, it goes Everfrost, same thing as mid. You run at them very quickly, you Everfrost, and then you put down the wall, it kills them. Yuumi, on top of you, means that you get even more CC to go with that. So the main target for this bottom lane, outside of roaming to mid, is going to be Cat IRL, because they are an immobile Karma. Ezreal is not the one you're going for, so you're going to get focused out not only by your own champ, but post level 6, I feel like it's got to be off cooldown Predator ultimate for Vigar just looking for those kills.
It's just KRL having to hide the prowess, save it for playoffs, save the Yuumi pick for playoffs. It's one of those things where you expect the Yuumi to potentially come through because it's a favorite champion. Your ID is literally the namesake of Yuumi, right? So not picking it is, it's strategic. It's strategic. It's saying, well, you think we're gonna pick it, and then you get used to them not playing with the Yuumi, and eventually the Yuumi comes, and then you don't expect.
And I think on the subject of unexpected, because it really did throw us for a loop, that Poppy, which ended up going top lane into the eventual Gwen, that is going to be a unique matchup, because the Gwen's dash is not very long, but they are frequent, so there are going to be windows for Poppy to be able to take trades and back off. So we can at least hope for them on that sense. But the thing is, Gwen loves playing against tanks because they do so much damage with the true damage and the percentage max health. So I feel like this one's going to be very important to see what happens in the early game, particularly with those junglers, because if we get focus up there, that could really just blow open this game.
Talk about this game. Here we are on the Summoner's Rift once more. Last time of today. KSC White versus Braves UMA. Yeah, we have that nice little spec bug on the other side where one of the players is like slightly non-aligned on the on the sidebar.
They are aggressive right there. The rest of the team is taking the front foot forward, and I'm going to talk about it now because it's going to be a little while before real action pops off. Scaling this game. I know, I'm jumping to it very quickly, but that's because we either won't get to talk about it at all, or it'll be too late. And the reason I say that is because if you look at these teams, they both have really good answers to each other. Matthew, very flexible, running over these walls on the Ezreal. But, on the other side, they are looking down the point-and-click CC of a Volibear if they ever get on top of them, the matched poke of a Jace, and also the Vigar with Predator, which, if you are in an elongated lane, can chase you down even with that jump. So, similar way the other side is that you'd think the defensive tools of the Spanish squad would be enough, but no, because you're against a Hecarim, because you're against a Gwen, who is immune. So there are a lot of answers for both of these teams, and it is so insanely outplay dependent.
We'll have to watch out for the potential outplays. Haitano and Redeemed taking a little trade. Volibear actually pivoting up to top very early on, though, I see.
Just going to be looking for a full clear, keeping
Yeah.
pace with Striker, who we've seen play different champions, the Dr. Mundo and the Shyvana. This is their most normal game, to say the least. And for me, that's going to be the biggest question is, does this character, or does this player even, get inflated a little bit by those abstract characters? Probably not, because, you know, they're very good at the game. But it is something that we need to see them actually play a normal champion for once, and really just demonstrate how good they are on a different playing field.
Alright. Gentleman Hero. Not on the Fiora for once. The Gwen instead. We saw what the Gwen could do last game. And let's see if he can replicate that this time. Zamorin's Ghost TP as is common for Gwen being able to get the chase down.
Ooh,
I don't know.
big trade, but it's going to be relatively even both ways. The Corrupting Potion is going to give insane value to this Corki in the lane at the moment. And they really do need it, because otherwise Jace can look for trades like that, and if you didn't have the Corrupting, one or two of those trades, and suddenly you are within kill range.
There we go. All trading. The name of the game. Just the early lane phases between the two. The main thing is that with Gardamanio and Weaker, you're not really going to be able to get onto them. They're going to sit back. The cage can zone, but
Hold on.
speaking of, Akanya gets the flash forward, not quite able to connect just a little bit more, and it would have killed. And that's very different from what we'd expect from Gentleman Hero.
Getting aggressed on heavily. What is this right here?
Riker going in mid lane, Nasho taking so much damage. Kaitano knockback, preventing the Volibear from dying, but he might go down himself.
Wow.
Or not.
Very good team play by the Braves mid-jungle to be able to get them out of there. The Hecarim Ghost being burnt so much more damage than you'd be expecting otherwise. I don't think there'll be anything repeat gank happening here right now. Oh my god, he gets it, Striker.
Gets the goal there, killing Cayetano. First blood secured, a lot of money, and it's what we expect to see from Striker. We've seen him put out all these aggressive early game plays, aside from the Shyvana game, admittedly. The map pressure is huge.
And as far as it goes, we're expecting the Braves to be better off in the early game. They have better playmaking tools in the Volibear and the Vigar. They have better early game damage in the Poppy and the Jace. So we really do need to see them leveraging this now, because otherwise it only gets worse.
Right.
Okay.
Unfamiliar with the Ignite. I don't think there's enough damage to kill Cat IRL. Weaker. I'm trying to go for Matthew. Exhaust down, but Matthew has the auto attacks. Gets the kill onto Weaker.
Over-aggression. I feel like this is just another one of those situations where Kit playing very well without having to do a whole lot just because the other team is giving them the lead. You could see that that was Weaker trying to set up on that bot lane play because they had the mid laner roaming down. But at the end of it, it doesn't matter, as now they've actually low-key swapped with Weaker capturing the mid farm. In the bottom lane, just go do what they can.
Okay, this time Akanya might be the one getting traded onto. Gentleman Hero taking it a little bit slowly. Akanya goes back in for it. Traded out away.
Very close. A lot of damage, like you say, going down onto the Poppy right there. You can't take elongated trades with the Gwen. And what it looked like Akanya was trying to do right there was they were kiting the Gwen back into their minions, hoping it would win the trade for them. But the issue was Gwen already stacked up Conqueror, so when they pressed Q, it actually just brought in even more resources.
Alright.
This is
Inferno
aggressive.
has spawned. Trying to get it set up. Nasho going for these. Has the cat on top of him.
Dragon is available. We do have two people currently in the mid lane for the Braves, as they are going to be able to walk on down to this. It's only a level 5 Hecarim, but it is only tier 1 smites from both of them, so this is a very stealable objective if they play this wrong in the slightest.
Oh, but the cage lands. Matthew now in trouble. He's going to go down to Nacho. But unfortunately, Kit have the turn. Can they burn? That is the question. Weaker now taking damage from Redeemed. The cat keeping him alive. Going on to Redeemed instead. Redeemed's actually having to flash away. But there's too much damage from a range. They get one kill back, but so does
Wow.
Striker. And therefore, it's traded. On the whole, Kit getting slightly more.
Striker leveling up to 6 in the course of that play. Ends up making it massively dominant for Kit. Oh, the heartbreak for the Braves. That looked so good for portions of it, but just too long of a fight against what is actually a Conqueror Hecarim, I realize. Now, out of all the ones we've seen, they have been Phase Rush. This is the first time we've seen that elongated trading tool.
Oh, Kanya looking for it.
Nice.
Stop the dash! And I think that might be Gentleman Hero down and out, staying alive for a little longer with the needlework, but it's not enough.
Left in the isolation that is top lane. Finally, we see somebody who will match the hero off of their Fiora now, taking them down. Very cleanly done, but it doesn't mean much when on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, your team went down exponentially. The dragon fell. There were 2 kills traded, but I don't know if they went on the members you needed.
Oh, wow, Redeem doing so much damage to this Corki. You know, you normally see it as a scaling pick. I will have to note out that he is looking to go for the Shieldbow build. Normally we see the Ludens, the Porky build, as some people call it. But no, it will be the...
I hate that name so much.
It feels so thematic, though. I don't know, it's just his face.
It just makes me think of Porky Pig from
Porky
Looney
Pig.
Tunes. It's not right. It doesn't seem right. I love what he's doing right here. The Reform's actually stacking up so they have the big one and they can try and interrupt the recall. Maybe actually look for a solo kill mid. Okay, I was gonna say, if Jace had walked forward right then, I feel like what we were gonna see was Redeem jump out of the bush, use everything, and go for another solo. Because we didn't actually see it in their previous match, but Redeem got multiple solo kills onto the enemy Vigar in the game we saw earlier today. Now, obviously, Jace is a bit of a different story, but nonetheless, they have been dominating this lane as of current.
Carl and Matthew actually zoning Weaker away from so much farm right now. Weaker still slightly ahead. Trisha Barrage going down. Actually hits 2. Luke's Cartanwenio dropped out of the form. But just some damage.
Vigar doesn't even have boots at this point, because you want to get towards that tier, and you need the Lost Chapter, right? But this just means they are so far behind, they can't initiate ganks like they otherwise would be able to. If you have Predator, Cat RL can't escape that. They need to flash, because you can always run up, get down in range. But now, without that, we just aren't seeing it.
National actually having to Stormbringer over the wall there to get out safely. Traded for the Ghost, but they're both quite long cooldowns in and of themselves, so I'd say relatively even.
It was more of a storm goer, one might say.
Yeah.
Because now, not much happening. I don't think you're going to look for a dive here, but they keep turning around thinking that Nasha has left.
Breaker's indecision. Getting attacked a little bit, but they killed KRL in the Chaos.
way.
Striker now somehow still alive. What is going on?
I think that was a bit of a split focus right there from the Braves as now. Poor Cat.
Oh no.
Okay, they do have their mid laner coming to save
Oh.
them, but they will not get back to the pound in time.
Now Kayatana's on the tower against 3 people. Trying to kill Striker off. Will not do so.
come on,
Wow.
man. That's insult to injury if I've ever seen it myself. As soon as Hecarim put up the W, they said, okay, you are going to take tower aggro if I jump in. This will trade a kill. You are worth 650 gold. Of course it's worthwhile. And then the Hecarim survives on a sliver. Oh, it's dire.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, but Nacho's here actually.
That should be a dead Gwen, one hopes,
yeah,
but
surely.
who knows. Okanya could end up falling in return here.
It'll die immediately, but it will be traded.
Well,
You said
it's
it.
not looking great. I feel like we've said this in every game so far. My hope is that the Braves comp can come online and challenge it. Maybe. Maybe. Like, I want to have a lot of faith, because this team has performed, and obviously they are also 3-0.
Oh.
But Kit just looking like true form Kit, what you would expect. That this is the kind of team that you 100% would believe if you see them went completely undefeated last time around.
I mean, Is it not just illegal for Redeemed or just Corki in general to be able to get wins around like 20 odd minutes?
I mean, what? So they've only had, what, 3 packages at that point because of the delayed spawn
Yeah.
timer now? So, yeah. Yeah, they're very good at this pick. They just hit everything, and they are so... Actually, I would say the best part about Redeemed as a laner that I have seen so far, because I'm sure there'll be plenty more things as we go down the tournament, is that they leverage just basic trades so well. Every time the enemy laner steps up, they will do stuff like this. Perfect example.
Right there, but this time Cayetano might be able to make the turn with the extra resistances gained from it. But the flash forward, Redeem trying to get the kill. Will get it eventually.
He doesn't miss. He
Really
just doesn't miss. Unless you're burning summoners to dodge, he gets you every time. And now, it's going to be the Rift Herald breaking open the mid lane. How symbolic as the Braves end up falling in the center. Oh, come on.
No striker going for that one. A Kanya Gentleman Hero taking a little bit of a mutual trade. Gentleman Hero going to win out on that one eventually. But Redeemed somehow got shut down. Cartomenio died.
I'm going to say they got shut down by an overzealous play. Is going to be my expectation, but most importantly, Striker lives. Striker is the most important person this game because A, they are doing amazingly, but more importantly, they haven't died. They are worth 700 gold, and if you do collect them onto either the Vigar or the Jace, then you can start to turn the tempo of this game around. Everfrost, boots enabled, pick tools active for weekend now. This is going to be one of the few ways you can find yourselves competitive in this matchup, which you really do need to do. Because Matthew, even as the weak side player, is doing so good right now.
Here we go, 95 to 86. The safety of the Ezreal really proving itself this game. Striker now going for another Drake. They already have one, stacking it up. No Cloud Soul, but Nacho and Cayetano looking to make this a little bit different. Matthew flashing away. There you go. Once again, Nacho decides to just not bring the storm, I guess. Weaker flashing over. Redeemed now taking a lot with the stun. Shield bow, however, keeping him alive. So much healing from the lifesteal.
No.
The cleanup is there. Kit has everything in their toolkit to kill the rest of the Braves.
Never gets in range for the Primordial Burst, so the Vigar, no execute, no effectiveness in that fight. Alright there, Kit, we get it. You're very, very good at League of Legends. We've got to add some more veries to the start of that sentence as they continue with this domination of the one team we thought could put it to them and have a chance. So far.
Striker, 9-0-2.
He's
Ah,
played Shavana today.
yeah. That is scary. Very scary. This is a player you really need to watch out for. We could try to make a play here. Just
Here it is.
execute IRL. Matthew, however, on the rechase.
Oh no.
Well,
He's
a bit of
left his
sad-
cat.
Oh. That is possibly no.
No. Oh. Yeah, no. We could try and be hopeful. It was only a kill of 1 for 2, and then the mid lane tower's going to go down as well. It gets more and more dire with every passing moment. Hit proving to be on prime form for them right now, as one would expect. But we needed to see it with our own eyes to really know that this team should be as feared as expected.
It's 15 minutes, Melvin Izzle. Look at the gold. 12,000 in favor of Kit.
I would say this is their best game. Like, obviously it's not the most decisive, because they did have the game where they only dropped 1 kill and 1 in 20 minutes, but this has definitely been the most impressive game for me, knowing the form of their opposition.
Wow. Now the question is, who can take down Kit?
Maybe we haven't seen them yet. That's the hope I'm going to go with, because obviously from Group 1, or Group A, sorry, we have got 2 very competitive teams that I think could hold up a chance, but I said the same thing about the Braves. So, maybe the Braves in the second rotation can pull it together and find something that can handle them, because I would say this game, it's a bit of an unfair sample size, because it was definitely the Braves making a few misplays in the early game.
Oh, here they go, the Braves trying to get back into this one, and the first way of doing that is by getting the shutdown onto Gentleman Hero. Matthew, the next up on the dinner plate, seeing if they can collect that one as well.
This is
Dark Matter
great.
going down, that's another one. Can they get a triple? Cat IRL now taking a lot of damage. Striker here to try and get the play back in their favor. He does so much damage on this Hecarim right now, but there's too many numbers. The TP in might be able to turn the tide. Redeemed. Dash stop.
Oh
Right,
my
Tana
god, you are
back
playing
in.
this so well, Braves. You have done everything you physically can with your actual money that you've got right now, but I don't think it's going to matter in the long term.
Redeem just does too much damage. The differential in terms
Oh,
of
they
levels
get
and
one, though.
gold is just too much. But Wika is here trying to get the play back. But look at Striker.
That is the first fight I have ever
He's
cast
on
that I can
full
say
health.
was a 3-for-6 trade in net, is what just happened right there in favor of Kit. But with the amount of shutdowns that went over, I actually don't know if the gold difference is too much different to what it was beforehand. I'd started covering the number with my hand before because it was just too sad to look at, but at least the Braves have found something, right? They're trying stuff. I would hate to see a team like this just collapse and stop doing anything. Having the Yumi with that Shirelles, having the Volley Bear, point and click CC set up for the rest of the comp, at least they're doing something, you know?
It is good to see they are still trying to win this game, and it is these sorts of plays you need to go for. You have to go for the coin flip. Flippy, flippy, burger flippy, as I like to call it. And maybe sometimes you roll aheads, and that's how you win the game, but you have to try.
They really do at this point, because the best thing you can do is try and maybe catch them when they're doing something extremely overzealous. Unfortunately, Kit, one thing they have most definitely been is clean in execution, even when performing overzealous maneuvers.
There you go,
Oh, look at this. This is brutal.
This one does not fire it out.
Gentleman here is good at the game. In case we didn't know that.
That's the kill.
Wow. Oh, guys, can we check out the end of the game in mid? Because, yeah, I know that was happening in the background, but I feel like nobody really wanted to see this part for obvious reasons. It's just so sad to see.
I don't think Shelly's going to get to dance, sadly, this time either. Nacho trying to get this one. Striker is so damn tanky right now, even on this Bruiser build. 19 minutes. And they have a Corki in the mid lane.
Done it. This is their fastest game today.
Yep.
Maybe. For all we know, maybe the off-stream game was even quicker, but good Lord, Kit.
Wow.
What on earth are you? I cannot believe what I am seeing. So consistently performing at this insane level. Like, what is that? 3 games! They have got less than an hour of game time today from the 3 streamed games.
Yeah. Yeah.
They make
Well-
our jobs really difficult, because it's hard to critique Braves when we know the caliber of competition. Obviously, in the early game, as I'm sure we'll see once we get around to some replays, there was the one maneuver at the beginning that was not great, and ended up putting Braves in a far behind position. Made it quite difficult for them to contest Kit, and what we've learned is if you give Kit a lead, they will not give it back under any circumstances. Even if they end up throwing a couple kills away, they will still come out on top one way or the other.
And I would just like to point out Striker once more. That scoreline is disgusting. Absolute disgusting Hecarim performance that game. In that 3-for-6 fight, as you mentioned, managed to live throughout the entire thing
I
somehow.
wouldn't say this part was the throw, though. This was just Striker doing a good job of fishing out, and I feel like I don't know what you could have done as Jace right there, because the ghosting Hecarim is... Or no, actually, just Hecarim coming around the corner. You could have gone further back to base. This was definitely not the play that we wanted to see from the bottom lane, and it was definitely overzealous, because when you chase this far into them, you are just asking for trouble. Ezreal, not notorious for their early game, but when you do have the Conqueror and you do get into elongated fights, it goes exceptionally in your favour, especially against a Veigar and a Yumi who are not renowned for their elongated early game fights. Oh, this
Here you
part,
go.
no.
This looks
No, don't
so
make me see
it
this bit
looks
again. It
so
was so
good.
close. They even managed to
Redeemed.
get redeemed, but that's it. That's all they end up getting in return. Oh, no. I feel like I'm doing a YouTube reacts right now of this because of how brutal a lot of these plays were, because every single time it was narrow, narrow, narrow. There was nothing ever that was widely decisive either way. This was one of the few moments where we were like, Braves, at least we know for the future their top lane can take it to Gentleman Hero, which is not something we thought we could say about anybody so far.
Absolutely not, and the results prove it from early. Gentleman Hero dominating most top lane matchups, but Akanya there with a beautiful interrupt. And here, you know, Striker just showing that I'm just gonna run at you as this little
No.
pony, and there's nothing you
Take
can
it
do about
away.
it.
Take it away. Oh no, it's gonna get worse. The only one I am excited for out of all these replays is I really do want to see that one around the Baron Pit again. That is the point where I thought, wow, okay, this is looking encouraging, which is when all hope had basically gone. So in fairness, you know, oh no, not this again,
This
no,
is,
no,
this
no!
is so
Oh, it's a brutality
1
living on
HP.
that low HP. This was just domination by Kit. If there's one thing I have to say, it's congratulations to this squad, because
Yeah.
I would be flabbergasted if they do not make it to the playoffs. I would be astounded if they do not finish 8-0 at best, or at worst 7-1. And that means that we are really going to have to be keeping our eyes peeled next week at what groups C and D have to offer. Because combined with that and the last chance qualifier, we do need to find some serious competition if Kit are going to drop a game this tournament.
And you have to put this into context. These are teams that won or did incredibly well in their regional leagues, which is meaning that they were the best in their region, and they're getting bulldozed by
This
Kit.
is like you're smurfing in Clash is what we're looking at right here. This is, you're playing a tier 1 team, but you're all on bronze accounts. That is how it feels just looking at these games. They are playing out of their mind good, and even when they are playing poorly, or even when they are making mistakes, it still doesn't matter. They still just consistently hit those marks. I think that overall, we were talking a lot about Gentleman Hero before this game, but now it's really Striker and Redeemed that I'm just debating who I want to give my unofficial MVP of the day to, because Striker had some killer games, but Redeemed, I think, is the one I'm going to settle on. What about you?
Well, I mean, I can't. After that last Hecarim game, I just can't not give it to Striker. Like that was
Both are understandable. Yep.
something else.
All right. That is it for us for this weekend, but let's take a look at what's to come, because we have got the schedule ready for next week that I am very excited to see. Oh, wow. Okay, we've got a lot of games, because these are the 16 groups that have got to come for C and D. This is going to be on the 26th, which I believe is next Saturday, 11 AM CET.
That is exactly it. One more game each round off stream for the group. This means even more chaos and even more interesting matchups to think about when it comes to deciding who actually makes it out of the group. As you can see, we have the other UK seed versus the French seed, and then Grey Warwick playing again versus the second Italian seed, playing versus Ireland afterwards. In terms of the off stream games, first up, I see it's not lined up properly. That's what threw me off. Poland versus Ireland in round 2, as Grey Warwick versus Ireland round 3, and then that is Lithuania versus Italy round 4, and then France versus Poland round 5.
Really good at flags is what I learned in the process of that. I was sat there like, dear God, please don't make me explain, because I am awful at geography. But one thing I am not too bad at, talking about League of Legends, and I am excited to get to see what we end up doing for next week. I believe it's going to be Black Boxer and Kachka as far as I'm aware, but we will find out about that, because we got 2 days of games next week, 2 sets of 5 again. On the 27th, there will be even more that we'll get to finally see what Group D has in store, and then we'll have seen all the main teams, all the teams that are currently in. Everybody will have had their time in the spotlight. Very excited to see if we can find any competition to Kit, and I'm also kind of curious to see if we have completely the same scores in these 2 groups of 5 teams. Waiting to find out if we know yet who won between IST and Pesigod. currently going to just leave that one for a moment and see if we can find out if that game has already finished. I'd be surprised if it had, in fairness. Now that I say it out
Yes,
loud,
it was
Kit really ruined
a
our
very
schedule.
fast game.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I don't know. It's actually, I think the
Yeah,
the
okay.
name, the moniker of the speedrunners is very much coming true right now. It's how many games can you play and what is your total collective duration or average game duration throughout those.
I actually do want to start tracking that. I need to find out how long their off-stream game was so we can see what their any percent speed run actually turns out to be if Kit do end up going on another perfect run. But that's it for today. I'm feeling good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen half the teams.
Yeah.
As we've talked about. This is only so much of the talent that is at this year's UEM. And, well, by the end of next week, you should be able to go and tweet out on Twitter with the hashtag UEM 2022 on which team you think will win UEM. I think that most people right now will have their money on Kit, given today's performance. But once you get a bit of a bigger picture, maybe you can see who else is going to be a contender or support your own nations in the weeks to come. Going on for sure.
Remember, they are fighting for a hell of a prize, that 14.5k euros, and who is it that brings it all to us?
That's it. There's a lot at stake, of course, and all of it is brought to you by lovely Twitch student and Intel make everything possible here. And of course, you have to shout out to our production team and admins all in the background, making sure that it runs smoothly and bringing us the replay system today, which I really hope that all of you have enjoyed being able to summarize and highlight some of the most exciting and best plays that we have had for offer. And I don't really have much else to say other than stay safe. Do you?
No, same sentiment. I feel like just don't queue into Kit this week if you're playing Flex Queue
Yeah.
or Clash tonight. Feel like definitely keep yourself safe. If if you see Kit on the other side, maybe just see if you could sign up on another account real quick.
Yeah, maybe write a contract like a peace deal, maybe to say, no, please don't slaughter us, please, I still want my pride.
All right, well, good job, everybody. Thank you all for joining us, and go ahead, take it away.
All right then. Well, hopefully we'll see you next week for the rest of it.